This is the story of a boy who went to school on an ordinary, unremarkable day. He had never broken any rules, and this time he was walking in the crosswalk at a green traffic light. His name was Kim Min-soo, and he lived a very ordinary, unremarkable life. He had a family. But on that day, a bus hit him on the road, completely out of nowhere. He didn't have time to dodge the car coming at him, but he was lucky he didn't die. Suddenly, he was transported to a completely different world, unlike any other. At first, Kim Min-soo sobbed nonstop and wanted to run away from there. But everything changed when he had hope that he could go home. He was finally able to fit into the new world. Together with his comrades, Kim Min-soo fought for justice and the triumph of good over evil. Where blood poured in rivers and lifeless bodies formed huge mountains. Gradually, he began to realize what true bravery and camaraderie was. From that moment on, he was no longer that weak and insecure kid counting on other people's help. Now he himself has become the person people around him count on for help. But unfortunately, Kim Min-soo had to suffer a heart-wrenching loss. The dead girl told him he was a hero and just had to win. Unfortunately, not all comrades met on his way could reach the end with him. He has gained a lot, but unfortunately, he has also lost a lot. Now, Kim Min-soo is taking on the challenges of fate with dignity. He's no longer just an ordinary weak boy. He's a real warrior, strong and brave. After a year in this world, his journey was nearing its end. The man who came in asked if the hero was ready for the final battle. After finishing his letter to his parents, Kim Min-soo stood up leisurely to carry out his instructions. He knew very well that his letter would not reach the addressee, but he still asked his parents to pray for him. He approached the door, which had many hieroglyphics on it in scarlet paint. He had to defeat the demon so he could finally go home. Opening the door, Kim Min-soo really hoped that all this would end and become just a distant memory. His comrades called out to him. When he left, he hoped that he would see his parents when he returned. He missed his family and his past life very much and would do anything to get back. The loud ringing of the bell alerting the whole neighborhood to the return of the hero. Jubilant people shouted "Long live the hero" and scattered confetti. They shouted with joy that the demon had finally been defeated. Their world was saved. Candles burned and musicians played in the banquet hall. The chefs prepared exquisite dishes. Cups were raised to the return of the hero. The king's drink was delicious. Only Kim Min-soo sat at the table, sadly immersed in his thoughts. The girl said that tomorrow at last the hero will be able to go home. Looking at his mug of drink, he replied that the day had indeed come. When he got here, he never thought he'd make it. She said he was too busy feeling sorry for himself then. Walking over to the guy, she hugged him and told him it was a good job. He did good. The girl tried to calm him down so he wouldn't worry. Kim Min-soo said that he really wanted to see his family and friends. The friends laughed that they knew there was something between them. The elf said the priestess could have found someone prettier. Kim Min-soo blushed and turned away while everyone started laughing, embarrassing him even more. The boy asked if the hero wanted to stay here. The little fairy supported whether it was worth coming back at all. The priestess replied that they knew the hero missed his world. Are they not afraid of offending him with such words? Lowering their eyes, they said they knew about it. They just didn't want him to leave. The priestess walked over to Kim Min-soo and took his hand as a sign of support. She suggested that everyone pray together for Kim Min-soo's bright future. For all his merits and deeds, he is entitled to a happy life full of good fortune and prosperity. Everyone at the table cheered her on and raised their glasses. 3 weeks later, Kim Min-soo was in Seoul's Gansogu neighborhood. The guy stood in the middle of the crosswalk and looked up. People were walking around. He mentally turned to the priestess and told her she was very wrong. He may have succeeded in saving the world, but he utterly failed to save himself. When he returned home excited about the upcoming meeting, he rang the intercom. But it wasn't his parents who opened the door, it was a complete stranger. A dumbfounded Kim Min-soo asked who it was, and found out that this guy was the new owner. A lot has changed in the 8 months he's been gone. Mom handed out flyers trying to raise awareness of his disappearance. One of those days, she was hit by a car. The perpetrator was never found. Her father couldn't accept the loss. He committed self-destruction by blaming himself for failing to protect his family. Even in his last note, he asked that an announcement of his disappearance be posted on all resources reporting his passing. All Kim Min-soo had to do was say goodbye to their ashes one last time. The boy couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears. He realized that he would never see them again. The police thought he just ran away from home. After that, Kim Min-soo went to school to recover. But he got expelled from school. The principal said that if he wanted to make it up to his parents, he had to study for college exams. He should pull himself together and live like a good man. To top it all off, Kim Min-soo was no longer able to socialize with his friends. The guy he was friends with apologized and said his mom forbade him to hang out with him. Plus, he's about to graduate. I mean, he's in his senior year now. Sighing, Kim Min-soo said that he should understand him. There was no one who could help him. He felt he had become an ungrateful son who had ruined his parents. His uncle blamed him for the death of his little brother. He yelled that he wasn't even human anymore, where he's been all this time. He beat up the guy and accused Kim Min-soo of being responsible for his parents' deaths. The uncle was barely restrained. He was ready to send the guy to the other side of the world. His cousin told him to leave. If he doesn't want this situation to happen again, don't come back. They were a simple family, so they didn't have any savings. Kim Min-soo had nowhere to go and slept on the street. He looked enviously at the regular kids who walked to school and chewed along the way. Because of a ridiculous accident, he now had nothing, no money, no family. He took the last pennies out of his pocket to buy himself some food. Completely despairing, Kim Min-soo didn't know how he should go on. He had no education or even any place in society. His heroic personality had been destroyed. He hoped it was just a nightmare, because he saved the world, saved a lot of people's lives, responded when they needed him. He made an incredible effort to get back home. How come in the end he ended up all alone? No one wanted him. Immersed in his gloomy thoughts, Kim Min-soo didn't notice when he bumped into the man. Angry, the man shouted that he stood up like a stiff. Maybe he's freaked out. He grinned and prepared to slap him, but the girl standing with him laughed and told him to leave the loser alone. Laughing, he said, Let the guy consider himself lucky. He'd let him go since he made his girlfriend laugh. Kim Min-soo looked at them with a sidelong glance and wondered if they were laughing right now. Frowning, the man angrily asked what he was trying to say there. Crying tears, Kim Min-soo said that it's not because they are laughing that their lives are saved by a hero. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man shouted furiously what the dick-eyed man was carrying. With a hateful look at the man, the guy confidently said that now he understood what he wanted. He only has one wish left. He wants them all to suffer. The infuriated man grabbed him by the hair and yelled what he was muttering. Might punch him in the face. The man held Kim Min-soon tightly by the hair. The guy shouted out, calling out for you, Sword Duran. The girl laughed that he was retarded. Very much in character. A moment later, a huge sword came down on Kim Min-sun's offender. The shocked girl stared dumbfounded at the sword that had fallen on her companion. After a moment of rounding her eyes in horror, she screamed loudly as she realized what had happened. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Kim Min-soo said so be it. Let him suffer. It's not fair for him to suffer. Raising his eyes to the sky, he said that he was a hero and should not be sad. His body was covered in knight's armor. He grabbed his huge sword. Kim Min-soo's eyes flashed scarlet light, and he shouted furiously that enough was enough. Now it's their turn to pay the bill, and let the world shudder. He swung his powerful sword furiously, and everything around him swirled in a whirlpool of his energy. A second later, a crushing explosion rang out over the city, and everything was illuminated with a blinding light. After the massive explosion, Kim Min-soo stood around the huge crater and looked into the distance. He thought sadly that the world had been saved, and everyone lived happily ever after. This is how all stories with happy endings should end. But on that day, Seoul's Gansogu district completely leveled off. 3 weeks after the hero's madness, the neighborhoods around Gyeonggi-do province were jammed with cars. Everyone has at least once imagined what the end of the world would be like. It's a nuclear battle, a natural disaster, a zombie apocalypse finally. Park Jong-soo was sitting in the car and heard the driver talking about how the traffic is huge. They're barely moving. A little girl sat next to it and cradled the toy in fear, crying quietly. She asked her brother where they were going and why Daddy wasn't going with them. He replied that they would definitely meet with him, but a little later. Mom is driving, so you need to calm down and keep her eyes on the road. At that moment, a motorcyclist rushed past the windows of their car. He was dashing between cars, swiftly avoiding traffic. No one ever thought the world could be destroyed by a hero. A policeman shouted into a horn that the hero was almost upon them. He'll be here soon. The drivers yelled that they didn't have time. We'll all have to walk. The policeman shouted for them to leave their vehicles in an orderly fashion. Let them follow the instructions of the military and police and don't create panic. Mom yelled to Jong-soo to look after Dabin. They won't be able to find each other if they split up. He promised that he would definitely fulfill her request and would not abandon his sister. At that moment, a policeman loudly repeated into a horn that the hero was approaching. A moment later, a military tank abandoned by Kim Min-soo collapsed right on top of him. Rounding their eyes in horror, the people shocked shouted that he had been flattened. This world is going to hell, and it's all the fault of Kim Min-soo's character. A moment later, the tank exploded and people in panic rushed to run hoping to escape. A dazed Park Jong-soo stood outside his car. Everyone around him was running. The little sister screamed in horror for her brother to stop and wait. Taking her in his arms, he told her to hold on tight. If she fell, she'd hurt herself. Dazed, they stood in the middle of the road not knowing what to do next. At that moment, Kim Min-soo appeared behind the fleeing crowd in a panic. Clad in knight's armor, he looked at the people trying to escape. Around the site of the explosion lay a huge number of injured and dead people. The other people who saw Kim Min-soo panicked and ran away to save their lives. The crowd of frightened people ran away without seeing the road or looking under their feet. Looking down at them, Kim Min-soo asked if they were still hoping to stay alive. Everyone believes that anyone but them will die. Disgusting creatures. Jumping down, the hero furiously promised he would just destroy them all. The guy holding his little sister in his arms tried to escape with the others. He held her tightly against him for fear of dropping her. Dabin clung to him trustingly, afraid to open her eyes. A man running nearby pushed Park Jong-soo away at one point and yelled at him to get out of the way. From the violent collision, the toy fell out of the hands of the frightened girl. The teddy bunny flew to the ground at the feet of people running from all sides. A man running behind him pushed the lying toy away and it rolled under the car. Rounding her eyes in horror, Dabin yelled loudly for her brother to stop. She grabbed his hair to get his attention and yelled loudly, "Mr. Bunny?" Mr. Bunny fell and rolled under a car. We need to get him out now. He said he'd have to leave it here. She cried that her father had given it to her. He looked at his little sister and memories of her birthday came to his mind. It was her 6th birthday when Daddy, in his military uniform, handed over a bunny as a present. She thanked her father and cradled the plush toy fondly in her arms. Now Dabin sat crying bitterly for her lost plush friend. To calm his sister down, Park Jong-soo decided to try to get him. He asked the girl where Mr. Bunny had fallen. She pointed to a car standing not far away and my brother decided to go back for him. He told her to keep an eye on her mom and grandma. Then they would go right after them. Park Jong-soo had to push through the crowd of people to get back. He lay down on the ground and looked under the standing car Dabin had pointed out. With a relieved sigh, he saw the plush bunny and tried to reach for it. The toy rolled far enough away that Park Jong-soo couldn't catch it. At that moment, Kim Min-soo was approaching them with a huge sword at his side. But Park Jong-soo didn't see that. He was busy trying to pull out the ill-fated toy. After a moment, Kim Min-soo swung around with force and shouted for people to mourn. At this moment, Park Jong-soo finally managed to get a hold of Mr. Bunny. Smiling, the guy breathed a sigh of relief that he could finally get her. A moment later, an enraged Kim Min-soo struck a deadly blow. A huge wave of crushing energy crashed down on the fleeing people. A powerful crushing explosion rang out all around. The people hit by the blast wave were scattered in different directions. With one powerful blow, Kim Min-soo wiped out a huge number of people. At that moment, Park Jong-soo finally got out from under the car with the toy in his hands. At that very second, a massive deafening explosion rang out behind him. A shocked Park Jong-soo fixed his cracked glasses and looked back. He stared dumbfounded at the deadly blaze and the mangled bodies of men. The guy couldn't believe the worst had happened. He didn't know what to do. In desperation, Park Jong-soo shouted and rushed out to look for any of his relatives. He wandered absent-mindedly between the mountains of trash and called out to his little sister Dabin without letting her bunny out of his arms. No one answered, and the boy tried to call his mother and grandmother, but the answer was only silence. All he came across were mountains of destroyed people and ruins. In utter despair, he shouted and rushed to the pile of garbage from where the child's hand was visible. Park Jong-soo, crying, threw himself into the debris, calling his sister's name. But all he could find among the wreckage was a lone pink sneaker. Realizing that he would never see his little sister alive again, he sobbed in despair. At this point, the sight of blood made the guy feel the incoming nausea. Hardly restraining his urges, Park Jong-soo heard someone's footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw Kim Min-soo approaching him. After looking at Park Jong-soo, the hero said that he has beautiful eyes. With tears in his eyes, Park Jong-soo stood up and asked if he was that hero. The character said the guy's eyes are the eyes of a man who has lost everything. Just like his, eyes with no room for hope or dreams. The enraged Park Jong-soo shouted furiously, "Did the hero do this?" Continuing to stare nonchalantly at the guy, Kim Min-soo confirmed that it was him. Unable to control his anger, Park Jong-soo grabbed the first stick he could find and swore furiously. Waving a stick, he lunged at the hero, promising to send him to the other world. Grabbing the guy by the throat, Kim Min-soo lifted him above him and shook him. Even while hanging in the air, the sobbing Pecan Soo couldn't stop shouting that he would destroy the hero. Looking at him with a grin, Kim Min-soo asked how he would do it. The hero dealt Park Jong-soo a crushing blow with his huge sword. On that terrible day, the hero took everything from Park Jong-soo. The boy had nothing left. His last thoughts were that he would die without being able to do anything. He mentally apologized to his dead little sister. Apologized to his parents for not being able to protect and save Dabin. Remembering the kind, sweet grandmother he'll never see again. The hero took his entire family and took his entire life. Park Jong-soo closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking him. He could hardly open his eyelids and saw a fairy calling him hero and trying to bring him to his senses. Seeing that he had opened his eyes, the girl shouted joyfully that thank heavens he was awake. That's how Park Jong-soo found himself in a completely different world, unknown to him. He became someone he hates with all his soul. He became a hero himself. A year after the hero's rampage, the government collapsed completely. No one dared to touch Kim Min-soo. Everyone was terrified of him. One by one, the rest of the once missing heroes returned to this world. So the whole of South Korea was completely taken over by the returning heroes. All the returning heroes followed Kim Min-soo willingly. They divided the country among themselves. In the end, the entire world was completely engulfed in chaos. The heroes ruled. Jeju Island was the territory of the hero Golem. People hid here. All together, they lived in the huge barracks that now served as their home. People slept on the floor with thin blankets. They had nothing. Lying under the blanket, Seomi said sadly that she didn't want to live anymore. "I'd like to leave this world right now." Hyun said she shouldn't say that. It's not a good idea. She said it would be great. Why live in a world like this at all? With tears in her eyes, Hyun said stop talking like that. They ran away here to stay alive. With a heavy sigh, Seomi said that she might be. But does that sound like life? At that moment, a bright light flashed in the room that meant we had to get up. The huge hands that appeared informed me that it was time to get up and go to work. They kept saying that people need to hurry if they don't want to die. People got up from their seats and walked in the indicated direction to work. Hands accompanied them and kept telling them that they had to hurry if they didn't want to go to the other side of the world. The crowd of people came to a square on which several more huge hands stood. Sad people with their eyes downcast stood waiting hopelessly for the future. At this moment, loud footsteps sounded and a hero appeared in the square. Huge arms came down, forming a ladder for the hero who had come. He climbed up his folded fingers like a ladder and stood at the podium. Standing behind the podium, the hero looked around at the crowd of people gathered here. It was the golem hero Young Sung-woo. He was looking at the people with a smile. The hero snapped his fingers and a large lump of earth came off the ground. In a moment, shapeless clods of earth turned into huge columns. A microphone detached itself from one of the speakers. It was directed towards the hero. Taking the microphone in his hands, Jung Sung-woo told the people that a new day has arrived. Today's plan is for the women to gather food and the men to continue working on building the Sage Tower. Frowning, he asked why everyone was so dead. It was like he was forcing them. Frowning, Seomi replied that there were no volunteers here and called him a bastard. He replied that they should be grateful to him. If they had fallen into the lands of blood and wind, they would have been minced into mincemeat long ago. Although they might as well have been made into lab rats or religious fanatics. The hero laughed at his wit and looked at the men with a sneer. He folded his fingers and said menacingly that it looked like they had completely relaxed. The dumbfounded people watched his actions in horror. They knew what would happen next. The terrified people rushed in terror to flee as far away from here as possible. Huge hands mimicking the master's gesture rushed towards the fleeing people. In the next instant, Jong Sung-woo relaxed his fingers, imitating a snap. Imitating their master's actions, the huge hands also unclenched their fingers, and powerful streams of energy flew towards the people. People were running down the path in panic, begging the hero to stop it. They didn't want to die. Crushing streams of energy reached the humans, destroying those they hit. The girl looked indifferently at the chaos going on around her. She was tired of being afraid. Hyun lay brokenly on the ground and called Seomi by name in a quiet voice. Walking over to her, Seomi gently closed the dead girl's eyes. She said that Hyun said she was going to doom her. She ended up living. Why did Hyun, who wanted to live, die? At this, Young Sung-woo angrily yelled for them all to go to work if they didn't want another beating. They're all stupid cattle. None of the men risked any more arguments, and everyone got to work. Women of all ages were busy picking orange fruit from the bushes. The girl was picking fruit when an old woman with a basket approached her. She poured the fruit into the girl's basket and looked at Seomi warmly. The dazed Seomi couldn't understand what was going on, why the old woman was helping her. The old lady said she knew her name was Somi. She must have had a rough time after what she saw this morning. She suggested she go to the sea and get some air. She's not doing so well. She's been picking tangerines all her life, so she'll be quick to pick some new ones for herself. The girl thanked the old woman. She really needed to think. The old woman reminded Somi not to forget about that thing hanging over their heads. A huge eye hovered in the air, watching everything that was happening below. Wrapped in her jacket, Seomi walked along the forest path towards the sea. When she is troubled, she always goes to the sea to calm herself. Maybe that's why she once decided to escape to Jeju. Sitting down directly on the ground, Seomi sobbed bitterly, remembering her friend. She mentally apologized for not standing in front of her, for carping. Tears flowed endlessly from her eyes. She realized that her friend was dead and she would never see her again. The girl cried out in desperation that Ha-yoon should forgive her for not being able to do anything. Suddenly, Seomi was attracted by an extraneous noise. She stopped sobbing and looked around. A man stood in front of her and asked if she happened to have anything edible. A minute later, there were tangerine peels and candy wrappers on the ground. It was all she had with her. Greedily swallowing the food, the man asked if she had anything else. He looked at her pleadingly and said he knew it was dangerous. But could she bring them some more food? His companions were left on the ship. He went alone to look for something to eat. The girl frightenedly replied that if the hero found out, she would not be happy. The man kept begging her and Somi wondered how to help him. She asked if they weren't hungry, they could overpower the hero. He replied that they would fight to the last man. If his comrades had the morale to fight, they might even take back the island. Puzzled, Somi looked up at the huge eye hovering over the island. She thought that if she ran through the forest, she could make it before the thing turned toward him. She said they must defeat the hero at all costs, and she would risk her life to get them food. A short while later, Somi was running swiftly through the forest with a full basket of tangerines. On the way, she remembered Ha-yoon and said that she didn't really want to die. She was just afraid of living her whole life in oppression without being able to do anything about it. That's scarier than dying. She doesn't want to live such a worthless life anymore and will do anything she can to change that. She will definitely fight for her life despite the danger. Upon reaching the shore, Somi froze in horror at what she saw. The basket of tangerines fell out of her hands. She looked confusedly in front of her. There was a hero standing on the shore. He grinned and said, "Here comes the food-stealing rat." In front of him were huge hands clasping the men from the ship in a fist. The shocked girl watched in horror as a hand rapidly approached her. A huge hand grabbed the girl and clenched it into a fist. Seomi screamed in horror. She asked how the hero knew. The eye wasn't looking in that direction. The hero wondered if she thought he was the only one here. With a wink, Jong Sung-woo said with a smirk, canceling the invisibility mode. The dumbfounded girl saw that the entire sky as far as the eye could see was littered with similar eyes. The hero grinned at her and shouted that it was a surprise for them. He laughed out loud and said it was very funny. Why isn't she having fun? Enraged, the girl furiously shouted that he was nothing but a pathetic bastard. With a smirk, Jong Sung-woo replied that he had nothing to do with it. Let him blame his own worthlessness. If he doesn't like something, let him become a hero and defeat it. When the heroes suffered, no one empathized with them. So why should he feel sorry for them? The huge hand squeezed Seomi, whom it was holding, even tighter. Tears streamed from her eyes. She thought her pathetic attempt was doomed to failure. She screamed in desperation for anyone to come to their aid and overthrow these subhumans. At that moment, bright shining highlights appeared in the sky. They were rapidly approaching. A huge stream of energy collapsed onto the ground. From the impact, fragments of rocks flew towards Jong Sung-woo. Covering his face with his hands, he tried to see what it was. A dense pall of dust stood where the impact had occurred. A silhouette peeked through it. When the dust cleared, they saw Park Jong-soo with a huge spear in his hands. With a frown, Jong Sung-woo said who the bastard was. Seomi was surprised to realize that it was also a hero. The boy frowned sullenly at them. He hated heroes. Looking at him furiously, Jong Sung-woo asked what kind of a dick showed up here. The girl also looked at Park Jong-soo in surprise. She didn't understand what the hero was doing here. Looking around, Park Jong-soo tried to figure out what was going on here. He shouted to Seomi to explain to him what was going on here. Rounding her eyes in surprise, Seomi interrogated the hero why her. At this moment, Jong Sung-woo furiously shouted who he was and what he was doing in his territory. Frowning, Park Jong-soo continued to stare at them intently and remained silent. Looking at him, Seomi thought that he wasn't from the Sword Hero's gang. The golem hero, Jong Sung-woo, sees him for the first time and knows nothing about him. She thought about it and decided it was her only chance for salvation. The girl screamed that this crazy idiot was the henchman of a sword hero. He's taken over Jeju and is destroying people. He just killed 3 soldiers. Jong Sung-woo got angry and yelled that she didn't mess up. She's talking quietly while he's here. Are they having a reunion or something? At that moment, Park Jong-soo said that he had heard enough. He only had one question left. Fiercely looking at Jong Sung-woo, he asked if this girl was telling the truth. With a smirk, Jong Sung-woo replied, "What's the big deal if it's really true?" Pointing his spear at him, Park Jong-soo shouted at him to go to the other side. Laughing, Jong Sung-woo fiercely cursed and prepared to fight. Huge hands hovered over Park Jong-soo, ready to grab and destroy him. Huge eyes simultaneously directed their gaze at Park Jong-soo. The enraged Jong Sung-woo shouted for his creations to turn the insolent man into a tortilla and incinerate him. Frowning, Park Jong-soo watched as a huge hand rapidly approached him. Furiously unwinding his spear, he delivered crushing blows and the huge arms fell apart. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out and Park Jong-soo rushed forward to attack. A shocked Jong Sung-woo looked at the approaching guy in horror. He couldn't believe that his creations were destroyed. Gritting his teeth in anger, he prepared to repel the deadly attack. But at that moment, Park Jong-soo delivered a powerful, crushing blow, stripping him of his arms. A shocked Young Sung-woo looked at the guy in horror. He cursed furiously. At that instant, Park Jong-soo delivered another deadly blow, knocking the hero down. Pointing his spear at the crushed hero, Park Jong-soo said that he was finished. At this time, Seomi was sitting on the ground and dumbfoundedly watching. She thought that this guy had subverted the hero Golem, who had single-handedly taken down an entire naval fleet. Looking at Young Sung-woo with fury, Park Jong-soo asked a sword hero as someone who wears white armor. The enraged Young Sung-woo shouted furiously that he didn't know and wouldn't say anything. With a frown, Park Jong-soo promised that he would deprive him of one body part for every one of his I don't knows. He repeated the question once more. The hero in white armor is the sword hero. Young Sung-woo confirmed. Threatening the hero, Park Jong-soo inquired where the sword hero was now. But Young Sung-woo again didn't want to answer his question, and Park Jong-soo punished him. Looking at the hero with hatred, he repeated his question again about where the sword hero was. Young Sung-woo, who was lying on the ground, screamed in terror for someone to save him. Park Jong-soo said he wouldn't spare him. He has denied his humanity. However, if he answered his question, he would let him die quickly. Smiling wryly, Young Sung-woo said that he was not addressing him now, but his golems. At this moment, a huge number of huge hands rushed towards Park Jong-soo. Huge eyes and hands were rapidly approaching the girl sitting on the ground. She screamed in horror. Why her? She hadn't done anything wrong. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. Hanging in the air were two hands holding the picked-up Young Sung-woo in their palms. He looked down in horror and remembered where it had all started in the first place. When he was in another world, a girl told him that if he didn't save this world, the next time a demon would target their world. She begged him to help them, if only to save his homeworld. In gratitude for saving him, Young Sung-woo only wanted to hear a few words. All he wanted to hear was thank you and welcome back. When the door opened in front of him, he happily told his father that he was back. But instead of saying he did a good job, his father shouted furiously for him to get out. He doesn't have a son anymore. The guy went to a social assistance center, but he was not welcome anywhere. They said they don't provide financial support or housing for those over 17. That's the law. At that moment, Young Sung-woo realized that he could only rely on himself in this world. He saved the world. He tried to find a job, but when he found out he was a minor, his employer threw him out and threatened to turn him into the police. He's not getting paid for his time. Not only did the sucker lie to him, but he's demanding something. The guy decided he'd have no regrets if he destroyed the world. Finally, this world was his. He shouted to Park Jong-soo that he didn't want to go to the other world at all. At this time, Park Jong-soo was destroying the golem's hands, saving Seomi from the attack. He shouted to Young Sung-woo not to even try. He can't get out of here alive. It's a shame he won't pass it on, but all the characters will suffer the same fate. Enraged, Young Sung-woo shouted to his golems to bloom. Huge hands joined around the eye, emitting a powerful energy. Activating the electricity element technique, Park Jong-soo prepared to strike. He used the powerful Electro Spear Divine Throw technique. The deadly spear, charged with electricity, swiftly flew towards the hero. Two destructive energies converged in a crushing confrontation. A moment later, the deadly spear reached Young Sung-woo's golem. A powerful crushing explosion sounded and the huge eye shattered into pieces. A deadly stream of electric energy pierced through the hands that Young Sung-woo was on. So the hero golem that destroyed Jeju Island and the UN naval flotilla met its end. A dumbfounded So-mi sat on the ground watching their tormentor die. And not so long ago, things were very different in that other world. In honor of Young Sung-woo, the locals erected a huge monument. They decided that even if it wasn't much, they could do something to thank the hero. All the inhabitants prayed for the hero. After all, thanks to him, the world was saved. They wished the hero that when he returned to his world, he would be the happiest. And now, a hero forgotten by everyone has met his doom on Jeju Island. The golem hero left this world. After his death, the golems that controlled the island turned to dust. For the first time since the destruction of the sword hero, there are peaceful times on Jeju Island. At last, people were free and happy to move freely without fear of punishment. They hugged each other joyfully, happy that they were finally safe. They couldn't believe they had survived this. Park Jong-soo's character watched from the sidelines as the liberated people rejoiced. His eyes were filled with sadness and his fists were clenched with anger. He wanted revenge. Seeing the reunited family hugging happily, Park Jong-soo experienced bitterness. He realized that no matter what he did, he would never get to see his family again. The image of his own parents, grandmother, and little sister surfaced in his mind. The guy thought those who had someone to reunite with were the lucky ones. Suddenly, Park Jong-soo heard a strange noise. Someone was clearly sneaking towards him. Abruptly putting his spear in front of him, he saw the face of a frightened girl. Putting her hands up, So-mi said that she was the one who was on the coast. She asked why he was hiding out here. Everyone's wondering who destroyed the hero. She asked if he could go to them. He replied that knowing that the hero had destroyed his own kind would do nothing for them. On the contrary, it would make them even more horrified. And he had absolutely no interest in calming them down later. He turned to leave. With a smile, Seomi said that he was being kind. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think about their feelings. Park Jong-soo turned around and shouted that he could think whatever he wanted. They wouldn't meet again anyway. The girl yelled that she only had one question left to ask if he was going to destroy all the heroes. He replied that he would destroy anyone who teamed up with the white armor sword hero. She asked if he was after revenge. Park Jong-soo replied that there could be another reason. The girl screamed that then she would help him. Let her exact her revenge. He asked if she was even in her right mind. So-mi replied that she understood he thought she would only get in his way. But he doesn't know where any of these characters are right now. She does. She saw it with her own eyes when she fled Seoul for Jeju. Knows in which region each of the heroes has settled. She even knows some of their abilities. The sword hero is in Seoul, and on the way there, you'll need a place to sleep and something to eat. You have to ask the locals. Find out the best way to get to the right place or where to eat and stay. She'll take care of that. Fiercely clenching her fists, So-mi shouted that she would become his guide. Looking at the girl, Park Jong-soo said that he would ask her a question then. Why is she doing all this? What Seomi wants to accomplish by going with him. Because if she stays here, she'll be safe. Maybe even live a peaceful and happy life and never meet the heroes again. Seomi lowered her eyes and said that even though she didn't have much strength, she reached into her pocket and took out a photo. Showing him the photo, she said she lost her family too and hates heroes with all her heart. She wants things to go back to the way they were. She really wants to do her part, but she doesn't have the ability, so she wants to rely on him and his strength. All she wants now is to avenge the heroes for everyone she's lost, while all the people were enjoying their newfound sense of freedom. The two grantors of that very freedom are bound by a blood pact. The guy said if she wasn't afraid he'd use her or dump her, then let her follow him. And together they set out on a journey to find and destroy all the heroes. After leaving the island, Park Jong-soo and Seomi reached the ruined city. They stopped for a break. The hero was preparing his spear for battle. The girl said there's a strong hero nearby. And then there's a weaker one that's a long way off, which he'll choose. After thinking for a while, Park Jong-soo replied that he was choosing the one he could destroy as soon as possible. With a smile, Seomi said he was in his repertoire. She knew he would choose that option. Then his next opponent would be a sea dragon hero. The terrifying hero of the seas who destroyed the Pacific Fleet. She's strong, and her techniques are good. But her pet sea dragon is like a nuclear bomb in its power. Together they wiped out a huge number of people fleeing Seoul for Jeju. Among those people on the destroyed ship was her mom. She died. The girl sank into her memories and tears flowed spontaneously from her eyes. The guy told her not to talk like her sins were some kind of accomplishment. Their enemy is the exterminator, so she must die and the rest should be of no concern to them. All that matters is that they'll need a ship. After all, they'll be fighting on water. The girl replied that someone could help with that. The surviving sailors returned the ship taken away by the hero Golem and are slowly restoring it. After thinking it over, Park Jong-soo and Seomi went to the sailors to ask for a ship. The captain said that for the sake of their fallen comrades, they would escort them into battle. At this time, the sea dragon hero was in the coastal waters of the South Sea. All around were mottled with huge whirlpools of life-threatening water. On the shore lay a huge monstrous sea dragon curled up in a ball. With glowing red eyes, the sea dragon restlessly gazed into the distance. The girl tried to calm him down and said it was okay. They would never set foot on land again. At this time, the sailors were preparing for the ship to depart with Park Jong-soo. One of the sailors sat pensively on the ground and gazed out to sea. The captain came up to him and informed him that there were 2 hours to sail. The sailor said he doubted it was the right decision. They don't know anything for sure. That hero Park Jong-soo who destroyed the golem is on their side or not. Will they be able to destroy that monster and return to land? They might be able to get back, but they can destroy Kim Min-soo. Lowering his eyes, the sailor asked the captain to answer him one question. Why voluntarily return to the underworld from which they barely escaped? The captain replied that this guy had destroyed the hero golem and was going to destroy all the others. Other than that, they're not really sure about anything else. What he's done is enough reason for them to trust him. 30 soldiers who were like sons to him died because of heroes. If he meets them in the next world, he hopes he can tell them that even after they left them, they did not meekly give up. Thanks to them, they stayed alive, so they did everything they could to make sure their deaths were not in vain. If the hero they are going to help is stronger than Kim Min-soo, their sacrifice will be the beginning of the liberation of their country. The captain asked Yun-young if that was reason enough to go back to hell. An hour after departure, she was sailing the South Sea on a ship. A warship with Park Jong-soo on board moved in search of a hero. In So-mi's quarters, she tried to draw the appearance of a sea dragon on paper. She said she's not very good at drawing, but in general, the sea dragon character looks something like this. With a smirk, Park Jong-soo said that his next opponents would be an earthworm and a stick pickle. Seomi said that she shouldn't have been so hard on herself. She warned that she wasn't very good at drawing. Anyway, the important thing is that they work as a couple. That's what makes them different from other heroes. The guy asked if she meant that the sea dragon could act on its own. She said that from what she'd seen, that wasn't exactly true. The girl always stands on the dragon and it doesn't move until she gives the order. It seems to her that in their pairing, it is the girl who is the brains and the dragon who is responsible for the brute force. Pensive Park Jong-soo asked what Seomi knew about her style of attack. She replied that as far back as she could remember while fighting the soldiers, the dragon would release flames or capsize the ship, while the girl defended herself from the attacks directed at her. After thinking about it, he said offense and defense. They'd be hard to beat. The girl said that's why she thought, but they weren't allowed to finish. They saw the sailors come running in and promptly started scattering around. Sailors ran in shouting that everyone needed to take their seats immediately. Grabbing the first sailor he saw, Park Jong-soo asked him what was wrong. A sailor wearing a helmet labeled machine gunner replied that radar picked up an unidentified object. The captain frowned as he stood in the control room, personally observing what was happening. A sailor looking at the radar said he was seeing too many unidentified objects. They are rapidly approaching and very soon there will be a collision. Rising to the surface of the ship, Park Jong-soo stood with his spear preparing for battle. The sailor stood by the machine gun ready to repel a surprise attack at any moment. They opened fire on unidentified objects that were approaching the ship. The water overboard turned a maroon color. The sailors didn't know what was happening. The shells hit a flock of fish that came to the ship. The fish were destroyed. The dumbfounded Somi stared in surprise at the machine gun fish. The fish continued to advance rapidly and were already jumping aboard the ship. Looking at her, Seomi couldn't understand what this nonsense was. They were just freaking out for nothing. Park Jong-soo frowned and said that the fish were scared. That means they're getting closer. Suddenly, a huge, powerful whirlpool appeared right in front of the ship. A moment later, a sea dragon with a hero on its head appeared from there. It was the sea dragon hero Shin-soo-ah. She guessed that on the ship was the hero who destroyed the hero Golem. The girl ordered her dragon to destroy the entire ship to the ground. The captain ordered the helmsman to evade as much as possible. At that moment, Park Jong-soo shouted furiously for the sailors to drop anchor. The captain and helmsman stared dumbfounded at the radar, deciding what to do. The helmsman shouted furiously what this hero was carrying. He would turn the ship around now. Gritting his teeth, the captain replied no, they would follow the hero's orders. Clenching his fists, he angrily ordered them to drop anchor immediately. The sailors obeyed the order and a heavy anchor dropped into the water, stopping the ship. Looking at all of this, Shin Su-ah shouted for them to already disappear at last. In that instant, the huge sea dragon released a powerful crushing flame. A huge deadly stream was rapidly approaching the ship. Park Jong-soo used the weapon transformation technique to attack, ankle defense spear. In a moment, his spear was transformed. It became a truly deadly weapon. The spear flashed with red light. Park Jong-soo grabbed the hilt tightly and shouted ankle activation. A moment later, a huge energy lance erupted in front of the ship. Park Jong-soo turned around and shouted to the sailors to keep their heads down if they wanted to live. Two powerful energies converged in a crushing confrontation. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out and everything around it turned scarlet in color. Stepping out on deck, the sailor watched the ongoing confrontation between the heroes. Frowning, he thought that the hero couldn't attack because he was protecting them. He shouted to the captain to give the order to open fire. After a little thought, the captain pressed the button to contact the ship's crew. He shouted for all crew members to prepare for battle. Have them prepare their weapons and aim for the sea dragon's head. We must attack. The captain ordered fire on the sea monster and his hero. The next instant, bright flashes illuminated everything around. Shells flew towards the enemy. A stream of deadly projectiles swiftly flew into the sea dragon. To repel the attack from the ship, Shin Su-ah used a special defense technique. To protect herself from the deadly projectiles, she activated the Atlantean shield. A shield appeared in front of the sea monster, which could not be penetrated by the fired shells. The shocked sailors stared dumbfounded at what was happening. They were amazed that the attack had been repulsed. Gritting his teeth in anger, the captain ordered him not to lose heart. This is no time to give up. They knew such weapons were nothing against them. Their purpose is to distract them. He ordered us to keep firing, have them use all the ammunition, every firearm they have on the ship. A moment later, deadly projectiles flew toward the sea monster with the hero on his head. At this time, Park Jong-soo continued to hold back the onslaught of the enemy without letting them break through. Seeing the shells flying at the sea dragon, he thought that these sailors were not so useless. After she put up the magical defense, the power of the dragon flame began to weaken. The guy guessed they had 1 mana reserve for 2. If they deplete it, they'll have a chance. Gritting his teeth in rage, Park Jong-soo began to approach the sea dragon. Continuing to hold the defense for the humans, the guy began to slowly move forward. Shin Su-ah frowned as she watched Park Jong-soo. She realized that he had started to move forward. She guessed that he had noticed that the dragon's flames were weakening. The girl unsheathed her weapon. She tossed it up in the air and decided it was no big deal. They'd take care of him easily. She decided she just needed to get rid of the interference that was causing her to use the shield. The girl used the new crushing technique of the Atlanta Trident. Swinging around, Shin Su-ah threw the Atlantean Trident towards the ship. The trident split the muzzle of the machine gun in half. There was a tremendous explosion. But Atlanta's trident couldn't penetrate the defense put up by Park Jong-soon. His shield resisted the flames of the sea dragon and the deadly trident. Deciding to bypass Park Jong-soon's defense, the girl raised her fingers up. At her command, Atlantean's trident swung away from the protective shield. Park Jong-soo frowned as he watched it move. He realized that the trident was turning the other way. Controlling the trident, Shin Su-ah directed it sideways to bypass the defenses. She aimed a crushing trident strike at the ship with the sailor. A moment later, a crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. A sailor monitoring the situation on radar was destroyed by a powerful strike. Moving in a spiral, Atlanta's trident delivered powerful blows, blowing holes in the ship and destroying the sailor. A military doctor came running to the captain. He shouted that he must not be hit in any way. That's when the trident hit him. The captain saw the war doctor die. The shocked captain watched dumbfounded as the deadly trident destroyed everything around him. The huge teeth of the trident destroyed the hull of the ship, making holes in it and destroying the sailors. Flying out from the opposite side, the trident flew towards Park On-soo and So-mi standing on the deck. The shocked Jun-young and Seo-mi stared in horror at the rapidly approaching trident. With a smirk, Shin Su-ah said that the dragon flame was on one side and her trident on the other. This is the end of the nameless hero. He can't handle such an attack. At this moment, Jun-young stood up to meet the deadly trident. He held back the crushing weapon, preventing it from advancing any further. Gritting his teeth in pain and anger, he shouted to Shinsu, "Ah, who does she think they are?" He remembered the words of the captain who had told the dead sailors that even after leaving them, they had not given up. Thanks to them, they have survived and will do everything to ensure that their deaths were not in vain. Sailor held the trident with great difficulty, preventing it from advancing towards Park Jong-soo. He held on with his last strength, slowly making his way towards the hero standing on the deck. Watching this, Shin Su-ah was shocked. She didn't expect an ordinary sailor to be able to do such a thing. An ordinary man covered the hero with his body to help him in battle. With a grin, Jun-young told Park Jong-soo to make sure that these sacrifices were not in vain. Turning around, Park Jong-soo looked at the sailor who had sacrificed himself. He thanked Jun-young and clutched the Atlantean trident tightly in his hand. Clutching his spear in one hand and the other his trident, Park Jong-soo performed the activation of the freeze element. At that moment, the fallen sailors were joined by the deceased Jun-young. Smiling with tears in his eyes, he apologized for being late. They started hugging him and he yelled that he hadn't escaped after all. Once upon a time, Shin S.A. completely unexpectedly fell into the underwater realm. She stared in amazement at the various fish swimming around, not realizing where she was. This was the world of Sea Dragon Atlantean. There were many people around Shin Su-ah, At that moment, Atlanteus came down and said he saw that it was her first time in their kingdom. He welcomed the hero into his domain. Around him stood his subordinates. He said that she seems to be more relaxed about things now. She must have heard about what she had to do to get home. She was told of her responsibilities. The girl replied that she had been told, but it was all too unfamiliar to her. He said it would all fall into place gradually. She's here today because he has to give her something. The girl looked at Atlanta in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on here. He handed her the trident and said it had an ancient history. It had been passed down from generation to generation to the sea dragon hero. Taking the trident in her hands, Shinsu-ah thought that it was quite heavy. Atlantean said the trident was hers, so now she's his hero, and he's putting his life in her hands. Smiling, he inquired if he could rely on Shinsu-ah. The trident of Atlanta lay in Shinsu-ah's hands. It belonged to her now. The girl looked at him, realizing that from this moment on her life would change. Taking a knee, Atlantean asked her to allow her to serve as a sea dragon hero. As a sign of respect and honor, he kissed Shinsu-ah's hand. That was how she became a sea dragon hero. He promised that he would protect her from anything that stood in her way of winning. And now the bloodstained trident was in the hands of an unknown hero. Looking at him with hatred, Shinsu-ah shouted furiously as he dared to touch her trident. The sea dragon raised its head, showering Park Jong-soo with flames. The girl demanded that he return the trident immediately. With a smirk, Park Jong-soo promised that he would return the trident by sticking it into her head. The enraged Shinsu-ah ordered the sea dragon to unleash the full power of its flames on the hero. Defending against the attack, Park Jong-soo held his spear, forming an impenetrable shield. Looking at his enemy, the guy shouted ankle deactivation furiously. A moment later, the shield shattered into small pieces. Shards flew in all directions. Swinging his trident, Park Jong-soo used the Ice Trident Frost Path technique. Swinging with all his might, he hurled the trident towards the sea dragon. The deadly trident swiftly flew towards the sea dragon hero. The trident reached the sea dragon, turning its flames into ice. The shocked Shinsu-ah stared dumbfoundedly at the ice-cold dragon flame. She ordered the dragon not to attack yet. We need to focus on defense. Obediently following her command, the sea dragon stopped spewing flames. Using magic, she whispered the spell Giganti Espitatiada. A moment later, Atlantean's giant shield appeared in front of the sea dragon. With a smile, Shinsu-ah thought that it was a 5-level shield that even a demon pterodactyl couldn't break through. She decided to see if he had the strength to handle such a shield. Swiftly flying towards the Atlantean shield, the trident hit the very center of it. A moment later, the shield shattered into thousands of small shards flying apart. The trident flew through all levels of the shield, splitting them all into small particles. The shocked Shinsu-ah stared dumbfoundedly at what was happening. It was unbelievable. Park Jong-soo was now wielding the trident, destroying the shield levels one by one. After a moment, the trident reached the last layer of defense. It slammed into the last level of the shield but didn't shatter it completely. All this time, Shinsu-ah had been anxiously watching the rapidly flying trident. When she saw that the last level didn't give in, she shouted happily that he hadn't penetrated it after all. Now he could attack. At that moment, she noticed that only the girl and the wounded sailor remained on deck. She wondered where the hero was, and at that moment she heard him shout that he was here. The hero stood on the ice in front of the sea dragon with a flaming spear in his hands. She guessed that that technique wasn't needed to block her attack, and to continue the journey and get as close to her as possible. At this moment, Park Jong-soo, using the life lesson technique, delivered a powerful crushing blow. The deadly blow reached the sea dragon, inflicting severe damage. The huge sea dragon was wounded. It thrashed on the waves, bleeding. A shocked Shinsu-ah looked at her dying pet in horror. She put her hand on his back and said she had always loved him. With tears in her eyes, she remembered how they had always loved each other. They once fought fiercely to defeat a demon pterodactyl. Together, they managed to destroy the bloodthirsty monster. After the win, Atlante ran to her to thank her for the victory. Picking up the girl in his arms, he shouted joyfully that they were able to ward off the evil doom that threatened the world. Looking at Shinsu-ah with a smile, he said that she did well. She handled everything well. He gently hugged the girl and held her tightly against him. Tears flowed from Shinsu-ah's eyes. Looking fondly at the girl, Atlante asked why she was crying on a day like this. She said the demon was destroyed, so they'll have to break up soon. She's glad she can go home, but now she doesn't want to live away from him. He promised that he would follow her into her world, and they could always be together. By fighting back the forces of evil, he has fully fulfilled his royal duty. Therefore, he can now follow Shinsu-ah as her man. The subordinates shouted no. Was His Majesty really going to the hero's world? Their worlds are diametrically opposed. Going to her world could be disastrous for His Majesty. He replied that the hero had no problem adapting to their world, so why can't he? He has already chosen his successor and fully accomplished his mission. Now their king wants to spend the rest of his life with her. After a while, they returned to her world as a couple and were perfectly happy. He put a ring on her finger and they were going to live happily ever after. But unfortunately, that's when they got into big trouble. The human world was proving to be disastrous for the sea dragon. He felt worse and worse. Maintaining the human form was getting harder and harder. The girl knocked anxiously on his door, worrying that he wasn't feeling well. He said it was fine, and suggested they continue their date. Their happy life was falling apart right before their eyes. One day she came home apologizing for being a little late. The surprised girl saw the scattered furniture in Atlanta losing his human form. Its eyes were glowing red. There were fins bursting out from under his skin. He asked Shinsu-ah not to approach. The girl rushed to her lover, wondering what she could do to help him. She hugged him and told him she had savings and suggested we go to some desert island. He won't have to abuse himself if there are no people around. She suggested he build a small house by the sea. They can live there quietly, just the two of them, away from all people. She begs him for one thing, that he never say such things again. After a while, they traveled to the port of Yosu in the South Sea. They boarded the ship to get to their destination as quickly as possible. To hide the sea dragon lunging out, the guy was wrapped in a long cloak. She begged him to be patient a little longer. They only had a little more to go. They're almost there. The guy apologized to Shinsu Ah and said he couldn't take it anymore. A moment later, a bright flash appeared above the ship, illuminating everything around it. The guy once again took on the guise of a sea dragon, destroying the ship they were sailing on. After the South Sea Ferry incident, the government mistook them for rebel heroes. To the humans, they became villains and a large bounty was placed on their heads. Now warships pursued the sea dragon, hoping to destroy it. To defend themselves from the attack, they had to destroy the attacking ships. The girl said they were villains to humans. Out there in the other world, she fought to protect her. Pressing herself against him, she said that now it was her turn to do the same for him. And now they were crushed by Park Jong-soo, bobbing on the icy waves. The huge sea dragon told Shin Soo-ah that he loves her too. He really hoped that they would definitely meet in the other world. At that time, Kim Min-soo was sitting near the statue of national hero Admiral Lee Soon-sin. He sat with his head down, thinking deeply about what he should do next. At that moment, the smiling comeback hero Lee Sung-joon approached him. He said the golem and sea dragon heroes were destroyed by the newly arrived hero. He showed him Park Jong-sun's photos and said that now people have hope. So the end of his reign of perpetual sadness may soon be at hand. Isn't it time to do something about it? He must fight for his vision of the world and by no means give up. Hearing the words of encouragement, Kim Min-soo stood up and squared his shoulders. He took up his huge sword. With a smile, Lee Sung-joon said that it was already more like a sword hero. The sword hero stood with a crushing sword on his shoulder. Once again, the apocalypse was coming. At this time, in another world, a spear was noticed missing in the weapons. They were discussing what they had just gotten the report first spear, Burbish returned, and ankle fifth spear disappeared. The enchantress looking at the weapon said that the hero must have summoned it. It means that the revenge the hero was so eager to exact has begun. She said to call the blacksmiths. They should try to fix all the spears. It's time to repay the hero for his services in saving the world. Looking wistfully at the spear, she figured the new hero wasn't particularly interested in saving their world. He's been training harder than anyone who's ever come in here. The hero practiced hard and intensely, mastering the spear in perfection. He trained to the point of exhaustion to achieve perfection in martial techniques. Tirelessly and without rest, the hero practiced with the spear, achieving perfection. The sorceress ran up to him to stop the endless training. With a frightened rounding of her eyes, she said enough. We can move on to the next training session. But he dismissed her hands and replied that he would decide for himself when he'd had enough. He's still too weak compared to that bastard and can't chill. After all, Dabin died because he was such a weakling and couldn't protect her. He took the task for granted and carried them out without any hesitation or difficulty. Deftly wielding his spear, Park Jong-soo destroyed the enemies one by one. His friends decided it was time to stop him. They shouted to the hero that he had gone too far. The hero continued to fight the goblins, destroying all who got in his way. The bloodthirsty monsters continued to advance, surrounding the hero from all sides. Sticking out their tongues, they grinned and lunged at him with sharp daggers. But Park Jong-soo fought valiantly without letting the goblins get too close. Suddenly, the goblin boss appeared in the gorge with a huge club in his hands. He delivered a powerful blow to Park Jong-soo right on the back of his head, knocking him out. From the crushing blow, the guy collapsed to the ground with a clatter, losing his spear. In front of him, smirking, stood the goblin boss with his subordinates. With difficulty, Park Jong-soo opened his eyes and looked at his enemies. Instead of bloodthirsty goblins, he saw Kim Min-soo in each of them. His heart was filled with rage. Park Jong-soo struggled to get up and said that this was where he was. Park Jong-soo's eyes were filled with a veil of hatred. He jumped up violently and lunged at the goblin boss. The dumbfounded friends watched the hero deliver furious blows to the huge goblin. Striking deadly blows, the hero furiously shouted at the goblin boss to go to the other world. The hero stopped only when, instead of goblins, there was a mountain of breathless bodies in front of him. Exhausted, he crouched straight down on the ground and a vision immediately caught up with him. He saw his little sister reaching out to him and asking for help. He saw his mom asking if Dobin was okay and asking him to take care of his sister. He saw his grandmother standing over him saying she was in a lot of pain. At such moments, Park Jong-soo would fall to the ground and howl like a wild animal, begging Kim Min-soo to go to the other side. He didn't act like a hero, but more like a bloodthirsty destroyer or a vengeful spirit. The enchantress saw that his body was badly scarred from the battle. He was sitting by the fire, and in the light of the flames, the many scars were visible. The sorceress wanted to help the hero and took out a jar of healing ointment. She handed him a jar and said it was a healing ointment. He would feel better if he used it. Helping him to rub his back, she said that fighting so fiercely was very hard and painful. Maybe she's minding her own business, but how's he going to appear to the family with those scars? He replied that he had no more family. They all died at the hands of a hero. The sorceress asked why the eagerness then. She thought he wanted to get home as soon as possible. He replied that there was a man named Kim Min-soo whom he had to destroy. She said there's no one stronger than him. Even if it's all for revenge, you've got to keep your health. The hero replied that Kim Min-soo is very strong and he must surpass him. He'll get stronger than that bastard and take all his limbs. So he can't even move. And then he'll leave it in the sun and cut it off one piece at a time. He will live because he will feed him his own meat. With a bloodthirsty grin, Park Jong-soo said that he would answer for all his sins. He would destroy him as slowly as possible. In another battle, Park Jong-soo managed to destroy the spear hero. The broken demon said he was particularly strong compared to the other heroes. I wonder what the next hero will be like come 100 years from now. At that moment, Park Jong-soo used the healing elixir by pouring it on the demon. The dumbfounded sorceress screamed why he was using a miraculous elixir for a demon. The demon said he knew it. The hero wants to fall as low as he did, he wants to become a demon. The guy replied that they would start over. To get stronger, he would have to train with him some more. The demon was shocked at such words. He didn't expect to be healed to be destroyed again. The hero revived it again and again until the demon begged him to destroy it. The demon begged the hero to end his torment and let him go to the other world. The hero's friends couldn't watch it anymore and decided to stop him. The sorceress grabbed the guy and yelled for him to stop. He was already strong enough. She asked him to stop. She promised they'd help him get revenge. That's why he shouldn't cross the line. He has to stay human. After a while, the blacksmiths would complete their tasks and get all the spears ready. The enchantress watched the blacksmiths at work and remembered the hero. She mentally wished for Park Jong-soo to become a monster even after taking revenge. At this time, Park Jong-soo destroyed the sea dragon hero and headed onward with trident in hand. As he walked, the image of his hated enemy, Kim Min-soo, came back to him. With a smirk, he asked if Park Jong-soo thought anyone was rooting for him to win. He is not the universal savior or protagonist in a valiant hero story. Looking at Park Jong-soo with a sneer, Kim Min-soo called him a pathetic lowlife. The guy said he didn't care. What matters is that he'll be his undoing. With a wave of Atlantean trident, he pushed the intrusive vision away from him. The hero went to the waiting ship on which they had come here. Swinging around, he deftly threw his spear and the trident of Atlanteus aboard the ship. After that, Park Jong-soo himself climbed onto the deck where Seo-mi was waiting for him. The girl, dumbfoundedly looking at him, thought that he had managed to defeat another hero. He does seem capable of destroying all the heroes and freeing people. With a frown, Park Jong-soo asked her if there were any survivors on the ship. She said she'd been on the turret deck and the engine room. She's been through everything. No survivors. Frowning, Park Jong-soo said that she knew so, and so knew that no one had survived. The girl asked fearfully what to do. Without them, they couldn't handle the ship. Among his many abilities, there wouldn't happen to be one that could move them to land. He had already created a shield and made his way to the sea dragon, hero straight master of all things. Frowning, he wondered at her opinion of heroes, wizards of some sort. I remember someone promising to be his guide. Shouldn't she know how to fly a ship? Seo-mi said, embarrassed, that she didn't mean it when she said she would be his guide. She can't do that. Raising her weapon, Park Jong-soo angrily said that he wasn't sure if she could do anything at all. He thought it would be more useful, so he took it with him. Seo-mi shouted angrily that she should tell them what to do first and then leave. The hero stopped for a moment and froze. Without turning around, he told her they needed to rest. She may not be tired, but he needs to recover from the battle. Turning around, Park Jong-soo went to the back of the ship, not wanting to continue this conversation any further. The angry girl screamed that he was making too much of himself. I'm exhausted. Calmly, she added sadly that she wanted to be useful in some way too. The ship continued to anchor. While the hero was recovering, Seo-mi decided to act. The girl decided to dig through all the drawers looking for information that would help them. Shining her flashlight on herself, Seo-mi rummaged through the ship's crew boxes. She thought to herself that she hadn't even worked yet to go on vacation. She thought back to the words of the hero who said he expected her to be more useful. His reproach that she was not tired and he needed to recover from the battle rang in her ears. The girl hoped to find a manual to operate the ship and she would show what she could do. She tirelessly rifled through all the drawers hoping to find something useful. Suddenly, Seo-mi heard a foreign sound that came from the hallway. Looking around frightened, she shined her flashlight there and thought there was someone in the hallway. She didn't know who it could be because the hero was going to bed to regain his strength. Carefully looking out into the hallway, the dumbfounded Seo-mi couldn't believe her eyes. The hero walked down the corridor carrying the bodies of the destroyed sailors. She didn't realize what Park Jong-soo was doing. He was going to rest. The guy carried the breathless bodies onto the deck and carefully placed them in bags. The entire deck of the ship was littered with bags of lifeless bodies of sailors. As he closed another bag, he said his father was a sailor too. Maybe he died somewhere too because of those damned heroes. The guy looked at the dead with tears in his eyes. He said he couldn't send them to their loved ones and apologized for having to see them off like this. Shedding tears, he begged to be forgiven for not being able to protect them from the hero. He hopes that in the next life, they will go to a world where they won't have to sacrifice themselves and suffer in battles. All this time, Seo-mi was watching Park Jong-soo's actions from around the corner. She decided it wasn't worth it to go out and stop the hero from sending the sailors on their final journey. Closing her eyes, Seo-mi decided that the best thing she could do for them right now was to pray. The hero and his companion escorted the fallen soldiers to their final journey. Fate seemed more favorable to these two. Morning came, but they had new guests waiting for them. In the light of the bright rays of the rising sun, they saw a helicopter. He circled over the ship looking at those on deck. The helicopter was full of armed soldiers. They reported that they'd found them. The hero of the rebellion and the girl are on the ship. They've discovered them. It was the restored government of the Republic of Korea. The head of the anti-hero unit, Choi Jong-wook. Orders were given to prepare for an operation to apprehend the hero of the rebellion. The chapter has been warned that they don't know if they have a hero on their side or if his goal is to take over other heroes' territories. The head replied that they would be extremely careful. The helicopter began its descent. The dumbfounded Seo-mi stared in amazement at the helicopter circling above them. Frowning, Park Jong-soo clarified if she was trying to call someone over the radio. The girl replied that she didn't do it and doesn't know where it came from. Looking into the distance, Seo-mi speculated that they might be henchmen of other heroes. Still, the heroes are very strong, so many people join them. Clutching his spear tightly, Park Jong-soo said that it was not a good idea to relax then. At that moment, they heard the head of the anti-hero unit of the restored government of the Republic of Korea organization speak to them. The head said that now they are lowering the ladder the way they will be ready to go up. A moment later, a rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter all the way to the deck. Hero and Seo-mi stared dumbfounded at the downed staircase, deciding what to do. He asked So-mi if she had heard anything about the restored government. The girl replied that she hadn't met in person, but had heard some things when she was in Jeju. They say this organization was created by surviving politicians and military men. She also heard that they're fighting a guerrilla battle against the heroes. He said that if that was the case, it was no surprise that they decided to seek his help. The hero offered to start by listening to what these people wanted from him. After some thought, they decided that they would board the helicopter using the downed ladder. After climbing aboard, Park Jong-soo and Seo-mi looked around warily. The anti-hero head motioned for them to take the empty seats. The hero, along with the girl, took a seat, and the military man closed the door behind them. Head Choi Jong-wook ordered the helicopter pilot to depart. The pilot signaled that he understood the order, and they were on their way. The next minute, the ladder was up, and they were flying. Sitting across from the anti-hero head, Seo-mi scrutinized the two. She noticed the man in formal attire and the military in full armor. Looks like it really is a restored government. Then we don't have to worry. Breaking the silence, Park Jong-soo asked the people where they were going. Frowning, the head replied that the hero's questions here would be asked by them. Head Choi Jong-wook watched the hero and companion sitting across from him. The shocked girl rounded her eyes and screamed what they were even talking about. He destroyed 2 heroes. He's on the side of the humans. Don't they even realize that? You don't need to use force. You need to calm down and have a normal conversation. At this point, the military pointed machine guns at them and ordered them not to move. They warned that 1 second would be enough time for the bullet to penetrate her skull. With a frown, the head said there is no we. There's only them. They don't have any information about them, so they don't trust them. Make no mistake about it, they're not some important person they're escorting. The hero asked how long he thought it would take him to blow the heads off his soldiers and capture the helicopter. How could they even think that bullets would harm the hero in any way? The girl thought about the fact that they would hurt her. Unzipping his jacket, the head of Choi Jong-wook asked what the hero thought about the bomb. The girl was startled when she saw the bomb under the man's clothes. Park Jong-soo looked at them thoughtfully. The chapter said that if it explodes in an enclosed space, is the hero sure she won't get hurt? They're at 600 meters now. Does he think he'll be okay if the helicopter crashes from that altitude? And even if he survives the blast, will he be able to make it to land? Turning to the hero, Seo-mi begged him to be patient and not argue with them. They've thought it through, so they have no escape route. The head said she looks like his sister, so he's speaking in good faith. Let them shut up and do as they are told. And you don't have to show your temper, it won't help them at all. He said they've frozen, have them tied up immediately. After a while, the helicopter reached Seoul. From above, the city looked destroyed. Finally, choosing a place to land the helicopter, landed on the roof of one of the buildings. The first one to get out of the helicopter was anti-hero head Choi Jong-wook. Following him, Seo-mi was brought out with his hands tied and blindfolded. The hero was also tightly bound with ropes. A black blindfold was placed over his eyes. The so-called hero of the uprising, Park Jong-soo, bound hand and foot, arrived at the headquarters of the restored government of the Republic of Korea. The head was congratulated for actually being able to bring in a hero who destroyed his own kind. He said the most important part was yet to come. Have them take them to the interrogation room. He'll be here soon. Stepping aside, Choi Jong-wook wondered if this guy would become their advantage or if it was just a sword hero ploy. Now it's up to him to figure it out, and most importantly, not to make a mistake. At that moment, a drone flew over the building and caught a glimpse of the military. The drone detected an underground room in the building and relayed the information. The man who was watching the drone footage swore furiously. He said that's where the damn rats were. The corridors that led the prisoners to the interrogation room were lined with cameras. Along the way, Park Jong-soo tried to comprehend all the information available to him. The bound So-mi and the hero were surrounded on all sides by military men armed with assault rifles. Park Jong-soo's hands were not only bound with rope and chained. He figured that given the strength of his body, it would take him 1 second to free himself. Judging from the sounds he can hear, there are 4 or 5 soldiers walking around him. It'll take him plus 3 seconds to take them out. He was starting to get annoyed with the whole thing. The hero was thinking of running away right now. But as soon as he stopped, the soldiers pointed their guns at him and shouted why he was standing there. He replied that he had not followed them out of fear, but only to reach dry land. The soldier yelled for the scum to keep moving and shut his mouth until he reached the interrogation room. He put his finger on the trigger, ready to pull it and fire at any second. Frowning and gritting his teeth in anger, the soldier tensed his gaze at the captives. Park Jong-soo was angry and pulled the chains, intending to tear them to shreds. At this moment, So-mi put her hand on his shoulder and asked him not to get angry. They're just scared. She doesn't think they have any evil intentions. They just want to talk to them. They're members of the restored government. These people have as much hatred for the heroes as they do. The girl said they have a common enemy and shouldn't fight against each other. They have to convince people to help them. That's why she's really asking him to stay calm. With an exhale, Park Jong-soo stopped tearing the chain and calmly walked further past the dumbfounded soldiers. He was followed by the bound So-mi, accompanied by 4 other military personnel. After a while, the girls were brought to the interrogation room, where a lone lantern burned lonely. The soldiers helped her to a chair at the conference table. Across from her sat the head of anti-heroes. He glumly prepared himself for questioning. Looking directly at the girl, he said he knew about her not being a hero, so he wanted to hear from her. What a hero of the rebellion really is. What his plans are, what he's up to. The head was also curious about the reason why Seo-mi had taken to helping him. Sighing, Seo-mi replied that Rebellion Hero was too pathos title, but she wouldn't call him a hero. He's very different from the previous ones. With a frown, Choi Jong-wook asked for clarification on exactly how he was different from the other heroes. The girl replied that he seemed to harbor a tremendous anger towards the sword hero. He said he was going to destroy all the heroes. From what she knows, he has no other purpose. He said he was going to leave the world as soon as he killed Kim Min-soo. The head thought that if she wasn't lying, the situation was pretty much the same. So the reason why the hero of the rebellion is appearing now is because he was in a parallel world before. This explains why this hero headed north and destroyed the other heroes. Retribution and malice. If we omit these points, his purpose generally converges with theirs. Out loud, the head said that he believed her that the hero's goal was to destroy the other heroes. Then he'd like to hear the reason she's helping him, and why he's keeping her to himself. The girl answered because she said she would follow him. She thought he might need a guide. Plus, as someone who had also lost all of her family members, she wanted to help exact revenge. Although all this time she was more like a burden. The head replied that it seemed to be true. Enraged, So-mi shouted that she knew the restored government was set up to overthrow the heroes. Thank God, with the help of the military and a restored government, it may not be long before they can crush the heroes and get the world back on track. The head said she speaks well, but she's completely inept at assessing the situation. They're not going to let the hero of the rebellion go. Moreover, they have absolutely no intention of helping him in his vengeance. Until he shows them that, unlike the other heroes, he can be contained. The shocked girl stared dumbfounded at the head. She could not believe her ears. With a frown, the head of Choi Jong-wook said that he had one more question. Does the girl trust him herself? Does she know anything about this character? Does she know what he has in mind? Is he strong enough to crush a sword hero? Can she guarantee that he won't betray all humans for his own gain? And he's also interested in the question of what he'll become after he destroys the sword hero. The girl wondered what would happen to Park Jong-soo after his revenge was accomplished. The head said that just as she said, the hero of the rebellion may indeed prove to be a hope for the survivors. There are even rumors of a hero who destroys his own kind. But by trusting and helping him, they're taking an extreme risk. They are not in a position to take risks just because of a newfound hope. That's why it would be more logical to destroy him now while they are able to contain him, or he should be placed in custody. A shocked Seo-mi thought about what else she had asked him to hold back. If they really did that, he would be furious. 3 days later, Park Jong-soo was in the interrogation room still tied up. He remembered Seo-mi's words about staying calm. They were just scared. She said they have to convince them to help them, so she asked him to stay calm. He thought it was hard for him to understand their fear. They're so afraid of him that they've decided to starve him to death, although his body isn't what it used to be, so he won't die from this. He listened intently to the sounds in the hallway. Suddenly, Park Jong-soo was surprised to notice that there were sounds of gunshots. Deciding that there was something going on there that couldn't be ignored, the hero broke free of his shackles. A moment later, the unbuttoned handcuffs from his hands were on the table. Untying the ropes, he decided to get rid of the blindfold covering his eyes. At that moment, Seo-mi entered the room accompanied by a stranger. Smiling, he asked if he was the hero everyone was listening to right now. The dumbfounded Park Jong-soo stared at the stranger in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. The stranger introduced himself that he was a steel-armed hero and had come to rescue him. Seo-mi said that the restored government was not going to ally with them from the beginning. They wanted to destroy them. But then along came the Hero Steel Hands. Hero Steel Hands said this government wasn't to be trusted from the start. They weren't going to help them. They only wanted to get rid of the hero and So-mi as another threat. She miscalculated. Thank God she was rescued by the Hero Steel Hands. To speed up the untangling of the ropes, Park Jong-soo tensed his muscles. The dumbfounded Seo-mi opened her mouth in surprise to see the ropes flying apart. The enraged Park Jong-soo jumped up from his seat with his teeth clenched in rage. At the same second, he summoned his spear, which flew through the wall and into his hands. The hero shouted angrily that he'd had enough. He'd had enough of this nonsense. At that moment, So-mi shouted at him to stop. Was he really going to fight him? She tried to tell him that he saved her, but Park Jong-soo interrupted her. He grabbed her, lifted her above the floor, and screamed that whether her sense of revenge on the heroes was just that. He never questioned that he and she had the same goal. He trusted her. The hero Steelhand said there seems to be some misunderstanding. Not all heroes are as bad as he thinks they are. They're just unlucky enough to be born now. The enraged Park Jong-soo shouted for him to shut his mouth. Whether it was a misunderstanding or a mistake, he didn't care. They had crossed a line that could not be crossed. All those who have abandoned their humanity will be destroyed. He let go of Seo-mi and roughly tossed her aside. The girl was shocked. Flying far to the side, the dazed girl collapsed to the floor with a clatter. He yelled that before she got into more trouble, he should just get the hell out of here. The girl yelled out what's wrong with him. Is he really just going to end it all once he's done with the sword hero? Frowning, Park Jong-soo fiercely looked at them while deciding what to do. At that moment, the head of Hero Combat walked in and said that the test had been passed. 3 days ago, the head was telling Seo-mi that it was more logical for them to destroy the hero or put him in custody. The girl regretted asking Park Jong-soo to hold back. If they did that, he would be furious. The head asked, did she really think they would immediately rush to help him if he offered to destroy the rest of the heroes? Her plan may seem brilliant to her, but things work very differently in the adult world. She thought the situation was getting more and more confusing. The head said he and she had similar thoughts. He thought it was a gamble worth taking, so he offered her a little gamble. After all, the hero of the rebellion destroyed not one but 2 heroes. But there's a bit of a problem with seniors in high places. These people will choose their safety over fighting for freedom. At that moment, there were people behind the glass who were watching Choi Jong-wook's actions. One of them suggested we watch him. They know that Captain Choi's methods are a bit unconventional. At this time, the head of Choi Jong-wook was looking thoughtfully at the stack, and So-mi was waiting to hear what he had to say to her. Finally, after thinking it over, he suggested that the girl put on a little show. And now the girl was sitting on the floor in front of a dumbfounded and enraged Park Jong-soo. With a sigh, Seo-mi told the hero that everything that happens here is a total show-off. She had to prove that the government could trust him to destroy heroes. The head said they hired an actor similar to the hero Steelhands. Park Jong-soo can lower the spear. Frowning, the guy asked what would happen if he showed friendliness to the type. Captain Choi grinned and replied that in that case he would have been destroyed on the spot. There were many bombs attached under the table where Park Jong-soo was sitting. The chapter revealed that even if the hero survived the bombs that are under the table, he'd be met on the doorstep by a bunch of restored government fighters if something went wrong to buy time to evacuate people. They were going to bury him alive with bombs under the floor. It was the ultimate win-win, so they could protect the citizens and the restored government. They would only have to sacrifice a small number of soldiers willing to give up their lives. The hero thought their sense of enmity was so strong they didn't even care about their own lives. Sacrifice everything to win. Crazy, but you can trust them. He said they were sick of their circus, but he was convinced they had a common enemy. Choi Young-wook frowned and said that he was just like them. Since he showed his hatred for heroes, they would give him their full support. A short while later, Park Jong-soo, accompanied by the head and Seomi, were going upstairs. Captain Choi showed the hero the underground city of B-12 created by the restored government. The girl was dumbfounded at how huge the city was hiding underground. She asked if the rumor that there was a Taekwondo 5 in the basement of the Parliament building was also true. The head revealed that it was activated right after Kim Min-soo appeared, but was later destroyed. Looking at the dumbfounded Somi, he smiled and said he was joking. She's very naive. Since the hero's awareness level is very high, they tried not to blabber left and right about the underground city. This place was originally a bomb shelter that was built during the Cold War. They modernized it and built a city. It is considered small as the population is 50,000, and even here, rumors of him being the hero of the rebellion are already spreading among the people. People are saying that someone has emerged who will crush the villains. They were coming down in the elevator, and people who saw them were shouting and waving happily. The head told Park Jong-soon that he would give him advice as a junior. Let him try not to trample the hopes of these people. If he has any humanity left in him, he must fight not to destroy people, but to protect his friends. After a while, they went downstairs and exited the elevator cab. The dumbfounded Somi looked around with her mouth open in surprise. Frowning, Park Jong-soo thought deeply about the words the head said. Suddenly, a little girl with a bouquet of white flowers headed in their direction. With wide-open, naive eyes, she held out the bouquet to the hero. Giving him the bouquet, the girl promptly rushed back to her parents. Looking at this little girl, Park Jong-soo remembered his little sister, Daebin. He wondered if he had anything left that he actually had to protect. After a while, Park Jong-soo, accompanied by the head and Seo-mi, traveled through the streets of the city. When they reached the building, the head said that while they were in town, they would stay here. They should get a good night's rest. The hero shouted that he wasn't going to stay here. He would leave as soon as he was hungry, replenished his supplies, and figured out how to get to the other heroes. Seomi said that the restored government is a large organization. They can give him a lot more support. For example, to organize an escort or to provide soldiers. Don't say no right away. Let him think it over. The head has confirmed it. If he wants, he can mobilize all the soldiers in the city and send them with him. He realizes that the hero doesn't want to involve ordinary people, but he asked that he think hard about it tonight. The hero, together with Somi, went to rest. The girl took a shower with pleasure. She saw Park Jong-soo sitting pensively on the balcony looking at the city. She quietly moved closer to him and saw that he was sitting with a tin can. Smiling, she asked he must like canned peaches. He replied that sweets have a positive effect on mental performance. He eats peaches to find a way to destroy the sword hero faster. Sitting down on the edge of the Somi, dangling her feet, thoughtfully asked the hero to tell something about himself. He asked why. Does she still doubt him? She thinks he might be like the other heroes. She said not at all. It's just that they hadn't even met each other yet. They had a long way to go. She wouldn't want to be just a girl in a jacket. She pointed to her face and said it was his fault. If he has any conscience left, let him have a word with her. With a sigh, the hero told her that his name was Park Jong-soo. He looked thoughtfully into the distance. The girl smiled and said her name was Young So-mi. She wasn't the girl in the jacket as he called her, but Young So-mi. She held out her hand to him and told him it was nice to meet him for real. It was the evening when the hero and his companion had their first and last heart-to-heart talk. At this time in the reconstituted government, their conversation was being closely watched. Head Choi Jong-wook asked if the rebellion hero was definitely on their side. The guy replied that he hadn't noticed any oddities in his conversation with the girl. We can stop doubting his desire to kill the heroes. Along with him, they already had 3 heroes on their side. The heroes of the Golem and the Sea Dragon died. So they still need to take out 7 heroes, including Kim Min-soo. The girl said that 3 against 7 is still not a good matchup, but if they can take out at least a couple more. The head replied that then everything would go back to normal, and there would be times of peace. Quiet times, the ones when their loved ones were still alive and there were no heroes. Smiling, the girl said that it turns out ordinary people aren't completely useless. The head said they still have a lot of work to do. Still, they did well. The guys did a great job. We must do everything in our power to protect the lives of the people of this city. That night, the men who had dedicated themselves to the defense of this city for the first and last time allowed themselves to relax a little. They congratulated each other that their efforts had finally borne fruit. None of them could have imagined how bleak a future awaited them. Suddenly, Captain Choi Jong-wook heard a suspicious sound and rushed to run into the hallway. He looked out the window and was horrified to see the grim picture before him. The roof concealing their underground city was collapsing. Huge chunks of ceiling were falling from the sky. Jong-soo and Seomi, who were vacationing at the same time, also noticed that something was going on. Upon realizing that they had been discovered, the head of the anti-heroes fiercely bellowed. Through the resulting hole, heroes descended on them, threatening the entire city. Using a special device, they drilled a hole in the ceiling and broke in. The shocked Park Jong-soo shouted furiously when he saw the descending sword hero. He landed on the ground with a thud, shattering everything in his path. The sword hero's eyes burned with scarlet light. He looked at the surrounding people with fury. With a flap of bloody wings, Hong Hwa-ran descended after him. He grinned and said, "That's where the worthless cockroaches had gathered. Turns out they've built themselves a city here." Faith hero Beck. Hana said that soon they will all become her followers. With a flap of her golden wings, she asked them to be careful with their expressions. Magic hero. Ma Yerin yelled at her that she was a fucked up sectarian. Don't even think about using your crazy power. She's sick of it. Hero Iron Hands. Young Yui Ho laughed that it was nice to hear their bickering. The ladies are so enthusiastic. Comeback hero. Lee Sung-joon said it took 7 sweats to bypass the defense system, but he didn't hear any cheers of appreciation. The perfection hero, Cheon Ji-sung, glittering violet eyes, silently looked at what was happening. The transformation hero Lee Garam said he was waiting for the sword hero's instructions. Sadly looking in front of him, Kim Min-soo stood in the middle of the underground city. Lee Sung-joon came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked if Lee Garam hadn't realized it himself. The sword hero wants everyone in this town to feel real sadness. The transformation hero responded so accurately and activated the Bester mode. From all sides of his body, weapons showed up. A moment later, deadly projectiles flew in all directions from him. Crushing weapons exploded, destroying everything in their path. The whole city went up in flames. Shocked by what he saw, Choi Jong-wook recoiled from the window in horror and ran to the center. He ordered immediate activation of all city interceptor systems and cannon emplacements. When he saw that his subordinates were not responding, he shouted why they were inactive. The order was to activate the systems. At that moment, the staff turned around and had a bandage over their eyes like a hero of faith. They amicably asked if he believed in the Lord. Gritting his teeth in rage, the head of the anti-heroes realized that this was the power of a hero of faith. At this time, Baek Hana stood behind the sword hero and smiled. The people obeyed her. They were happily pulling upward, watching the roof of the underground city collapse. Running away from the fanatics, Commander Choi ran out into the hallway and closed the door behind him. He shouted to the armadillo and the bat to mobilize all their forces and stop the heroes. At that moment, stupefied subordinates broke through the door and grabbed the head. He shouted into the radio for them to cover the hero of the uprising and protect the city. A wounded soldier was lying on the road in his walkie-talkie with the voice of the head that if they surrendered now, the country would be finished. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Hero Steelhands grinned that the speech is very touching, but there was no one else to listen to it. He shouted joyfully that justice had been served. The tank division of the restored government battleship had been destroyed. In another part of the city, the hero of the return was at work. Waving his sword, he was destroying people. Grinning, he said that they were well prepared. He almost got wiped out twice. A special unit of bat assassins was wiped out. At this time, the Blood Hero destroyed the Raven helicopter regiment of the restored government. The hero invasion killed 13,700 people in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. At this moment, a deadly spear swiftly flew into the sword hero. To protect Kim Min-soo, the hero of perfection stood in front of him. He used the special technique of the Demon Caster's block. He managed to deflect the blow of the deadly spear and it flew off into the wall of the building. Park Jong-soo ran towards the bloodthirsty heroes with his teeth clenched in anger. He looked at Kim Min-soo with hatred and was going to fight to the last man. Looking at him, the hero asked, "So does that mean he is the one trying to destroy his realm of eternal sadness?" Clenching his fists, Park Jong-soo stood before the heroes of the Sword of Faith and Perfection. He thought he'd finally gotten to the bastard who destroyed his entire family, to the one who took away his quiet and familiar life with the people he loved. Before that damned man who turned this whole world into ruins. Clenching his teeth in rage, he thought about where he could best begin his revenge. The hero of the rebellion clenched his fists with fury and prepared to confront the enemy. All he could think about was Kim Min-soo going to the next world. He'll finish him off once and for all. Raising his hand up, he summoned his spear. At that moment, everything around him lit up. Ankle's defense spear swiftly flew towards Park Jong-soo, illuminating everything with a pink light. Beside him, cutting through the air, the Earth Spear was approaching the hero of the rebellion. On the other side, Paolo's Star Spear answered his call. Not far from the hero, Daryl's deadly demonic spear stabbed into the ground. Blazing with crushing flames, Ignito's fiery spear also answered the call. On the other side, the Vesna's ice spear was rapidly approaching. In addition, Dragon Spear, Splintered Spear of Artie Barbarian Spear of Barton, and Poison Spear of Skull have answered the call. Armed with all the spears that had arrived, Park Jong-soo prepared to attack. All this time, Kim Min-soo was carefully watching the rebellion hero's action. He used a technique combining star power and demonic power, and unleashed the Unstoppable Storm's deadly technique on Park Jong-soo. Putting out 2 spears in front of him, the Star Spear and the Demonic Spear, Park Jong-soo struck a powerful blow. A deadly stream of energy swiftly flew towards the heroes of the Sword and Refinement Faith. The crushing torrent split apart, crashing down upon the heroes before it. The impact made a huge dent in the sidewalk. The whole place was filled with smoke. The Perfection hero took cover behind Kim Min-soo's back, who was countering the flow with his sword. After the deadly blow, the hero of faith was left with only his boots on the ground. Holding a huge sword in front of him, the sword hero repelled the crushing stream. Above them, a transformation hero and a magic hero were hovering in the air. They were watching from above. Looking at the damage Park Jong-soo did, Lee Ga-ram said that this hero is not like those weaklings. Enraged, Ma Yarin shouted that just a little more and they would be hit as well. The hero of faith, Baek Hana, was gradually recovering her damaged body. She grinned and said that she thought their battle would be quite spectacular. The hero of perfection suggested she step aside so they wouldn't get hit. Displaying a huge sword in front of him, Kim Min-soo prepared to fight. Raising all of his spears in front of him, Park Chong-choo looked at him with hatred as he was about to attack. Swinging around, he threw Skull's poison spear at the sword hero with force. But Kim Min-soo dodged and the spear flew past him, sticking to the side. Suddenly, the dazed sword hero noticed that he was bleeding. He was wounded. There was a chink in his armor and blood dripped from his eyes and mouth onto his arm. Clenching his fist with rage, he swung his crushing sword to strike. At this moment, an enraged Park Jong-soo appeared right in front of him with spears in his hands. The moment had finally arrived. Kim Min-soo longed to end his torment in this world by dying at the hands of Park Jong-soo. His eyes lowered. He humbly awaited his fate, unable to bear the suffering any longer. For this character's eyes were filled with the same deep sadness as his own. But suddenly, the sword hero noticed something else in Park Jong-soo's eyes. In the eyes of his adversary, overflowing with the desire for destruction and revenge, there was a bright hope of salvation. And Kim Min-soo thought he wanted to destroy him to be saved, so its destruction would be a happy ending for the enemy. Did the hero of the rebellion think he'd let anyone be happier than himself? He couldn't let that happen and raised his sword, shouting Sword Duran mode, Eclipses. Two of the strongest opponents came together in a crushing confrontation. Neither of them could afford to give up or lose. They looked at each other with hatred. From their deadly blows, everything around them lit up with a powerful glow of colliding energies. Both heroes lay motionless on the ground, exhausted from the battle. Beside their motionless bodies lay their deadly weapons. In that moment, both characters saw their lost loved ones in front of them. They were remembering their past lives that they had before they came to the other world. The hero of the rebellion recalled how the destroyed people lay on the ground after Kim Min-soo's strike. The sword hero recalled being beaten by his uncle when he came to him. In front of Park Jong-soo were bags with the bodies of dead sailors. Kim Min-soo saw people mocking him. Park Jong-soo had a hard time opening his eyes and thought that he would destroy Kim Min-soo no matter what it took. He shouted demonic armor Didanium and tried to get to his feet. Hatred for one man collided with hatred for all of humanity. The hero of the sword turned to the goddess Seraphima asking for her blessing. Overpowering himself, Park Jong-soo got to his feet and clenched his teeth in anger and prepared for battle. Filled with hatred for all living things, Kim Min-soo stood up as well. The hero of the rebellion put on his armor to face off in a bloody battle. With glittering eyes and clenched fists, the sword hero was also ready to fight to the last man. In each of Park Jong-soo's hands was a deadly spear he was about to destroy the sword hero. Swinging his huge sword, Kim Min-soo prepared to deliver a devastating blow, and it was unclear who would emerge victorious in a deadly battle of bitter enemies. The opponents dealt each other crushing blows using deadly weapons. Unwinding the barbarian spear, Barton Park Jong-soo found a powerful crushing blow. A powerful stream of deadly energy rained down on the sword-wielding Kim Min-soo, who was standing there. They crossed spear and sword, and there was no end in sight to their crushing confrontation. The survivors watched the battle of the fittest with horror and hope. The sword hero that destroyed all his enemies in seconds seems to have found a worthy opponent. The dumbfounded girl said that a hero who destroyed other heroes fights a sword hero as an equal. Right now, Park Jong-soo is trying his best to break the vicious cycle of endless sadness. A wounded soldier looking at the battle thought that with such a hero, they still had a chance to win. The anti-hero head walked down the street gathering the remnants of the surviving soldiers. He said the hero of the rebellion is now fighting the hero of the sword. He's their last hope. They must distract the other heroes, whatever it takes. Ordinary people decided to fight to the very end. The head said that even if it cost them their lives, this madness must end. At that moment, a monster with many arms and heads blocked their way. A huge bloodthirsty monster said it was in the name of our Lord. Covering his subordinates, Choi Jong-wook drew his gun and prepared to fight. He took aim at the monster and shouted that he needed to end this once and for all. At this time, the hero of Steel Hands continued to destroy the surviving soldiers. Grinning carnivorously, he said, satisfied with himself that he had cleaned up the place. There were mountains of broken and destroyed military equipment lying around. Looking into the distance, Choi Yui-ho thought that they had been fighting for a surprisingly long time. He wondered if he should help Kim Min-soo. At that moment, a projectile hit him. The powerful blast from the exploding shell covered the hero's steel arms. The barely alive wounded soldier loaded his weapon and shouted furiously that he would not allow it. The furious young Yui-ho turned around and clenched his teeth in anger and looked at the one who dared to do so. The fearless soldier pointed his remaining weapon at the hero and began shooting at the hero. The bullets bounced off the enraged Chung Yi-ho without causing any serious harm. Without letting go of the gun, he yelled that the damn iron wasn't going anywhere. At this time, the Blood Hero was watching the Battle of Heroes from above. He thought he had never seen anything like this before. Kim Min-soo seems to be amused to have fun with that wimpy Park Jong-soo. He smiled, thinking that their favorite hero had such a cute side to him. Suddenly, the dazed Blood Hero noticed that rocks were flying at him. The people standing on the roof threw cobblestones at him and shouted to the bloodsucker that they were here. Let the black ghoul take a shit. Grinning, the Blood Hero replied that he was watching that blood boil in them like that. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a surviving hitman tried to get to the returning hero. Jumping on top of him, the man squeezed his throat with all the strength he had left. Using the incendiary mixture, the humans decided to attack the transformation hero. Setting bottles on fire, they threw homemade weapons at Lee Garam in an attempt to harm him. The enraged transformation hero was dumbfounded that ordinary people were attacking him. At this time, the infuriated hero of faith grabbed Commander Choi and lifted him into the air. Gritting his teeth in anger, the head did not stop shooting at the bloodthirsty monster. All this time, the confrontation between the heroes of the sword and the rebellion did not stop. Clenching his fist, Kim Min-soo gave a powerful, crushing blow to his opponent. Park Jong-soo flew far to the side, knocking everything in his path. For defense, he used the activation of the element Earth. Earth Spear technique, Earth Shackles. He swung the Earth Spear towards the sword hero, intending to crush him. Putting his sword in front of him, Kim Min-soo reflected the powerful strike of the Earth Spear. Flying off to the side, the spear stuck into the ground not far from the sword hero. Suddenly, Kim Min-soo felt that something was happening. The ground moved. The sword hero's feet began to sink into the ground, preventing him from moving. At this moment, Park Jong-soo prepared his dragon spear and prepared to strike. He used Chachedi's special spear technique and delivered a powerful crushing blow. The hero used the dragon spirit and a deadly stream of energy rained down on Kim Min-soo. He figured it had cost him a year of agony and there was one last push left. He swiftly rushed towards Kim Min-soo, intending to deliver a deadly blow. He activated several elements: electricity, ice, earth, earth fire, and air, and used the elemental unification technique. A crushing stream of energy was rapidly approaching the sword hero standing on the ground. Looking at him, Kim Min-soo said that he was strong, but not more than that. The sword hero furiously shouted sword Duran and used the dawn mode technique. An unbelievable force struck Park Jong-soo. A blaze of light illuminated the surroundings. There was a powerful crushing explosion that threw the hero of the rebellion aside. The deadly flow of sword hero energy deprived Park Jong-sun of his left arm. The sword hero shouted furiously that his sorrow wasn't strong enough. One hero's hatred could not stand up to another hero's malice. The enraged Park Jong-soo shouted furiously, not sure if his sorrow wasn't strong enough. Despite being wounded, the hero of the rebellion was not going to give up. He vehemently repeated exactly whether he thought his sorrow was not strong enough. With his head down, Park Jong-soo said that he had lost his entire family because of the sword hero. The world he lived in was in ruins. He had lost everything he held most dear. His life had become a living hell because of a destroyer like him. And Kim Min-soo dares to say it's not enough to be sad. He looked at his sword hero nemesis with hatred. The battle was watched with interest by the heroes of transformation and improvement. The hero of faith and the common people were also watching to see what would happen next. The enraged hero of the uprising rushed to attack Kim Min-soo despite being wounded. The sword hero clenched his fists as he watched the rapidly approaching Park Jong-soo. Swinging with his last strength, Park Jong-soo tried to deliver a crushing blow. But Kim Min-soo was able to dodge the fierce attack of the rebellion hero. Striking back with a crushing blow to Park Jong-soo, the sword hero grinned. He said he was right. He's not so miserable compared to him. He swung around and gave Park Jong-soo a powerful crushing blow, and screamed that it was because he had a chance to be saved. Kim Min-soo's powerful fist struck Park Jong-soo again and again. From the crushing blow, the hero of the rebellion lost his balance and flew aside. Glaring with his eyes, the sword hero said that unlike Jong-soo, he had nothing. Clenching his fist, he delivered a crushing leg kick to the hero of the rebellion. After flying far to the side, Park Jong-soo collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. With deep sadness in his eyes, the sword hero slowly moved towards him. Sitting on the ground, the wounded Jong-soo asked if all of humanity was guilty before him. The hero of the sword stood on the crushed hero of the rebellion, about to finish him off. He grabbed him by the remains of his broken helmet. Jong-soo shouted what he had done to him personally. Swinging, Kim Min-soo furiously shouted that they were all happier than him. They all abandoned him in his distress, and none of them were waiting for him or willing to help him. The hero of the sword said that no one tried to understand or support him. That's the fault of mankind. And Jong-soo's fault is that he dares to give others hope and tries to destroy his kingdom of sorrow. At that moment, a bullet suddenly flew swiftly in front of him. Leaving the rebellion hero, Kim Min-soo looked up to see who it was. In front of them, with a gun in her hands, Seo Mi stood with her teeth clenched in rage. She screamed that Kim Min-soo was right. Park Jong-soo is their last hope. Pointing the gun at the sword hero, the girl rushed towards the heroes. Dumping Jong-soo, the sword hero told her that there was no need to rely on him. So is believing that gun can do anything to him. She replied vehemently that she hadn't counted on it, but someday. If they all unite against him like they did today, sooner or later, the day will come when they can defeat him. That's what they believe. At this time, the wounded captain was barely alive, sitting in the passage next to the destroyed soldiers. A voice calling out to Choi Jong-wook suddenly came to life on the walkie-talkie. The man shouted that the hero of the rebellion had been defeated. Further instructions required. The head has asked that all public address systems in the shelter be turned on. He has one last thing to say. A moment later, the captain's voice echoed throughout the city, calling out to the survivors and all who were able to fight. Frowning, the improvement hero listened to Jong-wook's voice. Hero Steelhands also stopped to listen to the captain's speech. The blood hero gritted his teeth in anger and was furious that these people were still resisting. The captain said that the hero of the rebellion is the kid who keeps waving his spears around their last hope. At this point, their entire army has been defeated. The city is in flames. There are almost no weapons left to arm civilians with. Gradually, all people begin to lose the will to resist the heroes. He's sorry, but now all they can do is save that kid and wait for another chance to finally overthrow the sword hero. He is absolutely sure that such a chance will definitely present itself, and now he's leaving it up to them. He extended the arm to which the fuse was attached. He remembered how when he first saw the hero's smiling girlfriend. Smiling, she asked him to let him take care of the rest. Captain Choi decided that was all he could do now and activated the explosive device. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. The sword hero saw a massive explosion rip a high-rise building in half. The crushing explosion was also watched from the roof of the building by the hero of faith. She said with a smirk that people fight to the end. It's very annoying. Turning around, she asked her novices how they would prove that their faith was strong and unshakable. They shouted with joy that they were ready to give for not left and right hands. A moment later, two huge energy arms covered the flames from the explosion. Kim Min-soo was watching everything from the side with a sad look. At this moment, Mayerin walked up to him and angrily shouted what he was doing here. He's a fucking psycho. She's so sick of pretending she's as crazy as he is. She screamed that she was going to finish the sick, megalomaniacal bastard off and aimed a sweet storm at him. A magical stream with lollipops and candy swiftly flew towards Kim Min-soo. She remembered walking down the street with bags in her hands once in a past life. Talking on the phone, she discussed Yesum's birthday present with her mom. The girl informed me that she had already bought everything and a gift and a delicious cake. She was dumbfounded that her mom had already bought a birthday cake too. Upset, Mayerin yelled into the phone, "What the hell is this?" She said she was going to buy everything herself. She didn't know if she could return the cake and exchange it for macaroons. Preoccupied with the conversation, Mayerin didn't notice anything that was happening around her. She was just leaning over to look at the cake receipt when she heard a shout of "Look out." Looking up, the girl didn't even have time to realize what was happening. The huge refrigerator was rapidly falling directly onto Mayerin from above. The world she was finally able to return to wanting to be reunited with her family was on fire from someone else's evil. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She didn't know what to do now. The heroes are faced with the choice of trying to resist putting their lives on the line. or become part of this madness by teaming up with sword hero Kim Min-soo. She was brave and determined, so she let it go. She hoped she wouldn't have to make a choice. Together with her family, they would just live an ordinary life. Together with the rest of the people and her mother and sister, Ma Ye-rin came to the food distribution point for the refugees. Mom refused to eat, saying she wasn't hungry and that she and her sister should eat it all. The girl angrily told her mom not to make it up and to eat. They could go faster when she felt better. She ordered her sister to eat too. Now was not the time to be picky. At that moment, the military came up to her and asked if she was Ma Ye-rin. The girl looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what they wanted from her. She asked if escorting civilians was the norm for military police. Don't they have anything better to do if they harass ordinary citizens? The chief said they had more important things to do, but they had heard rumors that a hero was hiding among the refugees. The girl tried to say she didn't know anything about it. They're talking nonsense. Captain Choi read out that Ma Ye-rin is 19 years old in the 3rd grade of high school, reported missing for a year. She showed up 3 months ago just after the other heroes returned, disappeared without a trace, left no clues, and then came back like nothing happened. With a smile, Ma Ye-rin asked what was the big deal that she had been gone for a while. All the missing people are heroes now. Showing her a picture of Choi Jung-wook said she did. They have proof. About 2 weeks ago, their military forces did a bombing raid. They had set the target wrong and all the refugees in her group should have been killed. But someone unknown, very similar to the so-called heroes, stopped the attack and disappeared. She came out of the abandoned building where that hero was supposedly hiding. The girl said it was just an accident, and they made up some bullshit. They're from the government. They're not trained to gather proper evidence. They just make stuff up and are happy to do it. Captain Choi pulled out his gun and said that whether or not they made it up, they would check it out. Seeing the gun pointed at her, Ma Ye-rin was dumbfounded. After a moment, Choi Jong-soo pulled the trigger and a shot rang out. The girl used a magic staff so the bullet wouldn't hurt her. The captain grinned and said that the cartridge might be blank, but what a fish he managed to catch. The girl wondered if he probably wanted to know why she didn't fight. She revealed that there's a big difference in strength between the heroes too. One thing she knows for sure is that the hero is a bit stronger than the demon he slew in the other world, which means the strength of the hero is directly related to the strength of the demon he fought. The demon that Kim Min-soo defeated is really something incredible. The heroes who dared to oppose Kim Min-soo and died by his hand were much stronger than the demons from their worlds. Basically, what she's trying to say is that they've started a fight with someone they'll never beat. Looking at her, Captain Choi Jong-soo wondered if that was her choice. Doesn't it bother her at all that her own world is going to hell? Lowering her eyes, Ma Ye-rin said that of course not. But her mom got sick while they were running away from the heroes. And my little sister whines every night that she has no friends at all. She doesn't want to die. Who will protect her family in all this chaos if not her? With a sigh, Ma Ye-rin admitted to the commander that not all heroes had courage. He replied that you don't have to sacrifice your life to save the world. At this moment, Ma Ye-rin needs to become Kim Min-soo's henchwoman. They don't know when exactly she returned to this world. It's pretty convincing if you pretend she's just recently returned and has already made some noise. They'll be absolutely certain that the girl chose the side of evil. They handed her the papers. The commander said that these papers showed the location of the military base they were planning to get rid of. She should destroy it, then no one around Kim Min-soo will suspect her. He's not suggesting she do it for nothing. They'll send her family overseas. We'll provide her family with security and take care of her mother's health. She said that even so, she couldn't handle Kim Min-soo. She's much weaker. Looking directly into Ma Ye-rin's eyes, Head Choi said that they weren't going to ask her for such a thing. All they want is for her to be their trump card when there's a way to take down Kim Min-soo. She would be an ace up their sleeve. The girl gritted her teeth in anger, thinking that the commander had believed in her to the very end, even when he was dying. It was not for her to stammer about courage, for she ran from the fight to the very end. She shouted furiously that Kim Min-soo was an asshole, and she's actually a hero too. At this time, numbers flashed in the injured Park Jong-soo's mind. The number of lunges was 117,698. The number of swings was 57,991. The number of fainting spells he's been in is 297. I've been one step away from death 13 times in that time. The number of wounds on his body at this point totaled 84. 1,744 bloodthirsty monsters destroyed. Day in and day out, he practiced without forgetting his dead family for a minute. And this is what he managed to achieve. Had everything he had done and endured in this time been completely in vain? He thought that not only had he failed to protect them, he hadn't even been able to avenge them. In his hands were the legendary spears with which he fought fiercely. He used the power of a demon. He did everything he could, but he didn't succeed. But despite his best efforts, he was unable to defeat Kim Min-soo. He gave up all senses and devoted himself to training beyond human capabilities. But all he managed to accomplish was to inflict a couple of wounds on Kim Min-soo, spilling a few drops of his blood and making him angry. Instead of destroying his enemy, he now lies down and dies himself. He thought it was the end. Kim Min-soo can't be defeated. He won't let him take his life a second time. He mentally apologized to his family of fallen sailors and even the little girl who had given him flowers. At that moment, Somi walked over to him and tried to bring him to his senses. The hero of the rebellion could hardly open his eyes, tears streaming from them. He saw in front of him a smiling girl who joyfully asked him to live. At this moment, Ma Ye-rin rushed towards him swiftly, trying to save him. She jumped up to Park Jong-soo and hoisted her onto her shoulder with difficulty. Grabbing him, Ma Ye-rin swiftly rose into the air to carry him away from here. At this time, Seo-mi stood on the ground, watching the heroes leave. She hoped it was not all for nothing. Dragging Park Jong-soo on top of her, Ma Ye-rin fiercely cursed that he was incredibly heavy. Enraged, she screamed at him not to dare pass out and stop bleeding. The transformation hero watched from the ground as the hero of magic with the hero of rebellion in hand rapidly withdrew into the sky. He tapped into the alert to relay information to the other heroes. He screamed for attention. The hero of magic betrayed them and escaped with the spearman. The order to shoot to kill came out of every public address system. After a moment, he activated all of his weapons, hoping to knock them into the air. Aiming the telescopic sight, the transformation hero locked onto the target. A huge number of projectiles flew towards the fleeing heroes. Throwing a glance at the flying projectiles, Mayarin decided that they had to escape at all costs. The girl struggled to dodge the deadly explosions maneuvering through the air. One after another, powerful crushing explosions rang out, shattering everything around them. Suddenly, Mayarin noticed a projectile that was flying right behind them. She looked around, trying to decide how she was going to get away from the deadly projectile. A moment later, there was a crushing explosion destroying everything around it. She managed to activate her defenses in time to block the deadly blast wave. At this moment, Hero Improvement and Hero Steel Hands rushed after them in pursuit. Pushing off from the wall of the building, Cheon Jin Sung tried to catch up with the fleeing heroes. Turning around, Mayarin noticed that the Perfection Hero was catching up with them. At that moment, the girl saw a military man jumping out of the window. Ready to grab the fugitive, Cheon Jin Sung smiled smugly. He was about to grab the girl when a soldier ran out in front of him. At the sacrifice of his life, the soldier broke the glass and flew out the window. He was holding an explosive device. Hardly opening his eyes, Park Jung-soo saw an ordinary person trying to save him. Seeing that the hero of the rebellion had opened his eyes, the soldier shouted joyfully for him to live. A moment later, a crushing explosion rang out in front of the improvement hero. Recoiling, Cheon Jin Sung stopped to avoid being hit by the blast wave. At that moment, the hands of the military reached for the hero of perfection. Clutching grenades in their hands, they shouted furiously that the bastard wasn't going anywhere. The hero of the improvement was shocked. He didn't expect such resistance from ordinary people. Snatching the check, the soldier shouted furiously to go with them to the underworld. A moment later, a massive explosion rang out, covering everyone in deadly flames. Huge chunks of destroyed buildings flew down from the blast wave. The heroes couldn't understand what was wrong with people. They must be out of their minds. Why did the people who were recently shaking with terror go on the attack as if they had lost all fear? At this moment, a bus was rushing rapidly toward the steel-armed hero. The driver squeezed the gas pedal to the fullest. Gritting his teeth in rage, he raced at top speed, hoping to stop the hero. Despite the fact that hope is quite elusive, people sacrifice themselves to buy at least a little time for the two heroes. The enraged Zhang Ui-ho shouted for the worthless thing to stay out of his way and threw the bus aside. At that moment, a truck full of explosives was approaching him. Enraged, the hero fiercely swore that one or the other was in his way. He struck a blow, screaming for people to just accept their defeat. At that moment, the explosive devices in the truck bed detonated. Flying out of the body of the deadly bombs flew on the hero's head. Seeing that everything had worked out, the driver pressed the fuse button and smiled. All he said lastly was that the hero of the rebellion must surely survive. Huge flames from the bombs that exploded covered the hero with steel arms. At the cost of their own lives, these men helped Park Jong-soo and Ma Yarin escape. At this moment, Ma Yarin was trying to carry Park Jong-sun as far away as possible. Gritting her teeth, she dragged his wounded body with all her might. Suddenly, the girl heard behind her the blood hero shouting behind her, calling her a traitor. He asked furiously how much longer she was going to hang around. Did she really believe they'd be able to escape? Abruptly swiping the sharp dagger on his arm, Hong Hua Ran let out a stream of blood. In a moment, the bloody stream turned into a deadly weapon. Drawing the bowstring, the blood hero prepared to release an arrow to stop the fugitives. Deadly arrows swiftly flew towards the fleeing heroes. The girl was terrified. She didn't know if they would be able to avoid the attack. She barely managed to dodge, and the crushing arrows flew into the building, shattering the glass. Gritting her teeth in rage, she thought about the fact that it wasn't going to be that easy. But at least Kim Min-soo and Baek Ha are busy right now. They're holding back part of the collapsed ceiling. Suddenly turning around, the sword hero saw Ma Yarin flying by. Flying up to the crack in the ceiling, the hero of magic hoped to get through it. She decided that the falling shards made it dangerous to try to run through the cracks. Frowning, the girl tried to think of a way to get out of here. At this moment, a deadly stream of blood swiftly rushed past them. She realized that if she kept circling aimlessly like this, they would soon be caught. Suddenly, the girl saw that from the roof of the building, some man was waving at them. Waving a signal light, the man tried to attract Ma Yarin's attention. Deciding that this might be a chance for salvation, the girl headed towards him. Rapidly descending, the heroes were approaching the roof of a high-rise building. Angry, the blood hero said he wanted to play catch-up some more and then finish them off. He shouted furiously that the surviving creeps of the government dare not interfere with him. Bloodthirsty predator Hong Hua Ran rushed in pursuit of the fugitives. At this time, the B-12 platform was packed with survivors. Armed soldiers controlled what was happening by directing people. The survivors slowly moved in line, hoping to escape. They demanded to be let in, but a man from the government told them to calm down and get in line. The girl from the hero combat team was reported that their men are pointing the way for the hero of magic, so she should be arriving here soon. She replied for them to keep it up and summon any remaining soldiers from the shelter. They must buy time for the hero magic so she can escape her pursuers and get to the surface. At this time, in addition to the blood hero, the steel-armed hero was in pursuit. On the other side, an enraged hero of perfection chased after them. The guy hesitantly said that using the elevator to escape is a bit tricky. They don't know how the refugees who are waiting for their turn to land will behave. If you suddenly tell them that imminent doom awaits them, there could be unrest and the situation could escalate. She said to leave it to her. Let her not worry and concentrate on making sure the hero of magic gets here successfully. Government people tried to organize a crowd of people to prevent panic. The commander said they had an announcement to make. This is the last elevator in operation. They're going to make another landing and the elevator will be closed so that the two heroes can use it to leave the place. A man in the crowd shouted that this was an outrage. There are still a lot of people here. The other shouted that if they had no power, they had no right to live. She replied that if they abandoned the hero of the rebellion and went to the surface themselves, there would be no one there to protect them. In that case, sooner or later they will all be destroyed by the heroes, but they can all make sure their deaths are not in vain. All ordinary people can help in the fight against the hated heroes. If the hero of the rebellion survives and they manage to send him out, it won't be an unqualified victory for Kim Min-soo anymore. They can all help. Mankind will have a chance to defeat a sword hero in the future. It must not be missed. She really asked them to sacrifice their lives and fight alongside them. One of the guys at the front of the line pondered the commander's words. With his head down, he walked past the line of people wanting to evacuate. He approached a woman who was holding a small child in her arms. Taking the baby in his arms, the guy said he was giving up his seat to this child. He handed the little boy into the arms of the women ahead of him. The guys standing at the front of the line frowned and looked among themselves. After thinking for a while, they too got out of the line and gave their place to other people. Soon, all the young men were out of the line, leaving the women, children, and old people behind. Putting up protective plates, all the men prepared to fight to the last man. Armed with everything they could find, they were ready to give humanity a chance at salvation. At that moment, Ma Yarin approached the platform with Park Jong-soo in her arms. Seeing the people who tried to help her escape, the girl apologized. Tears glistened in her eyes. She realized that they had no more chance of escape. She swiftly flew to the elevator in time to get to the surface. The last 3,000 people left in the shelter fought furiously. The arriving heroes wiped out every single person without sparing anyone. But people still managed to buy 5 minutes of time for the escaped heroes. That was enough for the hero to carry Park Jong-soo to Indonesia to deserted islands. Finally exhaling, the girl lowered the hero of the rebellion straight to the ground. She started bracing him to bring him to his senses. He had no right to die. 50,000 people sacrificed themselves to save one. At that moment, a stranger approached Ma Yarin and Park Jong-soo. When Park Jong-soo opened his eyes, he saw a girl walking towards them. She walked over to them and smiling said she was very glad that the hero of the rebellion had managed to survive. At that time, an emergency meeting was being held at the White House in the United States. At 13 hours and 47 minutes, communication with the restored government of the Republic of Korea, which they had maintained, was completely lost. There were about 7,000 soldiers in the charge of the restored government, 200 ministers, deputy ministers, and other people who had previously held high government positions. They provided protection for civilians. All 40,000 of these people were in an underground sanctuary city. There's speculation that they all died. The president said they spent a lot of resources to help them build a shelter and install a defense system. The heroes did it. The subordinate turned on a video that showed the arrival of the heroes in the underground city. Government members were surprised that 8 heroes arrived at one place at once. The general assumed that since there were so many heroes, they must have destroyed the shelter incredibly quickly. The restored government was supposed to organize an immediate evacuation and protect everyone. They may not have been able to contact them yet. A subordinate told me that this hero attack was different from all the previous ones. The sword hero was opposed by a hero they knew nothing about before. He motioned for them to take a look for themselves and enlarged the picture of Park Jong-soo. There was silence in the office as everyone wondered what they had just seen. One of the meeting participants asked if the video was fake. Who is the sender? He was told it was their agent in Korea who sent the video at the risk of his own life. The file has not been edited in any way. The president asked where this hero of the uprising is now. He was told that he was currently in hiding and his whereabouts were unknown. At this time in Indonesia on deserted islands, the girl hero was helping Ma Yarin transport Park Jong-soo. As they climbed deeper into the forest, they stopped for a brief respite. The magic hero fell down without strength right on the ground. Park Jong-soo was laid down here as well. The hero girl took a small seed and carefully planted it in the ground. In a moment, sprouts and leaves began to emerge rapidly from the seed. The branches of the plant grew at an incredible rate, stretching out toward the light. They gently wrapped their arms around the tired bodies of the heroes, forming them into a semblance of a bed. Covering her eyes, Ma Yarin comfortably perched on the branches and smiled in her sleep. The wounded Park Jong-soo was lying on the branches completely without strength, without opening his eyes. The forest girl stood between them, wondering what else she could help them with. At this moment, small glowing lights separated from the tree trunk. They enveloped the forest girl's body and she walked over to the sleeping Ma Yarin. Without opening his eyes, the hero of the rebellion inquired what she was saving him for. After all, he lost to a sword hero with no one to help him and no one to sleep with. He remembered the faces of Commander Choi and Seomi. He said he was too weak. That's why everyone died. Again, he could do nothing to save them. Enraged, the forest girl slapped him and shouted at him not to dare speak like that. He's not the one who failed to protect all those people who died in battle. They're the ones who sacrificed their lives to protect him and let him escape. The hero of the rebellion cursed furiously. He couldn't forgive himself for being too weak. With tears in her eyes, the forest girl also remembered the heroes who died without wanting to side with evil. At this time, the White House was discussing what is now an unknown hero, presumably somewhere in Indonesia. They'll only know its exact location once their people get there. The president asked if they were suggesting they just wait for information to come in on his whereabouts. The general said that there are now more than 5 million refugees from Korea in America. News of Korea's destruction spreads very quickly through the media. The president responded that it seems they will not be able to avoid unrest among the population. At that time, people on the streets of the city were reading information about what happened in Korea. They were dumbfounded by the news that the heroes had struck, virtually destroying the country. A participant at the meeting said that it was not just that. There are other countries that had previously assumed that the hero problem would not affect them. When they find out an entire nation has been destroyed, they panic. They'll offer to launch missiles and use everything they have. We need to attack now. Can't have heroes destroying their state either. The general told the president that he thought a preemptive strike was necessary. He asked if they were proposing to send their troops there again. The disgruntled people will revolt. They cannot allow that to happen. The general said there was no need for that. Korea has ceased to exist. There is no more government. It's worth assuming that most of the innocent citizens have long since died. All the heroes have gathered in one place. They can't miss such a rare chance. He proposes the use of a new generation nuclear weapon, the Mace of God. At this time, a satellite armed with a deadly weapon was hovering in space. The crew team was ready to initiate hostilities at any moment. The commander has reported the coordinates of the target. The president has given a direct order to attack. So one man became the object of hatred for the whole world. For all people. The underground city had been destroyed. The bodies of the destroyed people were lying everywhere. The surviving government employee sat among the rubble clutching his automatic rifle. Suddenly, the survivor was noticed by the sword hero and approached him closely. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man pointed his automatic rifle at Kim Min-soo. Looking at him with his sad eyes, the sword hero said unbelievably there was someone left alive. With tears in his eyes, the man looked at the enemy in horror, realizing that he was about to die. Leaning over to him, Kim Min-soo told him to go and give everyone the information. The hero of the spear is destroyed, and with him the hope of humanity is destroyed. Let them continue their pathetic attempts to get rid of him. Too bad their world will cease to exist and they will never see it. He'll save his pathetic life to get the word out. Looking at the surviving man with a chuckle, Kim Min-soo asked if he was afraid. Presnava Magaya fear, the man replied. Sword hero is also afraid that the spear hero will return. Does he think people will continue to hope and fight Kim Min-soo? Despite the current tears, the man smiled and said, what a relief. Looking directly into the eyes of the shocked sword hero, he added that this meant he was not God. He is as human as they are. The enraged sword hero swung his sword and destroyed him. Lowering his head, Kim Min-soo stabbed his sword into the ground in a frenzy. At this point, the returning hero came up to him and said he apologized for interfering with his fun. He just wanted to say they're done cleaning up the shelter. Screaming furiously, Kim Min-soo once again struck the already lifeless body with his sword. Turning around, he saw that all the heroes that were with him had come. The returning hero said that if Kim Min-soo is finished, then they can go. The hero of faith said to ignore them. He can continue to take his anger out on people as long as he likes. Laughing, Yong Yoiho said that those worthless things should get what they deserve. The sword hero replied that there was no need to pretend that they understood him. They are just like humans. They can't understand his feelings. The return hero said they're done here, so enough about that. He'd better tell me what to do next. The restored government of the Republic of Korea has been completely destroyed. The number of miserable humans has now also decreased noticeably. Now he can't wait to see what Kim Min-soo's next move will be. The sword hero replied that their first priority was to track down the spear hero. People still believe he's their hope. By his existence, he destroys the very essence of the world he created. With a smile, Lee Seong-jun asked if he was okay with this, going outside of Korea and amounting to a declaration of enmity against the entire world. At this time at the White House, the President of the United States gathered reporters to make the official announcement. Today, Eastern Time, their longtime ally, the government of the Republic of Korea, was destroyed by the heroes. To honor the long friendship between their countries, they made a momentous decision. Protect world peace from the threat of a terrorist group whose members call themselves heroes. To avoid increasing the number of American families mourning the loss of their loved ones killed in battle in another country, they've decided to go to extreme measures. They will have to use weapons that were last used in the United States more than 50 years ago. He's now talking about nuclear weapons to be used against the heroes. The transformational hero broadcast a video to other heroes where the US president asked the international community and refugees from Korea to be sympathetic. The comeback hero said they were so scared they dared to do such a thing. At that moment, Lee Ga-ram reported that warheads had been detected pointing in their direction. About 2 minutes to collision and nuclear explosion. The transformation hero said it's too close. Now you can't just shoot them down. Blood hero said he was in charge of air defense. What a hack job. He replied that missile warheads fired from a satellite could not have been calculated in advance. Besides, he had always been able to intercept information about upcoming attacks in the past. Looks like they've been holding back information until the last minute. Laughing, Young Yoi-ho said that they had nothing to worry about. After all, they have a reset button. This time, they are all counting on the comeback hero. Lee Sung-jun smiled. He said that still before doing the reset, he would like to know what Min-soo is going to do next. For so long, each of them had been responsible only for their own territory, and the rest of the world was out of the question. The original target of sword hero Kim Min-soo was only the Republic of Korea. Is he really ready to confront the world, and why he changed his mind? The sword hero replied that he didn't intend to antagonize them, but they forced him to. He would get rid of anyone who dared to stand in his way. Lee Sung-jun grinned and said that he understood. So when he comes back, they'll be out to destroy the rest of the world. The hero Ga-ram said to warn him after revival to plan a satellite attack. Then they could hack into their system beforehand. The hero of faith said that now that they've made up their minds, it's time to enjoy the fireworks. She can't wait to find out what happens to her after the nuclear bomb hits. All the heroes sat on the ground and raised their heads upwards, waiting for the missiles to arrive. Within moments, the deadly missiles were rapidly approaching Korea. The heroes watched a powerful crushing explosion destroying everything around them. The sword hero watched as the blast wave rapidly spread out, destroying everything in its path. The returning hero said that after the reset, Kim Min-soo won't remember anyway, so he will reveal the truth to him. Grinning, he admitted that he was the man who had destroyed his parents. Kim Min-soo's eyes filled with rage. He shouted, "Was it really Lee Sung-jun?" At that moment, devastating flames destroyed everything around them. The powerful explosions blew everything apart. The returning hero's ability was to turn back time and the clock wound backwards. After a while, Lee Sung-jun came back and said with a sigh that he knew it. He returned the moment the camera footage was sent to the US government. I wonder if he'll have to write in English again. It's a hassle. Turning to the lifeless body, he asked with a chuckle if Uncle would write for him. If you lent him your mailbox, you could have helped him with a letter. At that time, a nuclear weapon was being prepared for launch in orbit on a satellite. The ship's crew followed all instructions to release the God Mace as ordered. The captain said to prepare the keys to access the Mace of God. The subordinate replied to eat. They simultaneously inserted the keys on both sides, awaiting further instructions. Frowning excitedly, the captain ordered the launcher to be turned on. The red light came on to indicate that everything is ready to start. The commander reported that preparations for the launch of the God's Mace are fully completed. Now all they have to do is wait for a direct order to attack and they will fire a shell. A subordinate asked the captain if he had ever had to launch the God Mace, if only for practice. He replied that it was the first time, so he didn't have a full understanding of its power either. All he knows is that it's the most accurate and effective weapon of mass destruction. Frowning, the subordinate said that it looked like this was the first time they would see her in action. At that moment, a voice came from the speaker saying that the Eagle's permission had been granted. The order was given to attack. The captain responded that he understood the order. He said aloud that the launch of the God Mace was starting and pressed the red button. At that moment, the deadly projectiles were about to fly out and head towards the ground. Frowning, Jenkins looked questioningly at the captain and said that it wouldn't start. Swearing furiously, the captain shouted that he couldn't believe she had broken down at such a moment. He tried to press the button again and again, realizing something wrong was happening. All instruments ceased to obey and the space around them changed. Gritting his teeth in eagerness, Jenkins tried to stop the movement, but the system wouldn't listen. An image of the transformation hero appeared on all the monitors. He said that was it. The satellite captured by Liga Ram moved without obeying the ship's command. Not following the crew's commands, the satellite changed coordinates and began firing deadly projectiles. At this time, a meeting was being held in the US government regarding the Mace of God. Suddenly, a subordinate received information that the satellite had been captured and was traveling on a different course. Security quickly relayed the information to the president and told him to evacuate. Covered by bodyguards, the president rushed to the exit of the hall. They learned that the deadly projectiles of God's Mace flew to other countries instead of Korea. Running past the window, the president and his security detail were shocked at what they saw. Outside the window, we could see the crushing bombs rapidly approaching the city. Horrified, the president prayed to God to help them through it. A moment later, powerful crushing explosions rang out and the city was engulfed in flames. On that day, 16 nuclear warheads of God's Mace exploded around the world. In Paris, France, a nuclear warhead exploded near the Eiffel Tower. They flew in and exploded in Beijing and China, destroying everything around them. Deadly warheads flew to New in India, destroying the city to the ground. Cairo in Egypt was also hit by crushing warhead explosion. On a terrible day, the whole world stopped. The news said Washington was on fire. U.S. Transportation Secretary Burke Hines dropped his coffee cup upon seeing the news. He grabbed his cell phone and started calling, but no one answered his calls. The bodyguards who arrived evacuated the Minister of Transportation in an emergency. He was screaming in terror about what was going on, why no one was answering the phone. Dumbfounded, he asked the guards if the president was safe. He was told that the president, vice president, head of the cabinet, and all its members were dead. All military satellites and radars were simultaneously attacked by hackers, so warheads could not be repelled. That's why they are in the current situation. All members of the cabinet who were in the Capitol at the time of the bombings were killed. Mr. Secretary was informed that he was going to Michigan to attend a conference. He is now the sole survivor of their state's leadership team. When the minister and his guards stepped out into the corridor, the military appeared before them. He's been informed that they're inaugurating a new president. Wei will be sworn in on a Bible. Before he knew it, Burke Hines became president of the United States. He was sitting pensively in his new office when the military entered. They put diplomats in front of him and told him it was the president's nuclear briefcase. It contains all information on ready-to-use nuclear weapons, their location, and launch sites. He can also use it to order the use of nuclear weapons. The president asked what's wrong with the screen. The military replied that a direct link to the transformation hero had been established. A dumbfounded Burke Hines asked if this was one of those terrorists from Korea. They were the ones who carried out the nuclear attack. He shouted out what purpose they had in communicating with this transformation hero in the first place. About 100 years ago, he made his first appearance in Europe, the great hero that ended 2 world battles. Thanks to him, in the 20th century, America became the most powerful power in the world, and a leader in the development of science and technology. Right now, America's transformational hero is on live call with them. It used to be that once every 100 years, a future hero would appear in a random place and be summoned to another world. The hero could have been a destroyed slave beaten to death by his masters, or the knight who fought to the last and fell in unequal combat with his enemies. It could have been a girl who couldn't take the inhuman strain. These people didn't die, but were taken to another world where they would face battle. There, upon awakening, the man was greeted by the locals and given a hero's welcome. Some heroes, after their victory over a demon, had a great impact on the world upon their return. Some of them became heroes of myths and legends that were passed down from generation to generation. Someone became the great emperor who ended the turmoil and ruled the country to enhance its greatness for the rest of the world. And someone became the initiator of scientific and technical achievements. Scientific discoveries were made because of them. Great cities were built. With the help of these heroes, humanity has evolved and improved. The hero transformation revealed that all this time, the returning heroes had been living hand in hand with ordinary people. So he assumes that there are other heroes in the world that they know nothing about. Frowning, dumbfounded, the dumbfounded heroes listened attentively to Ligaram's speech. Blood Hero said that this means that not only Korea but other countries can now have their own heroes. The hero of faith said that if all this is true, then it is clear where all the myths and legends come from. With a smirk, the hero Steel Arm said they don't understand. Doesn't change anything anyway. Let them look at him. Even he's not immortal, and the other heroes aren't. They all died of old age long ago. Bakhana said that there are heroes who can live for hundreds of years, like her. or some kind of transformational hero, someone who has become something else and is no longer human? The returning hero replied that she was right. If that's the case, it's very likely that there are other heroes out there somewhere. That's why he decided to share his thoughts with them. At this time in the United States, a new president arrived in Silicon Valley. He looked at the figures of great scientists on display. They were Einstein and Tesla, Neumann, and even the founding fathers of Silicon Valley. They were all heroes. America's hero said the president was right. They were all his incarnations. If he understands correctly, they came to him because they need help to eliminate the heroes who started the terror. The president responded that frankly, he didn't fully believe he could handle them. But after what he's seen, given all his discoveries, he does seem capable of defeating them. The hero began to slowly sit down on one knee in front of the president. The terrified guards covered Burkhan's and grabbed their weapons. Kneeling Hero said that previous presidents didn't want to rely on him because he wasn't human. They wanted only humans to bring change to the world. She's grateful that he reached out to her today. She won't disappoint him. The president asked if he could find out the reason why she wanted to save the world, and why she's not like the embittered heroes from the Republic of Korea. She said that when she was in the fight with the soldiers, even when the soldiers found out she was a hero and not human, they didn't turn their backs on her. This country did not push her away but supported her and accepted her as she is. That's the reason. It was Marie Stephenson's transformation hero. At this time, important events were taking place in the underground of the Holy See at the Vatican. Using a huge crane, they pulled the sarcophagus out of the boiling lava. Vatican officials standing on the edge watched intently. His Holiness was asked what was inside this sarcophagus. They always assumed it was just one of many holy relics. He replied that he was a missionary who performed the last miracle in the 14th century. He was always on the side of the people. Inside the sarcophagus is the last hero of the faith, Saint Damianus Arcadius. At the same time in Russia, a hero was also being sought in the Sakha Republic of Oymyakon. The military arrived in the republic to search for their hero and ask for help. The military personnel who arrived there arrived at the house and knocked insistently on the door. The door was opened to them by an old man whose chest was studded with orders and medals. A military officer asked if he was retired General Ivan Pushkin. The old man with the scar across his face replied that he was. He's the retired general. After saluting the soldiers, said he was a hero whose exploits are not recorded in history. Hero of ice, Ivan Pushkin. The motherland is calling. They urgently need his help. The heroes of bygone times took the stage. The nuclear warheads of God's mace exploded all over the world, and the governments of all the nations of the world were plunged into utter chaos. They had to refuse to drop Allied troops against the Korean heroes, because all the forces of the states were thrown into fighting the residual radiation. Therefore, the Korean heroes continued the destruction of the world unhindered. They arrived in the western United States in the waters of Los Angeles. The transformation hero has activated Buster mode. At the same time, Blood Hero arrived in Egypt near the Suez Canal. As he wreaked havoc, he cried out for his creation made from the blood of 200,000 men. This is the god of blood, Acrolate. The heroes destroyed one target after another. In the south of Italy, the hero of faith arrived in the Mediterranean Sea. She created a great rain of men, turning them into her minions. Finally, each Korean character was able to sing their own sadness. In the DPRK, Kim Min-soo arrived at Pyongyang's defense line to create destruction. In front of him towered a mountain on which several rows of tanks stood. A runaway military man informed a fellow supreme leader that a sword hero had passed through the defense line. The superior officer slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he had broken through the line of defense. He shouted furiously how that damn son of a bitch managed to get through the minefield. Trying to justify himself, the military man said that the sword hero was most definitely not human. Without any tricks, he just walked through it on his own 2 feet, and the explosions did him no damage. A furious superior officer shouted that they were useless fools. Let them stall as long as they could. Russia and China should not abandon them to their fate. They are their buffer zone. For all he knows, Russia has one of those damn heroes too. They will definitely ship it, so you have to wait for it to arrive. People's army tank troops, nuclear weapons made with the money of the people of their republic. Let them use anything to stall for time. When the tank troops saw the hero approaching, they opened fire on him. Deadly projectiles were flying at Kim Min-soo from all sides. There was a massive, crushing explosion. The whole place was covered with a cloud of smoke. For a while, the firing stopped. The tankers decided to see what was left of the hero. The tanker opened the hatch cover and looked into the clouds of smoke, trying to see something. The smoke was too thick. They couldn't see anything. Taking out binoculars, the tanker looked into the distance, hoping to see that the hero had died. Smiling, he decided that no matter what kind of monster he was, no one would survive without any defense in the open. At this moment, the silhouette of a sword hero became visible through the dissipating smoke. When the tanker saw it, he was shocked. He couldn't believe it was possible. Kim Min-soo stood unharmed under the protection of goddess Seraphima. Frowning, he stood with a huge sword at his side, ready for battle. The dazed tanker shouted furiously for everyone to launch the next volley. At this moment, Kim Min-soo activated the daybreak mode and prepared to attack. With a sweep of his sword, the sword hero delivered a powerful, deadly blow to the soldiers. The power of his blow tore the tanks into small pieces, flying apart. There was an explosion of incredible force, destroying everything in its path. The southern part of Pyongyang was razed to the ground by the sword hero. In the middle of the huge crater stood Kim Min-soo with a sword in his hands. With sadness in his eyes, he looked at the world he had destroyed. Kim Min-soo continued walking through the city, destroying everything in his path. Waving his sword, the hero went deep into the city, destroying block after block. His powerful, deadly energy was crushing everything in its path. He smashed everything around him and kept going on to destroy more. And so time after time, Kim Min-soo left behind only a scorched wasteland. Suddenly, the only one who might be able to stop him appeared on the sword hero's path. Without raising his eyes, the sword hero indifferently stood in front of this person. The ice hero wondered if he was the puppy who wanted the world to sink back into the fires of the underworld. It happened many years ago, in February 1043 at the Reichstag. Frowning, Hitler sat at his desk awaiting news of the battle. At that moment, a subordinate entered and informed the Führer that he had an urgent message from the Eastern Front. She joyfully asked if they must have won. That's the news about the capture of Stalingrad. Lowering his eyes, the commander told about the Battle of Stalingrad. They had suffered a complete defeat. The armored troops were driven out and most were captured. A furious Hitler threw a telephone at him. Furious, he shouted furiously what nonsense he dared to speak. This can't be. 6th and 17th Land Divisions, 1st and 4th Armored Troops. They also sent the golem hero Eunice and the sword hero Siegfried to battle. All of Germany's major forces were committed to this crushing battle. Looking at the map, Hitler couldn't believe that with such a force they'd managed to lose. He was furiously shouting what the hell. Who could defeat an invincible army? Powerful military equipment, a lot of soldiers and hero golems stood on the side of the German army. Suddenly, a torrent of crushing ice floes will come crashing down on them from above. Huge chunks of ice fell on the German army, destroying everything around them. In the midst of all this chaos stood the imperturbable Russian soldier Ivan Pushkin. The hero of ice helped the Russian army in the fight against the German invaders. The German sword hero shouted that Ivan Pushkin is also a hero, so why does he take the side of the people? Swinging the huge sword, he shouted that didn't the ice hero even have pride? Swinging an ice axe, Ivan Pushkin replied that he certainly has pride. He needs to finish this battle sooner rather than later and send the soldiers into the arms of their families. That is his wish. The grinning sword hero surprisingly said not world conquest, but something so simple. In that instant, Ivan Pushkin struck a deadly blow and destroyed him. Frowning, the Russian ice hero looked at everything that was going on around him. Many years had passed since then. The now gray-haired ice hero looked at the young sword hero. The old man just wished for world peace. Kim Min-soo asked if he was also a hero. Ivan asked, can a simple man stand alone in front of him? In the next instant, the sword hero swung a huge sword about to crush him. The hero of ice told him to take his time. He wants to ask him something before he starts the fight. He asked Kim Min-soo what he really wanted. The sword hero swung his huge sword and shouted that he didn't know now either. He struck a crushing blow and the ground cracked with his might. Rocks flew in all directions. The hero of ice answered, and really is there any reason to destroy the world? Ivan Pushkin frowned and shouted furiously that there was simply no such reason. A moment later, a massive explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. The whole place was covered with thick smoke. Kim Min-soo looked around to realize that he was a Russian hero. When the smoke cleared, he saw that there was a huge ice turtle next to Ivan Pushkin. It was the secret water stream of the land turtle. Kim Min-soo thought he was annoyed by Ivan's magic. Furious looking at the sword hero, he furiously shouted that he hadn't even started yet. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he began to release a deadly stream of energy. It began to blow and an eternal frost formed around it, freezing everything in its path. The whole city was frozen. Huge blocks of ice were falling from the sky. Covered in frost, Kim Min-soo continued to stand and stare intently at Ivan. Hero of Ice said that, as expected, he lives up to the hero name. He thought that an ordinary person would have died of frostbite by now, but Kim Min-soo didn't even blink an eye. But until the cold comes out of him, he won't be able to fully utilize his power, because all the energy will be put into recovering from frostbite. And while he's getting used to the cold, he has time to finish his attack. He launched the ice turtle, and it swiftly flew towards the sword hero. Putting his sword in front of him, Kim Min-soo tried to stop the block of ice. He made a lot of effort, but the ice was closing in on him. With great difficulty, he managed to push the ice block away from him. A dazed Kim Min-soo sat on the ground. His hands were covered with a layer of ice. Sitting on a block of ice, Ivan Pushkin asked if he didn't have the skill to adapt. In the next instant, he decided to unleash a huge ice bear. The ice hero used the ice water flow technique of the brown bear. A dumbfounded Kim Min-soo watched in horror as the ice monster flew at him. With a full swing, the ice bear struck the sword hero and pinned him to the ground. Looking at the bear, Ivan thought that if it was a normal human, he would have already stopped attacking and checked if he was alive. He shouted that there was no need for a puppy and used ice water stream to flock the gulls. A moment later, a flock of ice gulls appeared in the sky, ready to attack. Falling stone, they swiftly flew towards the sword hero lying on the ground. There was an imminent collision with the birds. They attacked him from all sides. Suddenly, Kim Min-soo released his internal energy and he managed to destroy the seagulls. With a grin, a huge ice bear with huge claws rushed into the attack. Using his inner strength, Kim Min-soo summoned his huge sword. After a moment, he split the ice monster in half. Shards of ice flew in all directions. Balancing on the turtle, Ivan Pushkin dumbfoundedly watched what was happening. Furiously cursing, he thought that it was a sword hero. Kim Min-soo was standing in front of him in his armor. Fiercely flashing his eyes from under his helmet, the sword hero shouted stumbling stone. Swinging his sword, he shouted for Ivan Pushkin to go to the other world. A moment later, a deadly stream of energy swiftly flew into the ice hero. The entire city lay in ruins, covered in a thick layer of snow from the hero's confrontation. The great Russian ice hero, Ivan Pushkin, was crushed by the Korean sword hero, Kim Min-soo. The mage is always superior in battles and survival battle, because he can't attack the enemy from long range. The opponent simply doesn't have time to learn the mage's various techniques. The sword hero was attacked by a huge flock of deadly ice gulls. It tried to crush the huge ice bear created by the ice hero. An ice turtle swiftly flew at him, trying to crush him. However, Kim Min-soo already knew about all of this. That's why he was able to win. The crushed, decapitated Russian hero lay on the ice in front of the sword hero. Kim Min-soo already had experience fighting a mage hero and knew how to fight. He possessed a special skill of staunch defense and purposely opened up before the opponent's last attack. He was already fighting the hero who had fiercely attacked him with the Firebird. Thinking he was winning, the enemy underestimated the capabilities of a sword hero. A huge fire roast bird circled over Kim Min-soo, threatening to destroy him. Using his sword, he would go into a dumb defense and study his opponent. Anticipating a quick victory, his opponent happily thought that this way he would deal with him quickly. And when the opponent had already relaxed, Kim Min-soo destroyed him with a powerful fire attack. Standing over the crushed Pushkin, Kim Min-soo felt something in his gut. His intuition told him something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He was thinking that he seemed to have missed something, not taking something into account. What it must feel like to defeat a hero who's lived over 100 years, recognizing the power of superiority. But no, there was no taste of victory. And it was for this reason that his anxiety turned into a powerful fear. He thought he'd taken Ivan Pushkin's head off, but there was no blood at all. At this moment, an ice hero emerged from the crushed body and rushed at him with a dagger. It was an icy stream of Matryoshka dolls. Ivan Pushkin delivered a powerful punch to Kim Min-soo. Safe and sound, the ice hero fiercely attacked his opponent. Suddenly, the dumbfounded sword hero noticed blood spurting from himself. The Russian hero cried out that the sword hero was too fixated on the enemy's neck. To repel the old man's crushing attack, Kim Min-soo put out his sword. He struck the ice hero with powerful, deadly fire, hoping to destroy. Frowning, Ivan shouted that Kim Min-soo's intentions were too obvious. He once again used the ice water flow technique of a huge squid. A moment later, huge icy tentacles reached for Ming-soo. He was delivering powerful blows to the sword hero. Huge tentacles flashed through the air. Falling to his knees, Kim Min-soo felt a coldness spreading from his heart. Even the patronage of a goddess has no power in the face of this terrible cold. He realized that if he kept stalling, he'd just freeze to death. Standing on the tentacle of the ice squid, Ivan Pushkin watched what was happening. Using his ice water flow technique, he released a huge ice humpback whale. The ice whale opened its huge mouth with sharp teeth and came at Kim Min-soo. The sword hero fought off the attack. Shards of ice flew in all directions. Kim Min-soo's hands holding the sword trembled. The skin was unnaturally blue. Frowning, Ivan Pushkin thought that the stage of frostbite had already begun. Soon the madness will be over. He's unleashed new monsters made of ice. He used the icy water stream Silver Fang, and huge wolves swiftly flew at the sword hero. The ice monsters grinned with huge fangs and approached Kim Min-soo. Standing on the squid tentacle, Ivan thought that the past sword hero's doom had come at this stage of the attack. He watched the crushing confrontation between the hero and the ice monster. Swinging his sword, Kim Min-soo tried to repel the ice monster's attack. The ice hero thought the guy had 30 seconds left. After that, his body would stop responding. Screaming, "Crack my sword," Kim Min-soo split it into two and delivered a crushing blow. After smashing the ice monsters to pieces, the sword hero continued to move forward. Stroking his beard, Ivan said that he was superior to the previous hero. Armed with two flaming swords, the guy approached the ice squid. The ice hero thought it didn't matter because he would turn to ice in a matter of seconds. He decided he'd have some fun with the hero before that. Using the ice water stream of the ice dead, he released the fighters. A huge crowd of armed ice soldiers stood in front of Kim Min-soo. The ice dead soldiers and the golem hero attacked the sword hero. The previous sword hero consisting of ice was also in the formation created by Ivan Pushkin. The decisive 30 seconds that will determine the winner of the battle have begun. The boy's family was very poor. They went to battle for a sack of flour. It was the year 1916, World War I Eastern Front Line. It was then that this boy first saw the horrifying picture of crushing hostility. Sitting in the trench, he clasped his ears with his palms and shouted fearfully for someone to stop it. Poking their heads out of the trench, machine gunners, fiercely shouting, fired at the enemies. There was a large army moving around accompanied by crushing tanks. He screamed in terror for someone to stop this hell. At that moment, a grenade fell into the trench. Terrified at the deadly weapon, the boy cried out in desperation that he wanted to live. He just dreamed of peace. The hero of ice realized that if left alive, the hero would continue this terrible feud. Powerfully swinging his sword, Kim Min-soo was destroying Ivan's ice army. He crushed the ice soldiers with crushing sword strikes. Watching Kim Min-soo destroy the ice army, Ivan Pushkin shouted that he would stop him. Swinging two swords at once, he destroyed the ice soldiers one by one. The shattered ice soldiers flew apart into different parts, armed soldiers who seemed impossible to count. The huge air-dominant golems fell and crashed to the ground. A sword hero with the most powerful destructive power destroying everything around him, and a power that was eating him from the inside out, robbing him of his strength and ability to move. The sword hero fell to the ground and one of his arms split apart. But he wasn't about to give up and fiercely fought back and clung to life. Kim Min-soo felt like he was playing a chess game with countless pieces on the board. Rising from his last strength, he clenched his sword in his teeth about to attack. Looking at him, Ivan asked him if he had to wreak such havoc and destruction. When will his heart finally settle down and he will end the feud? The sword hero thought that more people should go through what he had to go through. When you go back and realize you have no one and nothing left, they must all survive the despair of loss and loneliness. That's sadness. It's not fair that he suffered alone. Kim Min-soo wanted to be understood. He really wanted to let out all the anger and sadness he was holding in. With fiercely glittering eyes, the sword hero was destroying everything and everyone in his path. Watching him, Ivan Pushkin realized that he had turned into a monster. Waving his swords with flames, Kim Min-soo crushed the ice army. The ice hero shouted furiously that he would cool his head then and rushed to attack. Rapidly approaching the guy, he grabbed his head and released his icy power. Everything around them was covered in ice shards. The ice storm swirled around Kim Min-soo. After a few minutes, Kim Min-soo's body was bound by solid ice. He turned into a block of ice. Ivan Pushkin looked at the guy with pity and said that you can't do such things at his age. Exhausted, he leaned on the ice and said that at least this way he had stopped the bloodshed. He decided that was enough. He felt sorry for the guy and apologized. Suddenly, not far from them, a fireball fell from the sky and a powerful explosion sounded. The shocked ice hero looked at what was happening with bewilderment. Kim Min-soo's friends from another world suddenly appeared in front of them. They frowned as they looked at the sword hero restrained by a block of ice. Imprisoned in the ice prison, Kim Min-soo could only rotate his eyes. The elf screamed in horror at what had happened to their hero. They were in shock. Standing in front of the sword hero, Ivan Pushkin shouted, "Can't." Frowning, he asked why now. A shocked Kim Min-soo was dumbfounded as he watched the scene. He didn't expect to see his friends. The little fairy was shocked. The wizard gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the ice hero. The elf and dwarf frowned, trying to figure out what was going on here. When the finale was a foregone conclusion, those whom the sword hero had needed before came on the scene. At this time, the hero of faith was rampaging through southern Italy. She created a rain of people. Ships in the Mediterranean were blazing with crushing explosions. From all sides, warplanes flew toward the faith hero's henchmen hanging in the air. Pilots talking on the intercom reported that the target had been found. They prepared to start shelling. The planes were armed with deadly shells. The warplanes, having received the order to start shelling, fired crushing missiles. A huge number of deadly shells were rapidly approaching the people. When people have lost hope and there is no chance of victory, they wait for a hero to appear. The hero of faith said they were pointing missiles at them unarmed. With a smirk, Baek said that this one is very, very, very cruel. The people smiling turned to the hero of faith, asking her to show them a miracle. She promised that she would fulfill their request. Now everyone will see a real miracle. If the hero does show up, they say it's a miracle. Then what do you call the heroes that everyone believes in now? One of the pilots reported that his damage level was 0 and requested permission to re-attack. Looking out the window of the airplane, he tried to assess the danger of the enemy. The hero of faith hung in the air alive and unharmed. She grinned at the attacks. Around her, with folded arms and the same smile, hovered many people. The baffled pilot said their missiles were like ant bites to them. They're like monsters. He decided to attack again while he could and shouted to lower the echelon altitude. Frowning, he was puzzled why the other pilot didn't respond. Couldn't have heard. Suddenly, the shocked pilot noticed that pink petals had infiltrated the cockpit. Rapidly approaching the pilot, they dissolved him without leaving a trace. Soon, all the airplanes covered in pink petals exploded in the air. There was nothing left of the pilots in the cockpits either. The petals destroyed them. Faith's heroine watched with a smile as her pink petals destroyed everything around her. She said, "Great martyrs, aren't they beautiful? And people can be as beautiful as flowers." At this point, reinforcements arrived by water in the form of warships. The captain ordered to fire powerful shells and attack the enemy. Deadly shells flew rapidly from the ships toward the men. But soon there was nothing left of the ships either. Destroyed, they bobbed on the waves. At a meeting about the fight against the hero of faith, bad news was given. The first punitive detachment mobilized air and sea forces are destroyed. Frowning, the general asked why they were so powerless. How can one resist a miracle? The hero of faith standing next to him replied that such evil could not be called a miracle. Turning around, the general was shocked to see a hero beside him. Smiling Saint Demian Arcadius promised to show him a real miracle. The dumbfounded general asked in surprise who he was and where he had come from. Holding out his hands to the screen, the hero replied that he didn't think they would remember him, but they should all believe in him as a boy. Damian smiled broadly. After a moment, the shocked general saw the guy disappear completely into the screen. Demianus Arcadius is the only saint to appear during the raging plague. A little miracle who loved people enough to take all the diseases upon himself. The villages he visited had enough milk and honey for the orphans. The military was dumbfounded. All that remained of the hero of faith were footprints on the floor. Demian Arcadius moved to where another hero of the faith, Baek was. When the girl saw him, she was surprised and asked if he really existed. "He's a hero of faith like her." Baek bowed and said she was very happy to meet him. Frowning his eyebrows, Damian Arcadius looked closely at the smiling girl. The hero of faith said that all the people around her are shrouded in an eerie fear. Tears came to his eyes. He had always loved people and helped them. A memory surfaced before the girl's eyes as she sat beaten and frightened in the room. A man dressed as a priest walked in and she shook with terror. When she saw him, her eyes filled with fear of this man. He said smilingly that there was fear around Hana. That's very good. Remembering this, Baek furiously shouted that he knows about her life. Around her, people hovered with their arms folded and continued to smile. They were subject to her will. With one stroke of the hero of faith, all these people like puppets were blown apart. Clouds thickened over her head, and from there the head of a monster appeared. It was the fallen angel Myra Daniel who slowly descended from heaven. Continuing to hang upside down, the fallen angel let out a deadly breath. A huge deadly stream headed towards Demian Arcadius. Not a single muscle trembled on the face of the hero of faith. He calmly continued to stare at her. Baek mother was a believer and constantly prayed with other parishioners. The priest shouted to the congregation that they were all God's children and they should believe it. All the parishioners fell on their knees and repeated prayers after the priest. That's why the girl also believed in God. She prayed with her mom. With her, she attended all the services in the temple and participated in the prayers. On her knees, the little girl kept asking for her mom to be the happiest she could be. Even though her friends called her a bigot, she always liked to pray. Her desk in class was always scribbled with taunts. She was recognized as an outcast. Every day coming to Baek school, she saw new unpleasant writings. She persisted in washing them, but the next day, new ones would appear. Mom, living such a miserable life, didn't cry because God was with her. That's why she can't cry either. Smiling through her tears, Hana continued to erase the writing. That was until this happened. That day, she and my mom were at church. A priest approached them and addressed her mother, calling her sister. The girl looked at him warily and surprised, trying to figure out what he wanted. Smiling, he suggested she attend evening prayers tonight. A moment later, the girl was ushered out the door, which slammed shut with a clatter. She stared dumbfounded at the locked door, not realizing what was going on. After a while, the girl's mother appeared in the doorway. Disheveled with tears in her eyes, she smiled and said Hani needed to pray too. Immersed in memories, the hero of the faith shouted furiously that he knew about it. Around her, people hovered with palms folded and smiling. They were obeying the will of the hero. Baek anger destroyed the people nearby in the blink of an eye. The fallen angel Myr Daniel descended from heaven with a mouth full of sharp fangs. His deadly breath was rapidly approaching Demian Arcadius. Stretching his hand forward, the hero of faith uttered a protecting and restraining descend from heaven. After a moment, Archangel Titaniel appeared beside him with a huge shield. Putting his shield in front of him, the Archangel reflected the crushing energy of the fallen angel. At this time, the crushing confrontation of the angels was being watched in Rome. Frowning, the clergy watched the battle between the two heroes of the faith. The priest prayed for Damian Arcadius to overcome evil. One of them went up to the Pope and said, "Of course you can't think about it. But what happens if St. Damian is defeated? What then awaits them? Even though they've been told he's their last hope, what happens if he doesn't make it?" The Pope replied that everything will be fine, because the power of the pseudo-heroic fanatic is shaking with fear, and the power of St. Damian lies in 1,000,000,000 Catholics. They asked all the churches and all the believers of the world to unite in prayer. Folding his hands, the Pope told him to believe and pray with them. At this time, the Archangel Titaniel confronted the dark energy of the fallen angel. Gritting her teeth in anger, Bek-Hana fiercely cursed and thought that she lacked strength. Smiling, Demian Arcadius asked now it was his turn. He called for the one who divided heaven and earth to come down from heaven. After a moment, the cherubic Samadiel appeared. She took out a huge horn and played on it, summoning holy power. A moment later, pure energy flowed out of the horn, sparkling and shimmering. Smiling, Arcadius said that if the false hero had enough strength, let him try to resist. A powerful stream of sacred energy was rapidly approaching the hovering people. Gritting her teeth in rage, Bek-Hana tried to resist the divine power. She put a shield in front of her to protect herself from that energy. A powerful crushing stream of divine energy rained down on her shield. She thought about how the difference in faith is too vast. The same ability seems completely different because of the difference in strength. Gotta try to get through the defense and get his head. Using the man as a defense, Bek-Hana decided it was the only way. Protecting herself with her human body, she tried to break through the flow of energy. This she managed with great difficulty, and the girl cursed furiously. Wading through the stream, she managed to fly a little to the side. Looking at her, St. Damian said that driven by fear is too slow. A hero of faith using the human body to create a devastating weapon for herself. Swinging the weapon she had received, she prepared to attack the saint. Shouting furiously, Bek-Hana lunged at Damian about to strike. Lowering her eyes, the hero of faith swung one finger to deflect her blow. St. Damian Arcadius swung his arm to crush Bek-Hana. He looked with pity and regret at the girl embraced by fear. Gritting her teeth in anger, she tried to attack him, and she wasn't going to give up. By striking, St. Damian stripped the head of the evil hero of Hana's faith. Looking at the bloody hand, he said her faith was too weak. Bu-Hana's head swiftly flew downwards and almost fell into the water. In flight, the hero of faith's body began to recover rapidly. Large wings kept the girl from falling into the water. Her body had fully recovered. On the surface of the water was Bek-Hana, alive and unharmed. With a flap of her huge wings, she flew swiftly upwards. Bek-Hana continued to fight thanks to her special revitalization ability. Clutching her weapon in her hands, she swiftly rose up, intending to crush Damian. With a smile, St. Damian fell stone-faced and rushed towards her. The furious Bek-Hana shouted furiously. With her spear in front of her, she ran towards him. The saint easily dodged the crushing attack of the false hero of the faith. A moment later, he delivered a powerful crushing blow to the girl. From the powerful blow, Bek-Hana flew far to the side and fell straight into the water. Her life was cut short time after time, but she used her believers. At this time, in the Hall of Faith in Jeonllabuk-do province in Korea, believers were watching the battle. A huge number of enlisted people watched the confrontation between the heroes of the faith. Seeing that Bek-Hana needed fresh blood, some of the believers would stand up and voluntarily sacrifice themselves. People's lives gave her the strength to be reborn, and she was resurrected again and again. Armed with her sword, Bek-Hana once again flew to attack St. Damian. Again and again, he crushed the false hero of faith by stripping her of her head, and she was reborn again. And it could be repeated hundreds and even thousands of times, and there was no end in sight. Looking at this, Damian Arcadius was puzzled as to why she was continuing this pointless fight. There are no worthless lives and actions in this world? Father, that is her plan. The priest did not understand if there are 1,100,000,000 believers, so why is the battle still going on? The struggle did not cease even after 1,000 deaths and began to awaken doubts in Catholics. The priest worriedly wondered if this was the end. He was overcome with doubt. After all, they thought their faith was all-powerful. But looking at Hana's revival, the priest wasn't sure they could win. And at that moment, when he succumbed to the doubt of divine power, a blindfold appeared over his eyes. Seeing how he was taken under Bek-Hana's control with a blindfold, the rest of the priests recoiled in horror. Only the Pope continued to pray relentlessly, not allowing doubt to enter his heart. The fear that is the foundation of Bek-Hana's faith began to overwhelm others. Seeing that half the clergy were blindfolded, the Pope cried out in horror at what was going on. At this moment, St. Damian Arcadius noticed that Bek-Hana's attacks had become more powerful. He felt dumbfounded that she had even managed to inflict a small wound on him. With a pleased smile, the girl gave him crushing blows. She screamed whether he could feel the source of his power gradually weakening. And her power and authority was growing by the minute. And her words were true. She was able to become stronger because of the fear that was born in people's hearts. Therefore, the difference in the strength of the heroes of faith was shrinking at a great speed. People seeing Bek-Hana getting stronger were questioning and fearful. Those who became henchmen of the false hero of the faith attacked the others, increasing the fear. Soon the advantage was on Bek-Hana's side. The people's fear overcame their faith. Defensively, Damian Arcadius guessed that she had planned this from the beginning. The enraged false hero of the faith swung her sword furiously, intending to crush him. But St. Damian managed to deliver a deadly kick to her foot and once again destroying her. He watched as once again his head flew into the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. He realized that every minute his people were losing their faith, so he had to seize the last opportunity. He just has to try to win this battle and restore people's faith. He said the banished defender, the one with the flaming sword in his hands, the one who stands before all. Come down from heaven." In that instant, a heavenly gate appeared behind the hero of faith's back. The faith of 100 million people was still behind him. The gate opened and divine energy came out. Archangel Michael himself appeared behind him with a huge sword. At this moment, the revived Bayek Ha-Na was rapidly approaching them. Saint Demianus Arcadius told the Archangel to destroy all opponents of Christ. Archangel Michael drew his sword, which immediately flashed with a devastating flame. The hero of the faith said that the flaming sword is a holy weapon, inflicting permanent injury. Soon she will lose her ability to be reborn and he will be able to destroy her. Suddenly dumbfounded, Damien felt the sword's power directed at him. A grinning Bek Ha-Na shouted that the believers were turning their backs on Damien. Did he really think the angel wouldn't answer the call of fear? Michael's eyes, too, were covered with a blindfold. At that moment, fear was stronger than hope. No one could have predicted that it would be like this. Though Damien had done much for the people who remembered him, had long since left this world. And Beg Ha-Na, even though people turned away from her, her fear spread everywhere, and the fear she planted was a bomb she'd carefully prepared. The Vatican assumed that's why they broadcast the fight to increase faith in Damien. The battle was watched by all the clergy in the Vatican. Turning on their televisions and holding crosses, all the faithful watched and prayed for the fight. But things took a turn for the worst. Doubt and fear were born in the hearts of the people. The converts with blindfolds shouting furiously were now attacking the others. Clamping the Pope against the wall, they were ready to tear him to shreds. At that moment, the guards appeared in front of him, pushing the Pope away from them. He shouted to immediately stop the broadcast and remove the priest consumed with fear. Security replied that they could not contact the organizers of the broadcast, and if they stop her, it could cause even more fear. With his eyes raised to heaven, the Pope cried out to God asking what they should do now. In the struggle where one's strength is faith and hope, where terrible evil and forgotten goodness struggle, primal fear for their lives overpowered people subjugating their will. In another revival, Bek Ha-Na said that Damien was scared, even though he was initially so confident. Grinning, the girl shouted that the hero of faith was so pathetic right now. At this moment, Bek Ha-Na managed to strip Saint Demian of his head. Crushed, he tried to figure out at what point it all went wrong. He realized he had slept too long and was forgotten. It was Damien's defeat. Now his head was rapidly falling into the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Suddenly, Demian Arcadius found himself on a path in the middle of some garden. He saw a nun with small children praying near his image. When the children saw him, they shouted joyfully to the nun that the saint had returned. "He's alive." The dumbfounded saint sat on the walkway, not understanding how he survived. Looking at the delighted eyes of the children, Demian thought that perhaps this was life after death. In front of him was the orphanage named after him. Here he was never forgotten. Curious children with wide smiles approached the saint sitting on the ground. He realized that there were still children who had not forgotten him. They prayed for him all the time. The reason Demian has tried so hard to remain a saint to the children is that he was once a starving child himself. Together with children like him, ragged and hungry, they begged for alms. Since early morning, they had been walking around with their bags begging passers-by to give them something. But indifferent passers-by passed by the children, rarely giving anything. His parents abandoned him as soon as he was born, and he lived like a pauper. Led by an adult, the children lived right in the woods, warming themselves at night by the fire. Showing his practically empty satchel, Demian said that today was not good. The man was angry that he was only able to bring in these measly crumbs. Enraged, he punched the boy with force, sending Damien flying off to the side. Shouting furiously, the man threateningly said that if he didn't bring a full bucket by morning, they would make soup out of it. The frightened boy ran back to the city in terror to carry out the order. He ran swiftly without seeing the road or looking around. At that moment, a horse-drawn wagon was rushing along the road. The boy jumped out into the road and the coachman had no time to do anything. He wasn't even 10 years old when he died. After hitting the boy, the coachman simply drove on without any intention of helping the orphan. Dying on the mountain road, the boy dreamed of being reborn in a place where there are no orphans and starving children. The coachman cursed that today was a day of bad luck and drove on. Demian's last wish was to create this world himself if it was possible. Looking at the children from the orphanage, the saint thought he wanted to give them a chance to become the adults he himself could not become. With tears in his eyes, he said that when he saw them, he remembered why he wanted to save the world. He realized that somewhere someone was still remembering and praying for him. His name is not forgotten. Rising up, he walked over to the children with a smile and asked them to give him some faith. A saint long forgotten has finally remembered why he was so eager to save the world. Surprised, children clapping their eyes asked how they could give it away. He told them to close their eyes and fold their hands as he did and think of him. The children folded their hands with a smile as he showed them and thought of Damien. Saint Damian Arcadius walked over to the girl and took her hands in his. A bright glowing ball of light appeared in their palms. The girl gasped in delight. He thanked the children for all remembering and believing in him. In return, the saint promised to create a world in which they could grow up. The children shouted joyfully that they agreed and would wait and believe in Saint Damian. Clutching tightly in his hand the faith received from the children, Demian Arcadius rushed back. He hurried back to the battlefield where people were still hanging on. Bayek Ha-Na has already pulled the majority among the 1,000,000,000 Catholics to her side. Seeing Saint Arcadius approaching, she grinned that he only had 2 wings. The girl cried out that it must be hard when you lose all the believers. Pointing in his direction, the vast number of people gripped by fear, she shouted that this wasn't even a game. And Damien had only faith the size of a fist that he cherished. Bloodthirstily snapping their teeth, the people with blurred minds rushed at Damien. Gritting his teeth, he thought about what he had to endure. You can't waste all the power of faith on them. If faith were measured in quantity, Demian Arcadius would have lost a long time ago. The stupefied people continued to pounce furiously on Saint Damian. Suddenly opening his eyes, he realized something had changed. The bloodthirsty men had retreated. A moment later, the fear-stricken cherubic Samathiel appeared before him. Bayek Ha-Na smirked and shouted that she has the kind of temper that she always fights back. A huge stream of crushing cherubic energy rained down on Saint Damian. But faith isn't about quantity. Baek-hana pulled Samathiel to her side and smiled contentedly. The whole sky around him was dark and gloomy. The lightning was crushing. Suddenly, the people on the screen saw a bright light break through the darkness and fog. Looking at the divine light appearing around the injured Damien, they shouted in surprise that it was a miracle. Baek-hana was angry and couldn't understand why he was tolerating rather than defending himself. He could have called on his armor. True faith cannot be defined by numbers invented for counting. Grinning, Saint Damien Arcadius shouted that this was the difference between the two. The faith Damien received and this lump of fear, they have completely different sources. Seeds of kindness planted in the pure hearts of orphans hundreds of years ago. When Damien was reborn, the first thing he did was feed hungry children. Taking the soft, fresh bread, the boy absent-mindedly flapping his eyes said he had no money. Smiling, Damien replied that let him grow up and take care of the other babies. When this boy grew up, he always helped underprivileged children. Now he himself distributed the bread and asked the children to do good when they grew up. The children joyfully accepted the bread and listened attentively to the benefactor. Later, when the boy grew up and became an adult, he founded St. Damien's Orphanage for orphans. Now he was passing on goodness and helping orphaned children grow up to be good people. The children joyfully circled around him and thanked him for his help and shelter. And he asked that when they grow up, they become adults who lend a helping hand to those in need. The faith that lit the fire within hearts has been passed down through the ages. Damien's spear of love. This pride of faith can be a beacon that will help find a way forward and lead humanity out of the darkness. The dumbfounded Baek-hana shockingly noticed that the saint's spear was increasing in size. He shouted that this spear was the meaning of his life. Let him try to block the path if he could. Laughing loudly, Baek-hana said that a couple people's faith is ridiculous. She thought there were many believers willing to give their lives for her, so she could resist as long as she wanted. Suddenly, the girl sensed that something had changed around her. Something was in the air. When she turned around, she was dumbfounded to see tears streaming down the faces of the people she had stupefied. She shouted furiously why they were standing there and not following her orders. Saint Damien shouted that they had seen what true faith can be. Now they realized that their own was disgusting. At that moment, he threw a spear at her. Swiftly flying toward Baek-hana, the spear of true love crushed the false hero. She screamed furiously that these wounds were nothing, if only she would recover. Grabbing the spear that was thrust into her, she realized that fear was leaving her heart. The anger and sadness and fear that had been restraining Baek-hanu could now disappear. The blindfold slowly disappeared from her eyes. Tears came to her eyes. She shouted for the hero of faith not to pretend not to understand her. It's all because of him. Now he has to save her too. Why didn't she show up sooner? Why did she let the priests run amok? At this point, fear began to leave the hearts of the stupefied men, and the blindfolds fell from their eyes. The girl shouted furiously that she wasn't done fighting him yet. The exhausted Saint Damien Arcadius hung in the air with his head down. She thought if she destroyed it, they'd all believe in her again. And then she would have a chance to start over again. The girl rushed to him. At that moment, Saint Damien Arcadius opened his arms before her. The shocked Baek-hana stared at him dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. As he flew closer to the girl, he enclosed her in his strong embrace. Looking at her with tears in his eyes, he said that from the beginning, only she should have been consoled. He called her poor girl. When Baek-hana tried to resist, she shouted furiously for him to let her go. But Saint Damien squeezed her even tighter in his arms. She was still screaming for him to let go. But he kept hugging her and reassuring her that everything would be okay. She's gonna be fine. She asked if he had heard her prayer sooner would anything have changed. He said he'd love to hear from her. Unhappy children should be comforted. That's his motto. At that moment, the bright sun broke through the clouds and bright rays fell on the earth. A golden sarcophagus appeared in front of the heroes of faith where they slowly moved to. Without breaking the embrace, Saint Damien Arcadius dragged Baek-hanu behind him. After a while, the doors of the sarcophagus began to slowly close, leaving them inside. At this time, there was a meeting in the US and Silicon Valley about anti-heroes. Transformational hero Marie Stevenson stood before members of the army and government. She was asked what it meant to divert all Western power to the East. She said something that means something. The Western front should be completely empty. If possible, they should declare a state of emergency and redirect troops. The general asked if a hero of the South was allowed to command the North. Which one, by the way? What they think the US Army is. She replied that it's not the brave who win. Only the hero can fight back against the hero. And many soldiers sacrifice their lives in vain, so he suggests doing so. It takes a monster to fight a monster. She will fight it alone. After listening to the transformation hero, the members of the meeting thought deeply. She asked if there was anything they could do to help her, what they could do in this situation. The transforming hero replied that let them help the way she said they would. They asked if she meant emergency mode. Marie Stevenson said yes. Because people won't trust a robot, they'll trust someone with body heat. Fixing his glasses, the government member said they agreed. They'll leave that monster to her. But he's concerned about something she told them. He'd like to clarify. He told her not to call herself a monster. She has a heart, so she's close to being human. They think of her as their own. After bowing in respect, Marie Stevenson promised that she would not disappoint them. When the broadcast ended, Marie asked Asimov to give her the coordinates of this boy. He said the target has been located, scheduled for departure for Los Angeles. If the landing point does not change, it is assumed that no damage will be done before arriving in the city. She replied that she needed to move faster and asked Asimov to determine the path. They need to get here as soon as possible. There's not another minute to lose. At the time, Lee Gay-ram was in Los Angeles airspace. Drones were flying all over the city, tracking any movement on the city streets. The transformation hero said there weren't even any mice in sight. I wonder if they've all escaped. He doesn't care, though. He could destroy the entire mainland. The transformation hero began firing powerful volleys at the deserted city. Suddenly, Marie Stevenson appeared in front of Lee Gay-ram. The transformation heroes looked at each other. When Lee Gay-ram saw her, he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect a robot to appear in front of him. He thought it was a nice strain. It must be that robot hero from the last century. She said she knew he'd send a lot of people to the afterlife, and he came here to kill innocent people. Angry Lee Ga-ram said he couldn't understand what she was saying. What kind of answer she wants to hear? Maybe the hero thinks he's gonna repent right now. She said it was about time. Even though he had destroyed many, there was still a chance to right the wrongs. Let him help humanity get back on its feet using his technology. Laughing, Lee Ga-ram asked her if she had a malfunction. I think the contacts in the processor are shorted out. Sighing, Marie Stevenson said they used to be human, and humans are not logical. As a hero who is older, she will give him a chance. Marie Stevenson held out her hand to him. The transformational hero must surrender and stop this chaos at last. He replied that he was confused by such a silly suggestion. The strong usually give the weak a chance, not the other way around. Technology that was relevant 100 years ago thinks it can be stronger than the next generation. It's crazy. He doesn't even have words. He used a 70% explosive rain reduction on the shells. A moment later, a powerful stream of deadly projectiles flew toward Marie Stevenson. The transformation hero screamed at her piece of iron. Let her blame the damn world. A moment later, a crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. All around was covered with black smoke and shell fragments flew to the ground. But Marie Stevenson managed to thwart Lee Ga-ram's deadly attack. The transformation hero was shocked that she blocked. It's like some kind of defense. But the technology doesn't exist yet. How she did it. Guessing his thoughts, Marie said that going back 100 years ago, she wasn't just having fun wasting time. On the basis of all the innovations brought by herself, she created new ones, along with the people he hates so much, and left a few trump cards up his sleeve to fend off the hero that will emerge a century from now. At this time, Silicon Valley was ordered to unlock stealth mode. After a moment, the veil from the city disappeared and a completely different view opened up. Behind her back was a huge city hanging in the air. The hero's final weapon, Silicon Valley. She said that 1,000 efforts and sacrifices made to science for the benefit of the future generation. And now the boy hero of the transformation must be respectful to her. Project Manhattan is a US plan to develop nuclear weapons during World War II. During this period, the hero of the transformation met many scientists and saw the potential of humanity. After the struggle was over, the best minds of mankind met again. Top scholars came to the meeting at the invitation of Marie Stevenson. The transformation hero approached them and said she was very happy to see them. Addressing the scholars and reforming friends and comrades, she said they had succeeded in ending the struggle. She assumes they think the reason they're meeting is because of a seminar or lecture. But no, they need to start preparing for the future, otherwise the price to pay will be exorbitant. It is necessary to prepare for future battles with other heroes that will appear in the future. The dumbfounded scientists wondered why Ms. Marie felt that way. Does she think that the next generation of heroes will choose the side of evil just like the current one? She must know something. Lowering her eyes, she replied that it was never a bad idea to be reassured. It's important that the weapon they created is not seen by the world. No one must know about it. This is how the secret Silicon Valley project was created. For many years, scientists and great minds of the country have been working on this project. A lot of people were busy on this project that Marie was overseeing. At this time, the Central American Union headquarters was in control of the situation. The soldier told Miss Marie that everyone within a 100-kilometer radius of Los Angeles had been evacuated. Let him worry about nothing and show the true strength of America to this hero. Bowing, she paid her respects to those who had done their duty. She promised to show the power of really powerful technology. Releasing a huge hand, Marie Stevenson pointed towards Silicon Valley. A huge, powerful chain stretched from the transformation hero towards the fortress. She held that chain tightly in her hands to operate the secret weapon. Soon, numerous tubes reached for the body of the transformation hero. The system reports that synchronization is complete. Control is fully transferred to the master. At that moment, Marie Stevenson ordered Silicon Valley to prepare for battle. The system reported that the missile hatch was open. Huge, deadly missiles became visible. The transforming hero ordered 12 of Leo Szilard's missiles to be launched. A moment later, a stream of deadly missiles swiftly flew towards Lee Ga-ram. Grinning, he said he'd see what a car from the last century could do. He used a force-limiting reduction on the 70% plasma barrier. At that moment, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, destroying everything in its path. The whole area was covered with thick black smoke. Missile fragments fell to the ground. The transformation hero stared at the screen to see the result of the attack. At this moment, a powerful stream of energy released by Lee Ga-ram became visible through the smoke. Marie Stevenson gave the order to activate Niels Bohr's defense system. The entire space above the structures was covered by a powerful defense system. The defense drones released powerful energy streams to repel the attack. Approaching Silicon Valley, Lee Ga-ram's energy collided with the defense shield. System reports drone damage at 27%. The attack has been successfully repulsed. At the moment, the enemy is inactive. Ms. Marie's next order was to prepare Oppenheimer's main weapon. Find the enemy's vulnerability and burn it through with a laser. At this point, part of the structure was thrown down to release the weapon. Huge debris of buildings rumbled to the ground, raising a layer of dust. Huge cannons appeared in place of the destroyed buildings to release shells. The system reports that Oppenheimer's primary weapon has been launched. Powerful lasers flew towards the transformation hero, Lee Ga-ram. The places where the powerful lasers hit were destroyed. He could barely dodge. Looking at the damaged part, Lee Ga-ram thought that this was the development of the last century. I wonder. He estimated the odds of winning at the moment. The probability was 30%. He asked what the chances were if they broke through. The screen read 59. The best result he can achieve is 83%. He used a regime change. The strength limitation was 30%. He activated the jet possession mode. Ms. Marie was amazed. She thought it was an incredible shapeshifting. Science has advanced a great deal. She marveled at his perfect form. A powerful fighter jet was circling Silicon Valley trying to penetrate the defenses. Miss Marie has ordered the defenses to be strengthened. If the barrier is breached, they won't be able to fight anymore. Accelerating harder, Lee Ga-ram shouted furiously that it was now his turn. At this moment, the steel-armed hero appeared. The transformation hero was surprised by his appearance. A dumbfounded Marie Stevenson was stunned by the appearance of yet another hero rebelling against the world. Using his powerful arms, Zhang Yui-ho grabbed onto the protective barrier. Unclenching the energy defenses, he shouted furiously that now she was going to get it. Ms. Marie shouted to quickly add power to the protective barrier. But the system says you can't. The drones have a limited capacity. They'll explode if there's too much energy. The barrier drones were working at maximum capacity. Shouting furiously, the steel-armed hero continued to attack the protective barrier. He finally managed to break through a gap in the defense, and he opened the entrance for Lee Ga-ram. The fighter swiftly broke through the protective barrier into Silicon Valley. The system informed Marie Stevenson that the hero's satellite had passed through the barrier. The transformation hero screamed that all the labors of her geniuses were simply insignificant compared to the power of the heroes. He used total control. It's a shame she chose to side with human beings so weak and imperfect. This is the reason for her defeat. After a moment, Lee Ga-ram opened fire. It was the year 1908, England, London Clothing Factory, Chelsea. A guest who arrived at the factory was led around the premises by the manager. Swanning in front of him, he kept trying to kindly escort him forward. Finally, they arrived at the tailoring shop. The manager said that they were trying to fix everything and had already called the craftsman in the neighborhood. But it will take some time. He really hopes he understands. Mr. Stevenson replied not to be alarmed. He's already doing everything he needs to do. He only came here to express his gratitude. Frowning, the manager shouted to the worker which machines were broken. He replied that it was the 3rd, 17th, and 31st in the main engine. Rudely pushing the subordinate manager away ingratiatingly, told Mr. Stevenson to move on. The handyman said it was fixed this morning. Marie is a handyman. The manager grabbed the girl by the collar and shouted furiously who asked her to climb. Even with a lifetime of toil, she won't make enough to buy him a battery. He threw the girl to the floor and swung around ready to hit her. At this point, Mr. Stevenson shouted for him to stop. After examining the machine, he reported with a smile that it had indeed been fixed. The dumbfounded manager stood there with his hand raised, not knowing what to say. Mr. Stevenson inquired if he could speak to the girl. Lowering her head, Marie stood apprehensively awaiting punishment from Mr. She rounded her eyes in a daze when she saw him holding out the tea. Mr. Stevenson said the machine is now working, but the efficiency is down. And yet she did it without the necessary equipment with just the tools left here? Impressive. He asked if she went to night school. The girl replied that she had 6 sisters and 3 younger ones. All the money for schooling went to her brothers. Mr. Stevenson smiled and said that meant she was uneducated, a genius like him. The girl looked at him in surprise and thanked him for the compliment. He made her an offer. She would be paid more if she agreed to work in the workshop. London's top engineer will teach Marie mechanical engineering. This is how Marie got her start in Stevenson's workshop. They worked together until they fell asleep sometimes, falling asleep on the job. Their business was doing very well. They were very successful in development. Until her mentor died in a fire due to a workshop accident, Marie wept bitterly for the teacher. She cried out that he should have left a mark on history. The wounded Mr. Stevenson replied that he wanted her to be his memory. The lab he invested all the money in, his thesis, all burned down. The only thing he can give Marie is his last name. She said she's going to be Marie Stevenson. On that day, the girl received the last name of a great man and scientist. She understood how people leave a memory of themselves and continued his labors. By day, she worked at the factory, and at night, she continued Stevenson's research. For the rest of her life, she tried to leave her mentor's mark, but eventually died of overwork. But still, her labors were not in vain. Together with her colleagues, she managed to achieve a lot. And now she saw with bitterness that all her years of labor were burning in the fire. The robots attacking the heroes were smashed and broken into small pieces. The steel-handed hero destroyed the machines she created with ease. Grinning happily, Lee Ga-ram ripped out wires and broke parts. Standing in front of the screen, Marie Stevenson watched bitterly as they trashed everything. The system has reported that Leo Szilard's missiles are failing. The entire Silicon Valley lay in ruins. There were massive fires everywhere. She remembered how much effort the scientists had put into creating all this. The system has reported that Niels' defense system is no longer operational. The defenses were completely destroyed by the heroes. They managed to destroy everything. Ms. Stevenson recalled the great scientist who spent a lot of time developing it. The next message from the system was the complete destruction of Oppenheimer's weapon. Her image also surfaced in Marie's mind. He had put a lot of effort into its creation. It was not only Marie's work that was erased, but also the efforts of all her colleagues who had spent years on it. Iron became her skin and wires her veins. There was little humanity left in her, but now, the heroes of the new generation who had lost their humanity as such forced her to go to extreme measures. Miss Marie said it's not the flesh that makes a man a man. How could they go against their own brothers? She clenched her fist with rage. With a forceful strike of her iron fist, she screamed furiously that they lacked humanity. A civilization built on the bones and blood of men. They want to destroy it. She will prevent this horror even if she has to sacrifice her life. She ordered Asimov to give complete freedom of action to Silicon Valley. Remove all restrictions. He reports that all restrictions have been lifted, switching to manual override. After a moment, Marie Stevenson removed all the synchronization wires. She took her body apart piece by piece to amplify its power. With the help of the equipment, Marie was increasing her body's defense and strength. The deadly struggle to preserve all of humanity has begun. After her death, Marie Stevenson woke up in another unfamiliar world. It was a world of transformation. A robot greeted her with a smile. To survive in this world, one had to give up everything human. Once upon a time, Lee Garam also entered the world of transformation after her death. She was dumbfounded when she saw the huge, powerful installation of robots. They used it to create the perfect robot out of an ordinary person. Marie's transformation started with her finger. A powerful stream of energy was released by her hand. A crushing stream of powerful energy destroyed the enemy robot with a single blow. But Lee Garam's hand upgrade was much more powerful. New technology made it possible to create strong weapons. The force of her crushing blow was destroying the huge, dangerous robot. Marie's next change was to improve her legs. They were now metal. The girl didn't succeed at first. She fell with a clatter trying to take a step. She looked at her new legs and wondered if she could manage. Internal organs should have been completely replaced to avoid trauma. Once upon a time, Lee Garam cried out in tears and horror while undergoing this operation. Many tubes and wires went through her body to perfect it. In order to return to the world in which they are waiting, they had to win a crushing battle. Ms. Marie fought fiercely against deadly machines for a chance to return home. She had a protective shield preventing the enemy from getting to her body. She still managed to defeat a fierce opponent to survive. Transformational hero Lee Garam also had to fight for survival. She unleashed a torrent of deadly missiles at her opponent. In order to survive and return to humans, the transformation heroes needed to become less and less humanoid. It's very ironic. A stranger among strangers and a stranger among our own. An iron robot among humans. Lee Garam sat sadly against the wall thinking about what to do next. And when finally such a hero returns to the human world having defeated his enemies, how ordinary people will look at him, what they might see in him. Lee Garam also managed to defeat the creepy, bloodthirsty monster. It was also her time to go back to the world of ordinary people. But people can only see the transformation heroes as weapons. Marie lay on the bed bound with straps. The scientists stood over her, scrutinizing her and deciding how to proceed. They were studying her body on all sorts of devices and testing her capabilities. People may perceive such a returning hero as a monster, a threat to them. When the people saw Lee Garam returning, their eyes widened in horror. They were afraid of her. She stood in the middle of the city, and the frightened people were scattering in different directions. The military arrived and opened fire on her with firearms. They shot at her with high-powered rifles, but the bullets didn't do her any harm. People can see the hero as transformational and human. Ms. Marie has worked side by side with them for many years. And now to protect all of humanity, she has gone into battle with the other heroes. When he saw the huge robot hero Steel Hands was dumbfounded, he said there was her true face. Lee Garam thought that the lack of a protective barrier had reduced the need for a hero with steel arms. Marie Stevenson's main target will be him. They will face a fierce battle. She prepared for battle, transforming her body to enhance her power. With the removal of all the power restrictions, Lee Garam used the blaster mode and turned into an iron monster. Two powerful opponents, two transformation heroes, stood opposite each other preparing for battle. A moment later, Lee Garam released powerful streams of crushing energy. Using powerful lasers, Marie Stevenson struck back at her. Powerful blows rained down on the transformation heroes. There was a massive explosion. The whole place was covered with black smoke. Debris and ashes flew in the air. After a moment's acceleration, Marie Stevenson rushed to attack the enemy. At that moment, Lee Garam rushed towards her to strike. In front of her was a powerful lilac shield protecting her from Mari's blows. There was a green-colored protective shield around Marie too, shielding her from attack. Two mighty adversaries meet in a crushing confrontation. Their blows sent out a blast wave in all directions, demolishing everything around them. The character Lee Garam furiously attacked Marie Stevenson, trying to crush her. Miss Marie fought off the crushing attack without letting Garam break her. Two crushing energies converged in a deadly confrontation. At this point, the steel-armed hero noticed that Marie was distracted by him and decided to seize the moment. If he gets one good moment for Garam, it's a win. Suddenly, a dazed Zhang Uiho noticed that a laser beam flew past him, almost hitting him. Turning around, he saw an army of armed robots behind him. Hovering above them, Asimov informed them that this was Ms. Marie's guest. Have them take care of him. He ordered him shot. Frowning Yang Yoi-ho noticed with a chuckle that the transformation hero was not alone here. Clenching his fists and pushing back, the steel-armed hero rushed to attack the robots. At this moment, Miss Marie managed to break through Lee Garam's protective shield. With a powerful iron hand, she grabbed his head and squeezed it tightly. Miss Marie tightly held Lee Garam, who tried to free herself, transformed her hand into a huge dagger. At this moment, Marie Stevenson furiously shouted the release of the power arm. Spinning at a tremendous speed, her hand began to transform. She screamed the opening of the hammer hand. At that moment, powerful flames flew out of the building. Miss Marie's hammer hand swiftly flew towards her mistress to synchronize. Lee Garam's character cried out, does she really think she's a fool for waiting for her appointment to be completed? At this moment, crushing missiles swiftly flew towards them. As they flew toward Lee Garam, they exploded and enveloped her in powerful flames. Grinning, Marie said she had warned that these were the works of many scholars. As the smoke billowed, Lee Garam stood there deciding what to do next. Saying that you should be respectful to your ancestors, Marie swung around and struck with a powerful hammer. Man is made of skin, blood, and bone. However ironic it may be, heroes whose skin has long since turned into a steel chainmail fought for their future. With her last strength, Lee Garam held back the huge hammer without letting it come down. She used all her power to keep the deadly weapon from striking her. At one point, she still managed to land a leg kick on Ms. Stevenson. Crush has managed to do some damage to Mari's body. Detaching her hand, she ordered the hammer hand to self-destruct. Lee Garam was dumbfounded. A moment later, the detached arm exploded. The powerful blast wave threw Lee Garam aside. Ms. Marie stood with her damaged body missing one arm. Hero Garam stood in the puffs of smoke, also having lost one arm in the battle. Enraged, she lunged towards Mari to crush her. Her face twisted in anger and she screamed furiously, baring powerful fangs. To fend off the powerful attack, Marie Stevenson put her arm out in front of her. The furious Lee Garam approached Marie and fiercely grabbed her arm with her fangs. She managed to deprive her of another hand with her crushing jaws. The transformation heroes have a steel skeleton instead of a skeleton, which once again proved that they were not human. The bereft Miss Marie wasn't about to give up. She screamed a photon laser. A moment later, the laser beam released from her body pierced Garam. The crushing torrent threw her far upward and she fell to the ground with a clatter. Asimov ordered a temporary power reduction to be applied to save Marie's strength. The power was cut off. Transformation. Hero Marie looked at the crushed Garam. A furious Garam shouted why she had taken the side of humans since she was a robot. She's a monster like Garam. The people rejected her too. Why is she fighting for them? They are superior to the wretched human beings in everything. Garam shouted furiously that she hated her with all her heart. Transformational hero Marie Stevenson could have changed the world 100 years ago. She could have been a goddess at the time, and everyone would have bowed down and trembled before her. Then no one would have dared to go against the heroes, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Why Marie hid? Why she lived happily pretending to be human? Sighing, Marie Stevenson replied that because they are people too. She's not God. She doesn't want to become a god or a monster to people. She wants to live in peace and harmony with people. She doesn't want to become a weapon or a hero to people at all. And had absolutely no intention of becoming a metal machine for them. All Marie Stevenson always wanted was to live like a normal person. She always loved her life and dreamed of a happy life with a man. It's been rejected. It's to be expected that there will be people who can't accept her, but she doesn't need to. This pain and thinking about who she is her purely personal problem. But as it happens in the circle of time, it was she who was chosen to be the hero. For that reason, she can't consider herself a victim. It's fate. People don't have to understand them at all. The main thing is that there is no need for hostility, much less should they force people to accept them. She fought alongside them once, and the soldier said she was the reason their team survived. He handed her a bar of chocolate, saying he didn't know if she ate chocolate. He thanked Marie from the bottom of his heart and said she was the best comrade. Respect and recognition of people should be achieved by one's actions. Once she received a letter from the government saying that in gratitude for her labors, she was granted the rights of a resident of America. For her dedication, she is given the opportunity to emigrate there. She determines her own actions, and they prove she's human. She watched a victory parade on the screen that included veterans. One of them said that all the comrades remember Marie Stevenson well. They're old enough that he's afraid they won't be able to meet next year. Before he goes, he'd like to say that instead of brave Marie, they got the medals. Ms. Marie said she wanted to end her life as a human being. She says she hates people but really craves their acceptance. Images of memories ran through Lee Garam's mind. She saw her parents when they were very young. School years when she could hang out with her friends in peace. The competition and the medals won floated before Garam's eyes. She remembered that young boy who had become her first love. But she was stripped of all that. Now people were terrified to see her. All Garam wanted to do was catch up, but people were shying away from her. The boy she liked so much asked dumbfoundedly what was wrong with her eyes. The military armed with firearms opened fire on her. She had so much faith in people. To get back to them, Garam defeated a creepy monster. The hero of transformation thought life would get better now, but alas. What's the point of wanting? She's a machine that has no emotions. A simple piece of iron. They called her a monster, and she decided to live up to it. It's not her fault. Transformer hero Lee Garam screamed furiously. Tears rolled from her eyes. Ms. Marie replied that she appreciated her candor, but it was time to end. At that moment, the steel-armed hero ran up to the robot and grabbed it and stripped it of its head. He squeezed it with fury, turning it into a piece of useless metal. So he destroyed all the other robots by breaking them down for parts. The lone robot looked pensively at what was happening with no intention of backing down. Asimov told Mrs. Stevenson's teacher that he couldn't understand. There are people who destroy others to prove that they are human beings. To continue living in this world, they just take it and burn it down. But it doesn't end there. They do not calm down and continue to fight. People sacrifice other people's interests for their own while going over their heads. They fight and conflict relentlessly without ceasing to destroy each other, yelling and ignoring each other all the time, valuing only their own interests. He told the teacher that he has very strong doubts about people and doesn't understand Marie. At this point, Mary Stevenson continued her fierce fight with Lee Garam. At this moment, the lone robot was noticed by the hero's steel hands and clenched fists. The robot activated its weapon with no intention of retreating or surrendering. Jong Oi-ho frowned and shouted that one man is not a warrior. Had the old Iron Man heard that? Grinning, he shouted to the robot to attack him first. With a wave of its weapon, the robot furiously rushed to attack the enemy. The steel-armed hero grinned and swung his deadly fist. A moment later, metal shards flew in all directions. The robot was destroyed. Satisfied with himself, Jong Oi-ho shouted happily that their scientists' robots had been completely destroyed. The robot could not understand why the teacher was fighting for these imperfect creatures. But he saw the eyes of a teacher shining, trying to save people from total collapse. This is the first time he's seen Marie Stevenson like this, and he can't understand why she helps people. At this moment, the enraged, steel-armed hero raised his foot to stomp on the robot's head. He stomped furiously on the remains of the robot, turning everything into metal debris. Mrs. Stevenson threw a powerful punch at Lee Garam that sent her flying far away. The transformation heroine was furious. Screaming furiously, she prepared for another attack. Ms. Marie responds to Asimov that the fact that he doesn't understand her means she's not just a soulless machine. They stood with a damaged hull and missing arms, but they weren't about to back down. Ms. Marie ordered the hammer hand to be turned on. She had to defeat Garam. Responding to the command, the powerful hammer arms synchronized with Marie. At this moment, screaming furiously and baring her powerful fangs, Lee Garam was rushing towards her. Marie Stevenson's powerful arms grabbed her, not allowing her to get any closer. Innovators and scientists devoted themselves to research and experimentation. They have invested a lot of time and effort to make people's lives better. They gave their lives to fulfill people's wishes. Quantum mechanics law of universal gravitation, black holes, and more. Life is just a moment that will pass anyway. All that matters is what you leave behind. What you will be when you die, what you will be. At this moment, Lee Garam furiously snapped her huge fangs in front of her face. So Ms. Marie Stevenson decided she wanted to die a human being. This Garam girl is a reflection of her past. She must definitely save her. She ordered the control panel to open. Marie realized there was only one option to save the world. The girl opened the hatch cover to get out. She had to help her. When Lee Garam saw this, she was shocked. She didn't understand what Marie was doing. Now she saw the real Garam and realized that she was struggling with her past. This is her last chance to be a real person, and she's going to take it. She said she had to end it. She's the same gay rum, but she's all grown up, and she's from the future. At this moment, Lee Garam opened the hatch cover and moved outside as well. Ms. Marie told Asimov that today she would die a real person. She will leave unfinished business to her followers and leave this world as a human being, so that before he perishes, he will soothe the soul of another and wipe away his tears. Gently clasping the object in the specialty's hand, Marie moved towards Garam. Without giving a second thought, she stuck this device into the transformation hero's body. Looking at the incomprehensible object, Garam shouted furiously that Marie was sick. Enraged, she clutched the defenseless Marie tightly in her powerful fist. An angry Garam looked on and realized that she could not get it out. She could not understand what kind of weapon it was. With her eyes glaring furiously, Garam shouted what this madwoman had done to her. Ms. Marie revealed that for 10 years they had been working on something to stop a future hero. Smiling, she explained that they had created a human body without a brain. It's a mannequin. Tears flowed down the eyes of the stunned Lee Garam. The gauge on her body showed 58% utilization. Confused, she wondered why Marie didn't want to use it herself. Laughing, Ms. Stevenson replied that she didn't need it. She was already a human being. Not believing her words, Garam shouted that she was pathetic. What's this all about? She replied that man is imperfect, unlike many creatures. He's illogical. His actions are often guided by his heart rather than his mind. Human beings very often wish for the impossible. She did her best. She even risked herself for a murky future. It's her gift. Let her come out of her iron body and take the chance the man gave her. At this moment, the device in Lee Garam's body showed 100% utilization. The transformation hero's powerful arm unclenched, releasing Marie Stevenson. She fell to the ground with a clatter and her metallic body shattered into pieces. The robot asked if the teacher regretted the decision. She replied that their power wasn't enough anyway. But her way would save everyone at the small sacrifice of her own life. She's not sorry, but she's glad he asked, because only people can be sorry. The hero Steelhands is still alive. He must fulfill her last command. Have it trigger the self-destruct of the main mechanism. Asimov did his best. She leaves that child to him so that she can have everything in life as a human being. Miss Marie Stevenson closed her eyes. There was a happy smile on her lips. After a while, Lee Garam woke up in a human body. The device that had saved her was still in her body. She looked at her hands and couldn't believe what was happening. Touching her face, the dumbfounded Lee Garam felt a human warmth. At this time, Asimov came into the laboratory and looked at the girl. She asked why she was saved. Did she deserve this body and a new life? She doesn't know what to do now, how to move on in her new body. The robot replied that he had asked the teacher to save as many people as possible. Though there was no reply now, he could see that she believed in Garam. That drop of humanity that's been in her all this time, albeit somewhere deep. The teacher went into the eternal sleep she had long dreamed of. She's considered dead to her allies. Everyone in the world thinks she died after destroying 2 heroes. From this moment, her new life as a human being began. She must live it well. The robot inquired as to her choice, what she wants at the moment. Garam thought long and hard about what kind of life she should live now. She could start all over again. By her action, Miss Marie gave her a chance to live her life as a human being. She could run away from here and live a perfectly ordinary life in peace. But the world around us had changed. Everywhere there were battles for survival. Cities lay in ruins. Also, by returning to the heroes, she could continue her heinous atrocities. Or Lee Garam could have become reliable for the world by following Marie. Having made her decision, the girl asked Asimov if he knew where the hero of the spear was now. The robot said he knew. He's teamed up with the American government. They've almost located it. Lee Garam said in an unapproving tone that he should help her get there. Until he meets the returning hero, she has something to say to him. At this time, the returning hero was still in the underground city surrounded by destroyed soldiers. All this time, he had watched the battle of the transformation heroes and saw its defeat. Witnessed the battle of the heroes of the faith and saw her encased in a sarcophagus. Watched as the sword hero was shackled in an ice block and friends came to his aid. As he approached the stand, he crossed off 1 hero each who had been defeated in battle. Sitting down in his chair, he thought deeply about the events taking place. The returning hero decided that this old man was holding up pretty well. The 2 strongest characters are out. Muscle Man can be minus him too. Taking out his gun, Lee Sung-joon tried to decide for himself what to do next. He could willingly die or stay and play with the 2 remaining heroes. At that moment, he was distracted from his thoughts by an event happening on the screen. He looked carefully at the monitor trying to figure out what was going on there now. Laughing, Lee Sung-joon decided that it was a sin to miss such a sight as Kim Min-soo being rescued by his comrades. He shouted for Kim Min-soo to show this grandfather that he too was once a decent man. Let him force Ivan Pushkin to fight his comrades who came to rescue him. He grinned and added that it was only indirectly to his credit, but still. At this moment, the priestess fiercely looked at Ivan and tightly clenched her weapon. The Russian hero Ivan looked carefully at the arrivals, deciding what to do. They looked bewilderedly at the sword hero shackled in an ice block. Standing by the ice block, the ice hero couldn't understand how Kim Min-soo managed to summon his comrades. He didn't believe it was even possible and assumed they had come on their own. But what he was absolutely sure of was that they had come to save him. The hero of ice has decided that this can't be allowed to happen. He must end it sooner. Swinging the huge ice axe, he prepared to deliver a deadly blow. At this moment, a crushing arrow swiftly flew towards him. She wounded him in the hand in which he held the ice axe about to strike. From the blow, Ivan lost his balance and dropped his axe. Kim Min-soo's friends stood ready for battle. The elf loaded the bow with another arrow. The hero's friends quickly assessed the situation. A hero chained in a block of ice and an old man trying to destroy him. The ice hero shouted furiously that it was a mistake. They are misguided and misjudged the situation. Kim Min-soo's friends saw the city covered in a crust of ice around them. Their hero who went out hunting and the old man who tried to destroy him at all costs. The ice hero shouted, trying to convince them that it wasn't at all what they thought it was. Grabbing the axe, Ivan shouted that he was no longer the man they knew. At this moment, the priestess drew the bowstring of her bow, intending to release 3 arrows at once. The ice hero was rushing with an ice axe, and arrows were flying swiftly towards him. Ivan turned around and looked at them and realized that he would hardly be able to change their minds. Unleashing deadly arrows, the elf shouted that there was no need to think here. It's obvious that this old man wanted to destroy Kim Min-soo, who fought so desperately for his world. The priestess said she would save the hero. Let them distract his enemy in the meantime. That grandfather is a demon of this world, a world their hero wanted so badly to return to. The dwarf shouted that the enemy is stronger than the hero. He doesn't know if he can hold out long enough. The hunter said that they absolutely had to pay back the man who saved their world. The little fairy clenched her fists and shouted that he was right. They would definitely succeed. Taking out another arrow, the elf said it was time to begin. We must save the hero. After a moment, all of Kim Min-soo's friends rushed to Ivan to save the hero. The ice hero furiously thought that this was just an absurd misunderstanding. A full yellow moon shone over the cozy house, illuminating the night city. The sword hero lay in a cozy, warm bed recovering from his last battle. At that moment, the door creaked quietly and a priestess appeared on the threshold. Trying not to make any noise, she walked over to Kim Min-soo's bed holding a staff. Gently pulling back the edge of the blanket, she tried to determine what condition he was in. She didn't know if the enchanting magic persisted when crossing worlds, but she knew exactly what she wanted to be with her hero in his final hours. The magic that shows how long a person has left to live is called ratieri. Soon, the energy from the priestess's staff lit up on Kim Min-soo's chest. Smiling, she said, let the hero enjoy life in his world, and when the time comes, he can fight and defeat his enemies. Leaning over to him, she kissed his forehead and told him they would meet again soon. A few hours ago, a massive explosion occurred on the ice-covered city. Kim Min-soo's friends were rapidly approaching Ivan Pushkin. Behind them, with an armed sword, stood an elf in case the ice hero decided to hide. At this moment, the little fairy swiftly flew towards the ice-covered hero. She screamed that she was preparing to attack. This block of ice is about to melt. A moment later, powerful flames erupted behind the little fairy. She summoned the fire spirit Ignis to help her melt the dense ice. Powerful flames rained down on the ice block encased Kim Min-soo. A moment later, a bright flash illuminated the surroundings. The priestess waited for the ice to melt. But despite the powerful flames, the block of ice remained completely untouched. The little fairy rounded her eyes in surprise. She couldn't believe it was possible. The priestess turned to her beloved Seraphima and asked her to give her eyes with which to see mana. After a moment, her eyes flashed with yellow light and she looked at the ice intently. The priestess saw that it was not ordinary but enchanted ice with energy chains. She told the others it's not just ice. There are restraining seals on it. She yelled to Belle that she'd print them herself. And she's gonna help the guys. The little fairy promptly flew to her friends to help fight. They rushed to Ivan Pushkin to destroy him and save Kim Min-soo. The ice hero thought that he had used complex magic techniques like freezing to death. That's why there was no strength left at all. He can only hope that he will be able to deal with them without the use of complex techniques. Towards the opponents rushing towards him, he released a flock of ice gulls. A flock of deadly gulls was rapidly approaching the hunter. Gritting his teeth in rage, he paused for a moment, deciding how to deal with them. At that moment, covering his head with his shield, a dwarf rushed past with the shout of the king of the Rocky Mountain. Dropping down in front of the hunter, he put up a shield and created a wall that could not be destroyed. A flock of deadly seagulls crashed into an invisible wall and scattered into icy shards. The joyful boy shouted that Grandpa Teoman's timing was impeccable. The gnome replied that this old man was able to defeat the hero, so one should not be careless. The ice hero said you can tell they're used to working as a team. They're not rookies. At that moment, the elf released a swift, deadly arrow in his direction. She said let them forgive her. It took her a long time to understand the flow of mana in this world. A moment later, a huge magical seal appeared above Ivan's head. The dazed ice hero stood in front of his opponents trying to read their techniques. The elf said let the heavy arrows of steel rain down. A moment later, thousands of deadly arrows sprinkled from the magic seal. The ice hero screamed why they were preventing him from dealing with such a monster. Using the secret water flow technique, he created a huge ice land turtle and took shelter under it. He thought he needed to hold back. He's already at his limit. If he ran out of mana, it would be bad. The elf put her arm forward and continued firing deadly arrows. A huge stream of crushing arrows swiftly flew and fell to the ground. The hero of ice watched his opponents carefully. He realized that there were no melee warriors among them. Suddenly, he noticed that one was missing. Raising his head up, Ivan Pushkin, dumbfounded, froze on the spot from what he saw. One of the opponents swiftly flew at him, about to strike. Waving a huge fist, he shouted furiously that it seemed Grandpa had miscalculated. A moment later, a huge energy fist separated from his hand, ready to finish Ivan off. It was a furious fist that inevitably approached the ice hero. With horror looking at it, he screamed land turtle, hoping to take cover in time. A huge ice turtle sheltered the ice hero from the enemy's flying fist. Grinning, the guy shouted that the old man had made the wrong choice. A powerful, crushing energy fist descended upon the ice turtle. After a moment, only small ice shards remained of her. Amidst the debris of the ice, a wounded ice hero was lying there. He no longer had the strength to fight. At that moment, a smiling opponent landed beside him. He said that although the old man had handled the sword hero thanks to teamwork and surprise attack, they had managed to defeat him. Unclenching his fists, the guy added that the old man had underestimated his opponent. Swinging to deliver the final blow, he promised that he would avenge his hero. At that moment, huge carved snowflakes began to fall from the sky. As he raised his fist to strike, the boy froze. He suddenly realized he couldn't move. Tioman, who was watching him, rounded his eyes in shock. He didn't understand what was happening. The elf noticed something was wrong. It was as if time had stopped moving. Suddenly, Belle noticed some stranger approaching them. The priestess stared dumbfounded at the stranger, trying to figure out who it was. With a hood hiding her face, an unfamiliar girl was rapidly approaching. Running up to Ivan, she shouted, "My dear hero, how quickly time flew by." Opening his eyes, the ice hero recognized the ice lady Snow Witch. When she touched him, she said the old strength was gone. All that was left was the old body. Looking at him pityingly, the Snow Witch said she was sorry. An exhausted Ivan Pushkin inquired he was the last hero of ice. She replied that the newcomer had lost to the monster and couldn't become a hero. Her whole world was gone. She was the only one left. The ice hero asked just for that reason alone the cranky girl came to him. Now her beloved world is gone, so she has come to watch its demise. The Snow Witch said that even though his body has aged, his eyes are still alive. Maybe it's all because the ice hero still has a lot to do. Does Ivan want to destroy the enemy in front of him right now? Barely alive, the ice hero asked her to give him strength so he could protect his world. The Snow Witch asked what she would get in return. He promised to give her his life, his soul, anything. She can take absolutely everything he has if only his world is saved. All he wants now is to stop this brutal, senseless battle. It's his last wish, the rest doesn't matter anymore. She sadly replied that he was going to the next world anyway, and she couldn't take his soul. Upon reflection, the Snow Witch said that if she had to choose something, the memories of a hero of ice, let him give her his long history. He remembered being a very young boy and then becoming an ice hero. How he was able to destroy the monster in her ice world and returned home. Remembered helping soldiers destroy the Nazi army threatening his world. And now he's an old man and trying to destroy the new enemy of the sword hero. The ice hero agreed. He said he didn't want to be a hero. The point of his life is one thing, to preserve the humanity of people and create a world where they don't have to destroy each other. Tears ran down the Snow Witch's cheeks. She said that even though he had turned gray, and his face is marked with deep wrinkles, his resolve is still unwavering. The Snow Witch hugged Ivan and said he was her best ice hero. She kissed him and said it didn't matter what kind of life he'd lived. She will be the weapon with which he can make his last wish come true. The Snow Sorceress screamed furiously and released frost energy. The dazed hunter tried to understand what had just happened, whether his companions were all right. The elf realized that this was atypical magic. She couldn't figure out who the girl was. Angry, the hunter guessed it was an ally of that grandfather. She could heal him. We need to check it out soon and take his life while he's still weak. Coming to his senses, Tioman shouted furiously for everyone to gather and take up positions. The enemy must not be allowed to recover. He swiftly rushed towards the ice hero. He ran up to the hunter who had prepared to attack and shouted why he was so reckless at a crucial moment. "We have to wait." Angry, the boy replied that he should step back. That grandfather they fought turned into a real monster. They saw that in front of them were many human bones bound in ice. Instead of a head, the ice hero had a bare skull with empty eye sockets. With an icy crown on his head, he rose above the ground and glared fiercely at them. A dazed Tioman guessed that the girl had turned the old man into an undead. He realized it wasn't just a moving, breathless body, but something more. Even from the strut, it's clear that it's much stronger than the demon their sword hero fought. The hunter shouted for Tioman to run. He wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes. Running away, the dwarf thought that without the help of a hero, they would not be able to resist such a monster. All he can do is hold him off for a while by setting up barricades until the sword hero recovers. They must hold their ground. He yelled that it would take a minute to build the barricade. Let Jin endure that long and then run to them. The guy created a magical defense around himself to resist the monster. Extending a hand with sharp claws, the transformed hero of ice summoned the undead. At his command, an army of skeletons began to rise from the ground. A shocked Jin saw mountains of bones rapidly approaching him. He thought that the trigram would increase his speed and the power of his technique by 8 times. The strongest seal that reduces mana and strength 8-fold. Now all we have to do is hold out. Clenching his fists furiously, Jin shouted that he would definitely be able to and succeed. Immediately, several energy fists flew towards the undead army. Even before joining the hero squad as a frontline fighter, Jin was a well-known personality. He lived in a huge palace with many towers surrounded by a fortress. His father was an extraordinary man and the king of the beasts, strong and brave. And mother is a warrior empress. Jin was blessed from the beginning. At the age of 3, the boy joined the Pillars of Demon Confrontation group that neither warriors nor demons could resist. The pillars stood against the demons. The strongest and bravest warriors were there, not just men but wolf men. Little Jin was brought to the pillars by his beast king father to become a warrior. A hopeful young fighter defeated a bear at the age of 9. A huge powerful bear lay slumped before the little boy. He beheaded a demon who came to the village for tribute when he was 14. Becoming the youngest pillar, he defeated 127 mentors already by the age of 17. From all sides, opponents rushed towards the young fighter to crush him, but Jin managed to scatter them all in different directions and come out victorious. The guy was strong enough that no one wanted to accidentally provoke him. The demons were so obsessed with getting him that they even sent a lion to him. That day, he practiced striking a high rock as usual. The sword hero and his team walked along the road, checking the map. Carefully studying the map, Kim Min-soo led his team to their intended destination. At that moment, they saw Jin practicing and stopped. The sword hero was amazed by the strength of the guy who chose the rock as his opponent. Apologizing, Kim Min-soo asked if this was the shortest way to Amon Hard. Suddenly clenching his fists, Jin rushed towards the sword hero about to strike. Jin pounced on Kim Min-soo himself and was defeated for the first time. He was shocked and stared dumbfounded at the guy who was able to fight him. Apologizing, Kim Min-soo said that he just ran up so abruptly that he had no choice. And then Jin, who was always in search of true power, decided to volunteer to join the hero squad because he thought the hero would lead him to the source of his power sooner or later. But that source was never found. They fought demons to save the world. Jin had been watching Kim In-soo closely the whole time, trying to understand the nature of his power. Soon, they were facing a crushing battle with a huge, monstrous monster. The sword hero fiercely fought the bloodthirsty monster and soon overpowered it. Kim Min-soo was getting stronger and stronger with each passing day. Watching the ever-increasing strength of the sword hero Jin was angry, not understanding how he was doing it. He always had to stay in Kim Min-soo's shadow, and it made him angry all the time. The sword hero smilingly walked over to Jin, who was sitting on the ground, and extended his hand. The guy felt like Achilles chasing a turtle, who, according to the theory, would never catch up with the turtle. If this turtle is ahead of Achilles at the beginning of the movement. But now that Kim Min-soo has been captured, he has a chance to prove his strength. He will fight this undead monster and save Kim Min-soo himself. Jin's eyes lit up with a yellow light. He let out all his inner power. Now he realized what true power was. He thought his head was empty. It's idyllic. All he sees is the enemy in front of him. It's just him and the monster and no one in the way. And somewhere out there far away are all his comrades standing and watching him. He convinced himself that he could prove to everyone that he was number one. He finally manages to catch up with Kim Min-soo and learn the true power. Smiling, Jin thought about how he was about to be able to catch up with the sword hero. He was absolutely certain that he had finally succeeded in unlocking the secret of power. At that moment, his powerful energy fists slammed into the undead army. Joined together, the skeletons turned into a huge, scary monster. The monstrous monster grabbed Jin with its huge paws and clenched its fist. A monster hurt a guy. He thought it was a mission to protect his comrades. Bones and skulls were flying in different directions, forming a huge pile. When Teoman saw this, he screamed in horror, but he could not believe what had happened. The shocked elf and the little fairy watched the battle dumbfounded. There were 18 minutes and 21 seconds left before the sword hero unfroze. The kingdom lived its usual routine. Men were unloading crates. The guards watched carefully as they pulled the heavy crates from the cart. Teoman sat nearby smoking a pipe and watching the people scurrying about. By his side stood a huge sword which he was about to give to the arriving hero. At that moment, an elf came up to him to talk and clear his doubts. She sat down next to him and Teoman asked what was that worried look in her eyes. She saw a hero or something. The girl was thoughtfully silent. Teoman said he was so self-agreeing. The elf replied that there was such a thing. She said he didn't even have any muscle, he's too polite and he's not ready to fight. A frail-looking guy in a suit held out his hand and said he was glad to meet you. When the elf saw Kim Min-soo, she was dumbfounded. She didn't understand how he would protect them from the demon. She told Teoman that those red eyes are a hero. He seems to have roared 4 days in a row since he got here. Even the sword he gave, whether the hero can even lift it. He looks so weak. Now their world will end. The past heroes weren't so pathetic after all. He replied that in the current situation, she would be looked at askew if she even stuttered about joining the hero. But even so, this weak boy's words about saving their world were sincere. He said he wants to fight as hard as he can. He wants to finish his business successfully and come home. After listening to him, Teoman frowned. He trusted the boy's sincere desire to help. He asked the elf if she could risk her life to save someone else's world. Embarrassed, she said she didn't know. It's a bit much to die too. Teoman frowned and said that even he who had spent most of his life on the battlefield would not have been able to make up his mind right away. Fighting to save the motherland is one thing, but if they told him to die for the sake of strangers, he would think twice. But this guy is determined. He's willing to do whatever it takes to help them get home. He thinks that Kim Min-soo will make a worthy hero. The elf thought about what he said. She asked Teoman if he would assist the arriving hero. He said yes. Such a good boy should not be sent to certain death. A warrior should try to save as many lives as possible. The elf said she didn't think Teoman was capable of such fiery speeches. After a little thought, she decided that she would then join in and help the hero as well. He replied that it had been a long time since he had met such elves to dialogue with. As they bumped fists, they showed respect for each other and a willingness to help. And now they've come to another world to help the hero who once saved them. The dwarf cried out in horror and called the genie by name. He realized that the boy was crushed. The rest of the comrades froze in horror as they realized what had happened to Jin. A huge, monstrous monster created from skeletons was rapidly approaching them. The priestess was doing her best, but she realized that she would not be able to unfreeze Kim Min-soo anytime soon. With tears in her eyes, she thought of the boys. I don't think they could stand it. At this moment, Teoman shouted furiously for the goons to gather immediately. They came into this world knowing that they would probably not return to their world again. Have they completely forgotten their purpose for coming here? The elf lowered her head. Tears ran down her cheeks. She said she remembered her purpose. Gritting her teeth in rage, the priestess shouted that they had come to save their hero. Frowning, Teoman shouted that this was what they had come to this world for. If it wasn't for Kim Min-soo, they would have all died a long time ago. He saved their world from the demon. Since he saved them, no matter how difficult the enemy was. They just have to return the favor and save him by all means. He yelled for the guys to gather and get ready to attack the monster. No one should despair, they will surely reach their goal and save him. The gnome put up a shield in front of him to create barriers holding back the monster. He said Lord of Steel, Lord of the Mountains, his 1,000 warriors who defeated 20,000 demons. Teoman praised to their righteous guardians. Heated iron, unbreakable glass. Unscattered land. He created the dwarves' fortress Iron Canyon. At this moment, a powerful stream of undead rained down on the wall of the fortress. But their strength was not enough to break down the mighty wall of the iron fortress. Then, creating ladders of bones, the skeletons began to climb up. On all sides of the fortress, the undead were climbing ladders about to get inside. At the very top of the iron fortress stood powerful cannons that opened fire. The crushing projectiles flew swiftly towards the undead, destroying them. At this time, the elf inside was carefully watching the top of the fortress, ready to defend herself. She thought the fat man had built a solid wall. Now it was her turn. She decided she needed to take control of the air and attack the undead. The elf shouted to Belle that it was their time to help stop the monster. The little fairy's eyes were filled with tears but full of determination. She called upon the spirit of the dragon to incarnate in this little body. After a moment, her wings enlarged and glowed with a bright light. Little Fairy Belle's body has been transformed into a deadly dragon. Accelerating, the elf pushed off and flew into the air, rising higher and higher. Drawing the bowstring, she climbed onto the dragon's back and they rushed upward. Now they were willing to give their lives in exchange for being saved by a hero. Only by risking their lives could they have a chance of saving their hero. However, the hero now turned undead has also paid a high price. After destroying the elf, he was able to get inside the tower created by the dwarf. Tioman, who was holding the defense, was also destroyed by the monstrous monster. A huge army of skeletons stormed inside the tower, destroying everything in their path. The ghastly monster grabbed the dragon bell with its jaws of sharp fangs. At this time, the priestess was still trying to unfreeze Kim Min-soo. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. Deep cracks ran down the walls of the fortress and it began to fall apart. At this moment, the shocked priestess turned around and saw the monster in front of her. She was terrified and thought it was the end. It was all for nothing. They couldn't save the hero. The undead hero of ice looked at her with empty eye sockets. Sword hero Kim Min-soo was still restrained by the block of ice and magic. Looking at him, the monster said that the end had come for the sword hero. This evil, destructive force must be completely destroyed. Opening his fanged mouth, he rushed to attack Kim Min-soo to crush him. With tears in her eyes, the priestess clenched her teeth in rage as she stared at the approaching monster. She wasn't going to give up and decided to defend Kim Min-soo to the last. With a wave of her staff, the priestess used Fury's defense magic. After a moment, a glowing protective dome appeared around the ice block. Looking with tears in her eyes at the hero, she put her hands on the ice block. In fact, she hated the hero even before he came to their world. Once a bishop told her that her life of purity and soul are all she must save for the hero who will come to save their world. She inquired as to the reason why she was given this particular mission. She's just a simple girl who's happy with her current life. Angry at her ignorance, the bishop slapped the girl. She screamed in surprise. From the hard blow, the girl flew aside and fell to the floor. She clutched her cheek. Frowning, the bishop looked at her. He said there were 100 million creatures at stake. She must know her place. A nun came up to the girl and began to comfort her. She told Saria that if she refused, they would destroy her and put another child in charge. So the girl must not refuse, then they can all survive here. Holding out the staff, the bishop asked Saria if she could accomplish the mission. A priest is a man who worships God, but these are mere formalities. But everyone knew that the priests worshipped man, not God. They were just handy tools that should always be at the hero's fingertips. Helping him in his mission to save the world, the priestesses fulfilled all the hero's wishes. Whether it was fake love or quenching a hero's thirst, they always had to be there for each other, obliged to accompany the hero in the campaign and do everything to make sure he fulfills his purpose. They had to make the hero have feelings for their world, so she was made to love him long before the hero himself arrived. She always had to accompany him to help with everything until he destroyed the demon. Looking at the portrait of the priest, Saria's tears flowed. She realized that she had a miserable life ahead of her. She couldn't even eat what she really wanted. The nuns fed her. And she could only study the essentials. The stern mentor kept a close eye on it. All she was allowed to do was live a planned life. Every day alone in her room, the girl cried that she didn't want to be a priestess. She hated all the heroes she was forced to endure a miserable existence because of. However, Kim Min-soo was different from the other characters. He was very kind. He showed no interest in her body at all. He didn't demand anything. He wouldn't take what they gave him. All he could think about was getting home. They've come quite a long way together. Lost some of their friends. When she was crying at the grave of her dead friend, it was he who came to comfort her. He told her that it wasn't the priestess's fault the mage died, it was because he was too weak. They won't lose anyone next time. He would try to keep that promise. It was then that she began to believe that Kim Min-soo would protect them. The hero will surely manage to destroy the demon and save their world. Faith alone was enough to save their world, but he gave them so much more. All this time, the priestess was near the hero and helped him in everything. He fought fiercely against the bloodthirsty monster, and he managed to defeat it. Kim Min-soo's entire team heaved a sigh of relief when the demon was destroyed. They rejoiced that they had finally succeeded. Their world was saved. So this time, they will save Kim Min-soo and pay any price for it. At this time, an army of undead attacked the protective dome, trying to get to the hero. With tears in her eyes, the priestess tried to do her best to melt the ice. She needed to finish rebuilding the hero before the skeletons broke through. But despite her best efforts, the powerful chains could not be broken. Cracks crawled along the ice block, but she still couldn't completely melt it. Suddenly, the protective dome was broken through. Thousands of skeletons rushed towards them. Through the thick layer of ice, Kim Min-soo watched in horror. Realizing that this was the end, the priestess opened her arms and said she had something to say to the hero. She managed to say she loved her. Moments later, the evil undead destroyed her. After a few minutes, all that was left of the priestess were scraps of tattered clothing. At this moment, the ice restraining Kim Min-soo began to crack with a rumbling sound. Ice shards flew in different directions, releasing the sword hero. His already sad eyes filled with tears when he saw what was left of the priestess. The sword hero was completely freed from his shackles and sadly held out his hand and shouted that this couldn't be happening. Sobbing over the scraps of clothing, priestess Kim Min-soo shouted how could this have happened. He shouted furiously that he didn't understand why all his friends had been destroyed. Tears streamed from his eyes. He clenched his teeth in impotent anger. He saw that everything around him had been destroyed by the undead, and all that was left of his companion Tioman was a shield. Furiously clutching the scraps of the dead Syrian's clothes, Kim Min-soo looked at the bodies of his dead friends and cried out in pain. He had a terrifying dream in which he fell into another very strange world. And to get back, he had to defeat the demon of this world. For a whole year, he trained tirelessly and fought losing companions and enduring pain. As a united team, they were destroying the monsters of this strange world. They were a good friendly team and always helped each other in battle. A sword hero could always count on the support of his friends. And when he came back victorious, mom and dad had already left him. All the friends, relatives, and society, none of them accepted him. He was in great pain and hurt. His heart was not only torn, but his soul was suffering. He felt like he was skinning himself and eating it himself. He could not find peace. No one wanted to support and pity him. He was very sad and lonely. There was no one else with him. The sword hero often remembered his friends from the other world and longed for the times when they were together. The guy really missed his parents who always loved and supported him. Before going to bed, he always took out his wallet where their picture was kept and mentally talked to them. Kim Min-soo was sad that absolutely everyone turned their backs on him. He was mocked and ridiculed, and there was no one in the whole world to feel sorry for him. That is why he gathered up all his sorrow and shared it with the world. The frustration, sadness, longing, and anger overwhelming his heart burst outward, turning him inside out. He wanted to surrender to create a realm of sadness and share his pain with the world. But people again mistook him for a monster and tried to destroy him. The arriving military shot the sword hero with firearms. They said on TV that the Kangso-gu area was destroyed by a terrorist. On that day, he became an enemy of the world. A terrorist, dangerous to mankind. Those who wanted to save the world and stop Kim Min-soo's sadness from manifesting. They brought in military equipment and tried to destroy it with shells. People who, unlike the sword hero, were happy and had families. And those heroes who stood up to humanity and tried to stop it. All of them were destroyed by Kim Min-soo. This was supposed to be the realm of eternal sadness. He had nothing more to lose, and the hero had no desires whatsoever. But by destroying other people's happiness by slaying them one by one, he briefly forgot about the pain that oppressed him day and night. In that moment, a thought came to him. He realized it was all wrong. He once again had to fight the heroes who wanted to stop him. Kim Min-soo was even ready to give up on the spear hero until he saw hope in his eyes. The hero of the sword knows full well that he is corrupted, but what did they all want from him? Dark forces had taken hold of his soul. He could no longer be happy. The mire of sadness was sucking him in and he could no longer resist. Before all this, Kim Min-soo was just an ordinary teenager who just wanted to live a happy life. He had loving and caring parents and many fun-loving friends. But when the whole world turned its back on him, what else did the hero have to do? Why did he become an extra in this world when he did everything he could to just live? He needed something, just a word of encouragement to overcome everything and move on. He became a monster because of human selfishness and indifference to the pain of others. It was people who turned him into a monster. The hero of ice cried out that this was retribution for what the hero had done. The time of reckoning has come. The sword hero screamed furiously as payback for what he had done. People he wanted to save and protect, his friends from another world, those who remembered him as ordinary. His last comrades died in such a painful way. Strongman Jin and the kind dwarf Tioman, who was once the very first to believe in him. A brave elf and a little fairy. Neither of them are among the living anymore. In desperation, he screamed furiously. Kim Min-soo thought it was just a nightmare and he was about to wake up. I mean, there's no way that one person could be subjected to so much suffering. The hero of ice replied that death is not a fear. What is scary is a man who has nothing left to lose. Falling to his knees, Kim Min-soo lowered his head and said that, unfortunately, this was not a dream. The undead hero said that if the hero has already felt pain, then it's time to go to the other world. After a moment, the undead darkness rushed towards Kim Min-soo to destroy. The sword hero thought sadly that his soul still ached. She's just tearing up in pain, and there's nothing he can do about it. The hero's sword lying nearby glowed. He was kneeling before his fallen comrades. Kim Min-soo asked to be rescued, unable to bear the pain of his soul any longer. At this time, the hero of the return, merrily humming a well-known tune, headed for the exit. Clutching a bag of popcorn under his arm and smiling cheerfully, Lee Sung-joon walked down the stairs past the crushed bodies. Reluctantly, the returning hero made his way to the room where the staff of the underground city was having lunch. A cheerful tune kept playing on his phone and singing along. He decided to heat up some popcorn in the microwave. Satisfied with himself, Lee Sung-joon watched the bag of popcorn with a smile, anticipating the spectacle. As the popcorn heated up, it exploded and flew up in the microwave. At the same time, the confrontation between the ice hero and the sword hero continued. There was a powerful crushing explosion. The undead hero sitting on the throne watched the skeletal bones flying in all directions. He said Kim Min-soo is half dead. Why keep trying to do something? Full of despair and embittered, Kim Min-soo continued to kneel in front of the bodies of his dead friends. At this time, his bifurcated sword glowed with sword hero energy, ready to join in at any second. Looking back, the sword hero rose to his feet and headed towards the undead hero with his head down. He sighed softly that it was over. He had lost everything. It was the end of everything. Looking at him, the undead hero thought he might be out of his mind. Muttering something to himself, he said loudly that it didn't matter anymore. It's all over for Kim Min-soo now. With a wave of his hand, he directed a crushing stream of undead at the sword hero. A moment later, a huge pile of human bones covered Kim Min-soo's head. The undead hero used the icy bone sphere technique to destroy him. Kim Min-soo stood watching as a rushing stream of human bones surrounded him, covering the sky. The hero of the sword said that how cruel the world can be to one man. A huge pile of icy bones covered Kim Min-soo, pressing him to the ground. The skeletons rushed at him, tormenting his already exhausted body. They tried to tear him apart. Looking indifferently before him, the sword hero said that sad world was not for him. No one would be more miserable than him. He figured he'd just wipe them all out. There's no one left anyway. And then he will be alone again. So let everyone disappear and there will be no one. An empty world? No heroes or villains? A world that will have to start its development from the beginning. Today, at this very moment, a fierce, monstrous demon was spawned. His eyes flashed. He smiled and shouted for Duran's sword. At this moment, his deadly sword flashed with bright flames and flew towards him. Kim Min-soo's tortured body began to fully recover. His strength was returning to him. A moment later, the undead hero saw a bright flash break through the sphere of icy bones. The icy bones scattered in different directions. Kim Min-soo was sitting in the center with a weapon in his hand. Upon seeing this, the ice hero was shocked that all the skeletons just disappeared. A huge monster with burning eyes and huge fangs lunged at the sword hero, opening its huge maw but was about to destroy the recovering Kim Min-soo. The sword hero grinned at the rapidly approaching monster and raised his hand up. He drew a clear energy line across the monster's body. A moment later, there was a massive explosion ripping his body apart. The sword hero sat unharmed. The remnants of the monster were raining down on him from all sides. When the ice hero saw it, he was shocked. He thought it was the power of another dimension. It's simply impossible. A hero who had to stop a demon by the law of the universe. He shouted furiously that did the wretch decide to join the evil. At this time, Kim Min-soo's body had completely recovered. His legs were whole again. Gritting his teeth in terror, the ice hero thought it was a disaster, and not even a deadly battle anymore. The sword hero Kim Min-soo has become the very real apocalypse for their world. And it all happened because of him. Because he couldn't stop him in time. Frowning and gritting his teeth in anger, the undead hero tried to do something. Putting his hands up, he shouted furiously and directed all the undead that were here at him. He used all his strength to deliver one last deadly blow. A moment later, huge, crushing balls of bones flew towards Kim Min-soo. With one wave of his hand, the sword hero encased all the undead in strong cages. The caged skeletons fell to the ground without harming him. The ice hero bared his deadly spear about to deliver a devastating blow. He used the ice vengeance technique. The sword hero grinned as he watched the ice hero try to defeat him with his last strength. He released a deadly spear towards Kim Min-soo, hoping to crush him. A huge, crushing spear of ice vengeance swiftly flew at the sword hero. It hit him and pierced through his armor. Kim Min-soo shouted furiously. The icy spear of vengeance nailed the sword hero to the ground. Ivan rushed towards him. Using the ice revenge technique, the undead hero swung a huge ice axe to crush him. Fiercely looking at Kim Min-soo, the undead hero shouted that his death would save the world. Grabbing the guy by the head, he swung his sword and shouted furiously for him to go to the other side. Suddenly, an energy net covered the ice hero, preventing him from delivering a deadly blow. A moment later, a huge hole formed in him and he shattered into small pieces. A fragment of an ice spear was sticking out of Kim Min-soo's armor, lying on the ground. Spreading his arms in different directions, he lay on the ground and thought that there was no escape. No, it wasn't. There was no salvation from the beginning, ever since the beginning of time. At that moment, the popcorn fell out of the returning hero's hands. He sighed heavily. Watching Kim Min-soo and Ivan Pushkin battle on the monitor, he sighed sadly. The comeback hero said he did it. After 374,581 returns. For 150,000 years, he had finally done it. Lee Sung-jun's tears flowed. The ice hero was killed by Kim Min-soo. There are no more heroes of the old generation left. The sword hero lay on the ground with a piece of ice in his heart and reasoned that there was no escape. At this time, the headquarters in Russia learned that the ice hero was gone. Upon receiving this information, the shocked soldier ran to report to the general. Running to the military commander, Sergei reported that Ivan Pushkin, hero of ice, had just been killed. The sword hero is now just going in a straight line, but the heavy snowfall is reducing his speed. The soldier suggested that it would likely reach China's border soon. The enraged general yelled out what those damn Yankees are up to. They want to declare victory after defeating only 2 heroes. What a disgrace. You couldn't rely on the feeble-minded old man Ivan Pushkin. At that moment, a loud signal sounded. The soldier looked around but remained standing. Frowning, the enraged general shouted why he is standing the way will answer immediately. It must be those narrow-minded people who want to report information about the sword hero. The soldier rushed to the device to receive the signal and put on his headphones. At this time, everything on the border of China was ablaze with huge, crushing flames. Everything around them that was in sight was destroyed and razed to the ground. Broken military equipment and destroyed soldiers were lying everywhere. Hiding behind a fallen tank and pulling over his wounded arm, the soldier shouted into his walkie-talkie, "What those damn bastards have managed to create. He's destroying everything in his path." A border outpost of 200,000 men was wiped out in 12 seconds. There are no bodies here, but a mess of flesh, blood, and bones. Seeing Kim Min-soo's feet in front of him, the soldier begged for clemency. The bloody sword hero looked indifferently at the trembling soldier. Listening to him, the soldier guessed that the evil bastard had come to see him. He reported to the general that the frontier garrison of 200,000 soldiers had been destroyed. Unless you consider the sword hero, the heroes of the old generation still contributed. Thanks to Demian Arcadius, faith has sealed despair, turning an enemy into an ally. Thanks to Marie Stevenson, hope stopped a hero that could have become a weapon of mass destruction. Love for humanity, on the other hand, sacrificed memory and life by giving his own body and soul to be torn apart, to contain the demon for a little while. Now Kim Min-soo was walking on the ground and destroying everything in his path. All that's left is the new Demon King Return hero and the other 2. While watching Kim Min-soo on the screen, Lee Sung-jun was smiling and tears were streaming down his cheeks. And somewhere in another part of the planet, ships destroyed by the explosion were burning on the water. The ships were blown up and ruthlessly destroyed by the bloodthirsty Hong Hua-ran. Satisfied with himself, the blood hero smiled. He said, looking at the burning ships, that he was relieved. Once upon a time, Cheon Ji-suk was also an ordinary person and lived in a small, cozy house. He took care of his old grandmother. He made her delicious tea. Having made 2 cups of tea, Cheon Ji-seok carried them to his grandmother, who was always happy to see him. Grandma heard someone come in and smilingly asked if it was her grandson. He replied that he had made her some delicious tea and offered to let her drink it. Smiling Grandma thanked him and told him he was her favorite grandson. They drank hot tea together and talked. Cheon Ji-seok loved his grandmother. At this time, somewhere in Indonesia, the hero of the spear was on a refuge island. After recovering, Park Jong-soo practiced a lot in hopes of getting stronger. At that moment, the hero of the forest approached him and inquired about his arm. The guy said it seems to have taken root. It's even stronger than a human's. Maybe we can turn it into an advantage. Smiling, the girl replied that, of course, it was made from her horn. He said it feels a little different, but he thinks he'll get used to it eventually. Right now, the main problem is that he has no weapon. If he doesn't have a spear created in another world, he will be powerless against other heroes. She replied that she knew his spear was left somewhere deep underground near the base of the reconstructed South Korean government. They are thinking of getting other heroes' weapons for him. Park Jong-soo replied that the sword hero has followers. They will defend him with all their might. Does he stand a chance against them unarmed? Looking directly at him, the forest hero firmly said that he would not go. His mission is to destroy the sword hero. You don't have to worry about the rest, especially now that he's recovering. The dumbfounded Park Jong-soo stared at her stunned, not knowing what to say. The girl said he has followers and friends too. Let him confide in them. At this time, fans of Kim Min-soo appeared in some cities. The man in the sword hero mask spoke from the stage that he had a strict order and a great sacrifice. Sword hero, great truth. Only Kim Min-soo is the future. Since the sword hero has announced himself loudly, we must obey him. If they are all obedient, the heroes will make them inhabitants of the new world. The listening people believed him and cheered him on with loud shouts. The meeting was watched from the roof by members of the reconstituted government. One of the girls watched through binoculars while the other held the speaker at gunpoint. The telescopic sight had a perfect view of the man calling for obedience to the sword hero. An Ye-gi, the commander of the restored government, fiercely cursed at those red-headed people. The girls following the speaker wondered if the man needed to be removed. She replied that, of course, the hero of the divine horn said it was okay to start. Commander G ordered the girl with the rifle to finish off this screamer. A moment later, a gunshot rang out and a deadly bullet flew towards the masked sword hero man. This was the beginning of an operation to recover weapons for Park Jong-soo. The stricken speaker collapsed with a clatter right in front of the astonished crowd. The dumbfounded people were shocked at what was happening and looked at the speaker in horror. Finally coming to their senses, the crowd rushed with shouts to flee as far away from here as possible. Having made a precise shot, the girl reported to the commander that everything was done. She said she could see. It's not something you can report from now on. She can't possibly think that the red marks on the wall are ketchup smeared. Taking up a walkie-talkie, the commander said, "Unemployed ladies and gentlemen, this is the signal to begin the operation to return the weapons to the hero." With a smirk, the commander ordered the extermination of every last one of these criminals. 5 hours ago, a meeting was held in the main headquarters of the restored government. All surviving members of the restored government were assembled for a general meeting, as well as all the military personnel we could gather after the destruction of the underground city. The new commander, An Ye-ji, gathered everyone to tell the plans to fight the heroes. Greeting the last survivors, she said that they probably already knew or at least had heard of her. She is the former head of the National Intelligence and Counterterrorism Group, as well as the hero's chief strategic analyst. She has now taken charge of the remnant forces of the restored government in the ruined city. One of the men grudgingly shouted that she had appointed herself and was introducing herself. It's like she's on a webinar or something. If she's already got everyone and everything here, there's no point in stalling. Let her get right to it. The commander replied that there would be a lot of deaths soon, so she wanted to cheer everyone up a bit first. Well, since they have no sense of humor, then she gets right to the point of the gathering. They launch an operation to return the weapon to the hero. The mission is to find the hero's relic. As everyone already knows, there have been recent skirmishes with the heroes with massive losses to them. But there were heroes who fought on the side of humanity. They tried to help. Their main goal is to find the lost weapons of these heroes, including the hero of the rebellion. Some of those gathered resented how they could forget their weapons. But the hero of the rebellion was unconscious when he was carried away by the hero of magic. The problem now is the fanatics supporting the sword hero, and the two heroes of Return and Improvement who are now in South Korea. In 5 hours, they will throw all their energies into the search for these very relics. Everyone present listened to her and remained silent, thinking about what they had just heard. Commander G added that it sounds simple, but in reality, they will all die. They only have about 100 agents and less than 1,000 armed forces, and probably something like 300 surviving townspeople to assist them in the guerrilla battle. The man shouted. Did she really think they would be trembling because they were afraid to die? They were already ready to die. I'm just ashamed that they're already on the other side of the world and they're still here. But even if they obtain these very relics at the cost of their own lives, who would use them? And whether it will be possible to use them to destroy the remaining heroes? The commander replied that the hero of the rebellion is the strongest of those on their side. He's definitely going to be able to handle the remaining heroes. Frankly, he's their only hope. They're going all in. So you have to trust him and get the relics you need, since they're powerless adults who can only push this kid into a fight. They need to at least get him a weapon. They're sinners who would risk their lives to keep him from going into battle empty-handed. Despite the resistance of the hero faction, the men moved out to find the weapon. There was an excavation in Gangnam in Seoul. A soldier found the suspected site. He dug a deep hole with an excavator while the others fought off the sword hero fanatics. After a while, he managed to locate it and shouted happily that he had found it. The mission to retrieve the relics that had begun so suddenly seemed successful. The agents sneak into the restored government of the underground city of B12. Disguised, they were sneaking around the ruined city in search of the relic. After a while, a soldier reported that they had managed to find the spear of the hero of the rebellion. A mission with only 500 casualties seemed a success up to this point. In Gyeong Sangnam-do province, a hero shield was discovered in Changwon City. The military helicopters that arrived were going to snag him and ferry him on. The soldiers hitched 4 helicopters to it and got ready to take to the air. The soldier reported to the pilots that they were already securely locked in, and there were no other problems. The pilots reported that they had accepted the information and were beginning to climb. Soldier Chanwon reports they're handing over the shield. It's going up now. But suddenly there was a massive, crushing explosion that destroyed the helicopter. The shocked soldier watched dumbfounded, not realizing what had happened. At this moment, the hero of perfection suddenly appeared behind him. Frowning, the soldier dumbfoundedly shouted what the hell he was doing here. Cheon Ji-sung, who had made his way to the helicopter, looked at the people's attempts with a grin. At that moment, there was another devastating explosion that destroyed the helicopter. About 15 minutes after the relic retrieval operation began, the retaliation of the new masters of this land began. After destroying one of the fanatic leaders, his breathless body lay on the ground. The bullet of the girl from the restored government destroyed him. But suddenly he began to rise slowly. His soldier who saw this was dumbfounded. He said that of course he'd heard about getting hero blood, but it's a disgusting sight. The wound on the fanatic leader's head had completely healed. He asked how a soldier could speak so highly of a hero's strength. That's disrespectful to him. He asked how long he'd been here. The soldier replied that it wasn't very long. In addition to this month, by the way. Those government bastards are snooping around everywhere in the neighborhood looking for heroes' guns. The fanatic leader replied that clearly. He had not even envisioned this outcome. The frowning soldier said of course because he was lying here with a bullet in his forehead. And yet honestly he thought something like this might happen. The leader of the fanatics wondered if that meant the hero of perfection went to where the government mutts found the shield. At that moment he looked up and noticed a suspicious movement on the roof. He saw the girl from the restored government shooting at him. Looking at her, he asked his subordinate if there was any word from the hero of the return. He continued to stare at the girl who was near the edge of the roof. The subordinate responded that they had failed to make contact with the returning hero. Supposedly he's still in the underground city of B12, but there's no definitive information. Leaning over to tie his shoelaces, the fanatic leader suggested we do the cleanup ourselves for now. Suddenly, metal claws appeared on his shoes. He shouted that it was the duty of those who were saved by the heroes. In a moment, he was rapidly ascending the building on the roof of which he had seen the girl. Resting on its sharp metal claws, it flew up onto the roof with ease. When the leader of the fanatics jumped on the roof of the building, he saw the abandoned weapon. An explosive with a timer attached was attached to a rifle lying on the roof. The moment the leader of the fanatics appeared on the roof, the timer showed 1 second until the explosion. Seeing this, he guessed that it was a trap for him, and fiercely swore. A moment later, a powerful crushing explosion rang out, shattering everything around it. The members of the restored government who had set the trap were rapidly descending the stairs. Running down the stairs, Commander G relayed the information that they had failed to get the shield. She asked about the rest of the relics, if anything had been recovered. The radio crackled, and from it came a voice that reported the situation. Kanem reported that they had the staff, and Tom took the enemy's fire. Those who were responsible for the hammer belt and bow are also in battle. The spear is now moving to Mokpo. Judging by the incoming reinforcements, control over the hero faction has been restored. It's unlikely that all the relics will be returned. He told the commander that they'd better retreat as soon as the spear was delivered and summon the rest of the survivors. If they lose everyone here, then the restored government and their resistance will all fall. Pensive and Yijai clenched her fists and thought that they were too used to being defeated. All the civilians and those child heroes fighting on their side, they lost them all. But this time it will be different. If they surrender and run away under the pretense that they're trying to save their remaining forces, then it's not worth living at all. They've already disgraced themselves, but at least they can finish this last fight with honor. She asked for reinforcements from the police. Have her send a living dead man to Changwon. She'll go there herself. This is not just a small battle. This is a battle to the last breath. They were already running and retreating all the time, but there was nowhere else to run. Humanity has already lost tens of millions of civilians. Soldiers who were overflowing with a sense of duty but had already left them. Even the country's infrastructure was destroyed by the hands of uncaring heroes. Once upon a time, Anya Ji was also caught in a crushing battle. She lay crushed by the debris. Suddenly, huge chunks of the walls that had fallen on her flew aside. The hero stood in front of her and holding out his hand to her said she was doing well. The dumbfounded Anyejai stared at him in surprise with one uninjured eye. The commander said on the radio that they were always looking for an excuse to save lives, saying that we're pulling back to fight a future battle. But there is no future battle. There's only the battle that's going on now. They'll get rid of those bastards today. Even if it means spilling rivers of blood, they must protect the relic at all costs. He said he understood her. They're sending a helicopter to take her to Chongwon. The operation of the living dead is about to begin. At this time, the transformation hero An Ji-won was lying in the lab under IVs. Suddenly, the dazed scientists saw people running into the lab. It was the men of the restored government who were carrying the stretcher. Blocking the way, one of them shouted that he didn't know what order they had received. But this patient will die if they touch him now. He needs rest in a sterile room. But without getting into a discussion, the girl pointed her gun at him to get him to back off. She said there's no time. They'll explain everything to him on the way out. Commander G was sitting in the helicopter that the resistance sent for her. The bandaged transformation hero was also loaded into the helicopter on a stretcher. It was the beginning of the final all-out battle between those who stole and those from whom they stole. The Korean government really could have stopped the sword hero. On the main building flew a flag signifying support for the sword hero. There were inscriptions on the building that Korea was doomed and that a new era had arrived, the heroes of their new law and order. But neither police nor guns were an option. The only thing that could stop a hero was another hero. A new hero has emerged after an incident in the Kansogu neighborhood. It's been determined that the new hero is a teenager who went missing a couple years ago. Only by looking through the archives could one find the teenagers who supposedly became heroes. Therefore, the cases of the missing teenagers were very carefully scrutinized and checked. Having weeded out the alleged teenagers, they were sought out to make sure they became heroes. Members of the restored government were sent to their homes. Most of these heroes were not willing to let their world be destroyed, so they decided to oppose the hero that wanted to throw the world into chaos. The next hero they found agreed to fight. She said she'd made up her mind before they came to her. The problem was the government misused this human resource. It didn't send all the heroes into battle at the same time boosting their power, and it sent them one after the other as if it were placing dominoes. Alone, it was difficult for the heroes to stand up to the very strong Kim Min-soo. In the end, they were unable to defeat him, and they perished one by one. A furious An Ye-ji frowned as she raced down the government corridor. She thundered open the door and shouted furiously at those present. She was screaming that they were crazy. Why did they send the hero alone? And what makes them think they'll succeed fighting him alone? The man replied that it was a management order. This is necessary to eliminate the risks, aka heroes. The order is to eliminate not only those who attack civilians, but all others. With the best of luck, they'll destroy each other. And it's the right thing to do. After all, there's no guarantee that these kids won't rebel in 10 or 20 years. And by sending them one at a time, they are guaranteed to eliminate one of the risks. That's the purpose of Operation Colossus. They don't care about her or public opinion. After all, they're not here to play games. They're trying to keep the balance in the world. An Ye-ji, furious, shouted furiously, how dare he call himself a human being after such a thing. These children sacrificed themselves for the country, although they could go abroad and live happily ever after. But they stayed and decided to fight for this land, for the damn air he and his family breathe. The man shouted angrily that she was a hypocritical bitch. Isn't she acting like this because her brother might come back the same way? He might have already become one of those evil monsters. An Ye-ji was shocked by his words. He added that he recognizes that she's capable, so he's sending refugees to the shelter. You don't have to think too much about these characters. If the management has planned everything correctly, they will get rid of them within a year. And what happened next is clear without words. Heroes who wanted nothing more than a peaceful life for all became scapegoats and unfortunately died one by one. An Ye-ji herself almost died in the underground city, but luckily her brother showed up. He was a hero and wanted a peaceful life, so he fought desperately. Using all his strength, he too tried to confront Kim Min-soo. He was very strong and impetuous, and most importantly on the side of humanity. Developing great speed, the hero moved between tall buildings. Without sparing his life, the transformation hero rushed to attack Kim Min-soo. They fought fiercely, but he was unable to defeat the sword hero. And now An Ye-ji is going to ask him to sacrifice him once again. A helicopter carrying members of the restored government was approaching its destination. The transformation hero, bandaged from head to toe, lay on a stretcher with a mask over his face. Looking at him, An Ye-ji thought that she had become as heartless as those people in governments. Looking at his shield lying on the ground, she said that here was the last relic. She was sitting with her hands covering her face when a girl came up to her and told her they were there. With a heavy sigh, An Ye-ji walked over to her barely alive brother lying on the stretcher. She asked the transformation hero one last time to fight for them. The girl pressed the plaque on the belt on the hero's body. Her hands trembled with excitement. Falling to her knees, An Ye-ji begged him to help them one last time. Burning tears dripped from the girl's eyes in a non-stop stream. Turning his head to her, the transformation hero told her to stop crying. He would give his life for her. At this time, the hero of the improvement sitting on the ground noticed a helicopter approaching. Looking at the military helicopter circling above him, he thought someone had arrived. Clad in armor by the open door of the helicopter sat the hero of the transformation. When he was little, he loved to watch heroes on TV. The boy dreamed of being a hero. When he put on his mask, he imagined he was a ranger. Waving a toy sword, he ran around the playground, imagining himself a hero. He played self-consciously, repeating the words he heard on TV. Suddenly, he crashed into a teenager who had suddenly appeared on the playground. The boy looked at the boy with a chuckle. His companion stood grinning. A moment later, the hero's mask was ruthlessly broken and lying on the ground. The boy sobbed sorrowfully. Huge tears rolled down his cheeks. At that moment, his sister appeared on the set and told him not to cry. She promised that she would definitely fight back against those bullies for him. The little boy thought his sister was a real hero and dreamed of becoming like her. Looking at his sister sitting on his lap, the guy told her not to cry. He would fight for her. The transformation hero gently sat down on the stretcher. A doctor approached him. He thought about the guy having third-degree burns all over his body, necrosis and blisters. It's probably hard for him to even think about anything but the all-consuming pain, let alone move around. He got pain medication, antibiotics, and a muscle stimulant. After giving him the injection, the doctor said that if a normal person had received them in such a dose, his liver and kidneys would have failed at the same moment. But it won't destroy the hero of the transformation. It will help him deal with the pain. My sister said there's a hero downstairs. He'll need a distraction. He'll get him away from the shield so they can take him away safely. Looking at him sadly, she asked An Ji-won to help them one last time. He pressed the transform button, and a moment later, everything was flooded with bright light. After a while, the transformation hero was fully clad in armor. Seating himself on the edge in front of the open door, he prepared to descend. Covering her face from a strong gust of wind, her sister watched him. Turning to her, the transformation hero thanked An Ye waits for waiting for him. The girl gritted her teeth in despair as she looked at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. A moment later, the transformation hero jumped out of the helicopter and flew down. A transformation hero with an outdated suit and severe injuries? Nothing was expected of him, but he's one of two heroes who managed to survive a clash with the sword hero. He moved swiftly between buildings, leaving a trail of energy behind him. The sword hero with a huge sword fiercely attacked him with crushing blows. He attacked him again and again, trying to finally crush the transformation hero. Desperately fighting, the transformation hero dodged Kim Min-soo's punch. He struck back with devastating blows. It was a powerful confrontation. Without yielding to each other, heroes fiercely fought, wanting to destroy each other. And even the fact that he was partially paralyzed didn't change the fact that he was a strong opponent. But Kim Min-soo managed to win the victory. The transformation hero suffered severe burns. Members of the government, saving his life, tried to put out the flames with fire extinguishers, a hero that could no longer fight. He should have just been left alone and allowed to live out his last painful months. The doctor said he was still alive but wouldn't make it without a skin graft. It would be more humane to let him go to the afterlife in peace. Standing at his bedside, Anyeji looked at her brave brother with pity. After some thought, she told the doctor that not now, not yet. There was something he still had to do. He was sent to the battlefield one more time because there were no other candidates. The interactive little man who came to life asked in surprise if it was really him. He was screaming that the transformation hero had gone mad. The cooling mechanism is still damaged. When he was fighting Kim Min-soo, his enemy managed to strike a blow that damaged his suit. The cooling system was damaged and could not handle the load. The man was screaming that he couldn't handle the high fever. He needs to increase his distance and transform. But the transformation hero couldn't stop the fight and shamefully escaped. He replied that if he ran away now, all those innocent residents would die. The man said he didn't listen to him last time and was almost burned to the ground. And he still continues to fight despite his condition. It will destroy him. Finally reaching the ground, the transformation hero landed scattering clods of earth. He replied to his man that his sister had asked him to have one last fight. So he will fight through the pain. He will fulfill his sister's last request. At this moment, the hero of perfection rushed toward him swiftly. The transformation hero ordered the urgent activation of the acceleration mode. The angry, interactive little man on his belt cursed furiously, but I honored his request. He said the preparations were complete. The perfection hero swiftly approached, preparing to attack. Looking at the wounded transformation hero, Cheon Ji-sung couldn't believe that he was hoping to defeat him. Suddenly, he saw the hero turn into a rapidly rotating blur. A moment later, a bright flash illuminated everything around him, and huge clods of earth flew at Cheon Jin-seok. A powerful stream of crushing energy swooped down on the transformation hero and destroyed the building. The huge debris of the destroyed building flew at Cheon Jin-seok. Before he had time to remember, the hero of perfection received a crushing blow with his foot. The transformation hero used the Heavenly Demon Heavenly Spiral technique to attack. In defense, Cheon Jin-seok grabbed his leg and started to twist it, but he failed. Dazed by the sudden, powerful attack, the improvement hero had no time to fight back. Rising into the air, and G1 unleashed a powerful, crushing stream of energy at the transformation hero. A moment later, he swiftly went down and rushed to the attack again. There was debris of destroyed buildings everywhere. Huge stones were flying in different directions. Looking at him with fury, Cheon Ji-seok thought that G1 had turned around with the speed at which he twisted his leg, and even managed to strike back. It won't be easy to beat him. The two heroes were rushing towards each other to do battle. All this time, An Ji-won was being watched through the camera by the people who arrived with him. A camera hidden in the rubble recorded not only his movements but also his body temperature. Watching him, the excited sister thought that at the moment his body temperature was 44 degrees. His sweat glands have already melted. If he puts any more effort into it, he might actually burn himself. She shouted to the staff that the transformation hero had led him away from the shield, where all the helicopters are. They said people from the hero faction set up air defenses on the way to the shield. They shot anyone who tried to get close to him. Helicopters can't get close. The helicopter pilot was trying to avoid being hit by deadly enemy shells. Frowning, he shouted that they were talking about clearing a path to Chungwon. At this time, the people from the heroes faction destroyed the government military and took their positions. A man helping the restored government violently shot a faction leader. The bullets hit the leader but did not destroy him. The soldier shouted furiously why he was not being killed. He couldn't understand why the faction leader was still alive. At this moment, the leader transformed his hand into a sharp dagger. After a moment, he delivered a deadly blow to a soldier and shouted that they needed to join the faction. With a grin, he said that there must now be a restored government backed into a corner. At this time, the heroes of perfection and transformation drew closer to each other. Attacking Cheon Ji-seok used the Heavenly Demon technique, Annihilation technique, and the Way of the Five Dragons. Striking back, An Ji-won fiercely confronted his opponent. They came together in a crushing confrontation and no one wanted to retreat or surrender. The clashing fists unleashed a powerful stream of crushing energy. The powerful impact sent both heroes flying off to the sides. The transformation hero braked to stop the fall. Barely able to stand on his feet, the improvement hero was also trying not to lose his balance. He decided to use the crushing technique of the Heavenly Demon Hungry Ghost and Gaping Serpent. A moment later, a deadly ball of crushing energy appeared in his hands. At the same second, a huge energy kite flew towards An Ji-won. Despite the increasing pain, he decided to use the double acceleration mode. His suit glowed with bright rainbow colors. He prepared to attack. Seeing this, the improvement hero frowned, thinking that he was using this technique again. A huge deadly energy serpent was approaching An Ji-won. Using double acceleration, the transformation hero rushed to attack through the energy snake. In a moment, he was already only a step away from the attacking hero of perfection. Putting his hand forward, he grabbed Cheon Ji-seok's head and knocked him down. With all the strength he had left, he dragged him behind him, holding his head tightly. An Ji-won slammed Ji-seok against the wall with all his might, causing cracks to appear. His strongest blow, the mask flew off the face of the hero of perfection. Moving swiftly, Ji-won slammed him against anything in his path. He mentally told himself he could hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. But at that moment, his legs were covered by a powerful flame released from the overheated suit. Unbearable pain enveloped every cell of the transformation hero's body. The flames that erupted quickly spread through his body. An Ji-won cried out in pain. He released his grip on the transformation hero who had clenched his fist to watch what was happening. After a moment, the deadly flames completely engulfed the body of the transformation hero, leaving him no chance. The transformation hero was burning in flames. His body was melting right along with the metal. Looking at this, Cheon Ji-seok wondered if his techniques were so effective because they involved such a risk. Though if he was so strong and had no weaknesses, would they have hidden him for so long? They probably would have released him right away instead of their spear hero. At that moment, the armed men of the restored government appeared. Turning around, the improvement hero looked at them indifferently. They shouted that they would try to buy some time for the commander. Gritting their teeth in rage, they started shooting him with machine guns. Deadly bullets flew at the hero of perfection without causing him any harm. Taking advantage of the distraction, An Yeji rushed towards her brother with a fire extinguisher. Barely alive, An Ji-won struggled to raise his head and asked why his sister was here. Looking him straight in the eye, she replied that he couldn't die like that. The mission to transport the shield has failed. There's only one option left. Now they will confront the hero of perfection all together. This will be An Ji-won's final rule. They'll definitely make it. Looking at him, the doctor thought he wasn't just burning, molten blood and flesh curdling. While giving the anesthetic injection, he realized that if the hero's armor was removed, he would simply turn into a mess. Looking at her wounded brother with pity, she realized that she owed him a debt of gratitude. In an attempt to distract and delay the hero of improvement, the men shot him with powerful shells. A powerful, crushing projectile was rapidly approaching Cheon-ji-seok. He managed to repel the projectile and measured the flight path, sending it back. The deadly projectile turned around and swiftly approached the people. The shocked people stared at him dumbfounded, realizing they could do nothing. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out, destroying them. An Yeji realized that she was powerless and useless in this battle, but she still had to fight. Looking at her, the hero of the transformation thought that she was in the way like an eyesore. He swiftly rushed towards the people who were trying to help the transformation hero. Fiercely shooting back, An Yeji thought that let doom befall them both. The approaching Cheon-ji-seok easily dodged the bullets flying at him. But the commander did not give up and continued to shoot back, not wanting to die without a fight. Lying on the ground, An Ji-won watched his sister try to confront the transformation hero. When he was very young, his sister always stood up for him and protected him. That time she stood up for him when the boys broke his hero mask. Feeling guilty, he looked at his sister and asked if she was okay. Yeji's face and body showed signs of a recent fight with her brother's abusers. The girl didn't answer An Ji-won, and he repeated his question to her again. Without turning around, she replied so he wouldn't worry she was fine. Tears came to the boy's eyes. He felt sorry for his sister. Unable to bear it, he roared for her to forgive him. She didn't have to fight them. He was too weak, so he just stood there and watched. He couldn't help her. Smiling, she replied that she still managed to land one blow, so it was all good. The important thing is that she did fight them. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. In the dumbfounded boy's eyes, An Yeji looked like the truest hero. But if he's really sorry, he has to promise something. He has to eat a lot and train hard to grow strong. And then he would be able to protect her. And now, as he watched his sister being attacked, he screamed at them not to hurt her. Abruptly rising up, he grabbed the hero of perfection, shouted that their fight was not yet over. He once fought with Kim Min-soo. In a fierce confrontation, no one yielded to each other. The transformation hero, breathing heavily, stood in front of the sword hero, not intending to give up. Looking at him puzzled, Kim Min-soo said that the difference in their strength could only be determined by looking at him once. But why does he keep fighting to the last man knowing he won't win? What's the real reason he's so eager? Why he's doing this? Grabbing his head, the transformation hero dumbfoundedly asked what the bastard was talking nonsense about. He shouted furiously that on the contrary, Kim Min-soo had a reason for destroying people. He's a complete lunatic for asking what reason is needed to save the world. But if he really wants to know why, he'll tell him. Because he wants to save people. Because he finally has the power to fight evil. And now he was fighting the hero of perfection from the last. Despite the pain and injuries, all he wanted now was to save his sister. With his last strength, he stood in front of her, shielding himself from the enraged Cheon-ji-seok. He told his sister that when he was in the other world, the Red Ranger told him one thing. Rangers wear silly masks and costumes so people can't recognize them. The enraged improvement hero thought furiously how dare this barely alive bastard treat him with disdain. Swinging around, he tried to give him a crushing blow with his other hand. But the transformation hero intercepted the fist that had been made, preventing him from striking. He said that if they lost all those who might recognize them, there would be no reason to wear the mask either. He won't take his off instead of being himself and surviving on his own. But if wearing a mask means sacrificing your life for your sister, he'd rather die in that mask but save his sister and everyone he can. The infuriated hero of perfection shouted furiously how dare he even say such a thing. At this moment, purple veins swelled up on Cheon-ji-seok's arms. He used the heavenly demon technique of the life energy absorption technique. He grinned and said he was sorry to see him breathing, so he'd help him go to the next world sooner. At that moment, the interactive little man on the hero's belt came to life. He laughed and said he wasn't going to interfere because it was a serious atmosphere. But he can't hold back any longer. Perhaps the hero of perfection has gone mad if he thinks he has any life force left. The shocked Cheon-ji-seok looked dumbfounded at the hero, not understanding what was going on. The man said that medically, Ah Ji-won has been dead for a long time. A kind of liquid that only holds its shape because of the vessel. That's the state he's in. At this moment, the transformation hero swung around to deliver a powerful head kick. From the crushing blow, the hero of perfection lost his balance and flew off to the side. Turning to the little man, Ah Ji-won asked how much time he had left. He answered if there was any point in finding out now. Smiling, he offered to give the perfection hero a good beating before his demise. Since he had nothing to lose, the transformation hero used the triple acceleration mode. A dome of powerful energy formed around him, blowing away everything in its path. When Cheon-ji-seok saw this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that An Ji-won was still capable of such a thing. To resist him, he used his true energy that he didn't want to use. With a wave of his hands, he released a stream of powerful, crushing internal energy. The hero of perfection shouted furiously that the living dead man was forcing him to do it. At this point, the interactive little man informed the hero that the preparations were complete. A moment later, with incredible speed, the transformation hero rushed to attack. Huge claws appeared on the perfection hero's fingers and energy snakes coiled around his hands. He released a huge stream of deadly snakes towards An Ji-won. The transformation hero fiercely fought off the crushing stream of snakes. But the hero of perfection sent out new streams of kites again and again. Reflecting the attack, An Ji-won smashed the snakes that were flying at him into pieces. With a smirk, Cheon-ji-suk folded his arms in preparation for another crushing attack. A moment later, he released a huge, deadly snake with poisonous fangs. He used the heavenly demon technique snake-like combination, monstrous Qui manifestation. Clapping his palms, the transformation hero commanded the serpent to slam its huge maw over NG1. Crossing his arms and clenching his fist, the transformation hero used his remaining strength to slay the serpent. In the same second, the huge monstrous serpent shattered into small pieces. The furious Cheon-ji-seok put out his fingers with ugly claws to strike next. He released a deadly stream of energy towards the transformation hero. As he prepared to repel the attack, the transformation hero saw the rapidly approaching stream. He jumped aside to dodge the deadly blow. But the crushing stream refracted and changed trajectory to reach Ji-won. Crossing his arms in front of him, he managed to deflect and repel the deadly stream. After a moment, he lunged at the hero of perfection to strike. Two deadly energies converged in a crushing confrontation. The perfection hero acted at the limit of his strength, and his arm suddenly flared up. Looking at her, he thought bitterly, not now. He needed a little more time. He had no time to lose, nothing more to lose. He swung around and threw a powerful punch. A moment later, the leg was also enveloped in flames. The hero begged to be given a little more time. They fought furiously. The transformation hero asked for a moment more. The opponents looked at each other with hatred in their eyes. No one wanted to retreat. At this moment, the transformation hero used a new crushing technique. This was the technique of the heavenly demon path of the wicked. The demonic heaven is full of eternal spirits. He unleashed a new stream of energy on the transformation hero who was being engulfed in flames. Half of An Ji-won's body was already engulfed in flames, but he didn't give up. The transformation hero directed new crushing streams of energy at him. Furious, he shouted furiously that this half-dead bastard was about to go to the other world. Embraced by the flames, folding his arms in front of him, the transformation hero rushed at him. The excited An Ye-jae watched the deadly battle from the side. She saw a massive explosion go off, and deadly flames engulfed everything around her. In the raging flames, one could hardly distinguish the figure of the hero. Engulfed by the deadly fire, he screamed furiously, unable to do anything. Tears rolled down from An Ye-ji's eyes. She shouted her brother's name in despair, realizing that she couldn't help him. Suddenly, she saw one of the wounded heroes getting out of the raging flames. His eyes rounded in a daze. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. An Ji-won was walking toward her, barely alive. The girl fell to her knees in front of him. Suddenly, she saw the belt from his gear fall to the ground. Smiling through the pain, the transformation hero said he kept his promise. In the rays of the rising sun, An Ye-ji watched her beloved brother turn into ashes. Wounded and exhausted, Cheon-ji-seok made it to the house where he was once happy. Barely moving in his burnt clothes, he moved slowly home. Reaching out his hand, he called out to his grandmother, as he had once done back then in a past life. He walked through the doors of the house he once loved with great difficulty. But instead of a kind grandmother, there was only a skeleton covered with a blanket waiting for him. He lay on his grandmother's bed, and Cheon-ji-seok looked at him sadly. Unable to let go of the past, he brought food and set it on the table, saying he would take care of her. No one ever met him or called him their favorite grandson again. He had no one to take care of him. Suddenly, a girl from the restored government appeared from under the blanket of the deceased grandmother. Aiming her weapon at him, she prepared to crush the hero of perfection. Turning around, a dumbfounded Cheon-ji-seok said that she seemed to have a guess. From the crushing shot, the hero of perfection flew aside. As he fell, he remembered his past life. Memories flashed before him. A big, beautiful house with glowing windows illuminated by the light of the moon. He sat very small in the big room with his hands over his ears. He couldn't hear it anymore. Mom and Dad were arguing furiously again. The next day, they took a big bus somewhere with my mom. It was his grandmother's house. She gladly welcomed the dear guests. Mom left him with his grandmother and hurried away. She couldn't stay. As Mom left home, she cried bitterly. This decision was not easy for her. The boy stayed at his grandmother's house and was always cranky, but his grandmother was kind to him. After a while, they went into town with her to do some shopping. She bought him new and beautiful shoes. The boy was very happy. When they left the store, he saw a tent selling tasty corn. Seeing his eyes, his grandmother bought him the world's most delicious corn. Satisfied and happy, they walked back, walking hand in hand. After a while, it was time to go to school, and his grandmother took him to the school uniform store. Grandma bought him everything he needed again. That's how they lived together with her. She loved him and cared for him. He was her favorite grandchild. When Cheon-ji-seok grew older, they would often sit together in the evenings and drink tea. That day, after buying some goodies, he went to visit his grandmother. He grinned as he walked down the road carrying a full payet and imagining how he and his grandmother would have tea. Suddenly, his foot slipped on the stone that lined the road. Losing his balance, Cheon-ji-seok flew into a huge ravine next to the road. Once in another world, he became a hero of perfection and dreamed of returning home. As soon as he could get back, he rushed first to his grandmother's house. He entered the house with a smile, expecting his grandmother to be happy to see him. But all he found in the house was his grandmother's breathless body in bed. The hero of perfection wept bitterly, realizing that she hadn't waited for him. At this point, people from the restored government approached the house. They were looking for missing teenagers who could be heroes. One of them, holding a questionnaire with the teenagers' data, cautiously entered the house. Tears flowed down Cheon-ji-seok's cheeks. He turned around and looked at the people fiercely. The hero of the improvement noticed that the guy who came in had a gun besides the papers. Cheon-ji-seok's eyes flashed when he saw the weapons. He shouted furiously that it was them. He pictured a smiling man from the government shooting his grandmother. The infuriated hero of perfection shouted furiously that it was their doing. In a few minutes, he destroyed everyone who came to him then. He was sitting in the pouring rain, grief-stricken, when a returning hero approached him. And now being shot by a girl from the rebuilt government, the hero of improvement remembered that he had always been lonely and no one needed him. With a thunderous collapse on the floor, Cheon Ji-seok said, "What a miserable life." The outcome of Operation Living Dead was the death of the hero of perfection and the hero of transformation. The military managed to pick up the shield with helicopters. The relic of the shield was recovered. The commander, along with the survivors and An Ji-won's doctor, were on their way back. At this time, the blood hero Hong Hwa-ran was flying over the ocean waters. He thought with rage that all the familiars and blood contractors within Korea had disappeared. This is the work of either the restored government or the spear hero supporters. That means only one thing. They've gone into action. He was furious. He flew swiftly toward Korea with the only thought that he had to stop them. Blood Hero couldn't let people believe they could win. At that moment, the tanker was transporting the relic to Poter Mokpo. People were going to deliver it to the Spear Hero so he could rebel against the Sword Hero. An Yeji was watching the tanker when a subordinate reported to her that all the relics were on board. He warned her that word had gotten out that a Blood Hero was on his way here. The commander turned around and said they'd done their part. The rest is up to them. The hero of magic stood next to her and thanked her for her work. The tanker was heading towards the island where Park Jong-soo was. The relic was accompanied by a hero of magic. She was sitting on the deck with a phone in her hands. After dialing Ma Ye-rin's number, she decided to call her mom and see how they were doing. The girl said she was doing well and was glad her mom was being taken care of. She asked about her sister if she went to school there and if she was doing well. At that moment, the military spotted a suspicious approaching object on radar. The dumbfounded soldier realized that it was urgent to report this to the hero of magic. At this time, Ma Ye-rin continued to chat passionately on the phone without paying attention to what was going on around her. A soldier ran across the deck to report to her about the approaching object. The girl, engrossed in a conversation with her mom about her little sister, didn't notice anything. Trying to get her attention, the soldier pointed his finger upwards, but Ma Ye-rin didn't react. Standing up, she held the phone to her shoulder, promising to address all issues when she got home. She assured her mom that she's fine. No need to worry, she's out of danger. At this moment, a blood hero was rapidly approaching the ship. She continued to chirp, assuring her mom that she was a big girl and didn't need to worry about her. Finally, she raised her eyes to the sky. She was dumbfounded and dropped the phone. The dropped phone crashed to the floor with a clatter and rolled across the deck. Frowning, Ma Ye-rin released her energy while preparing to defend herself. The blood hero was very close. He was hovering over the ship about to attack. Seeing the magic hero, Hong Hwa ran on the deck, furiously shouted that she was a traitor. She replied with defiance at whether he was in a position to call her a traitor. After a moment, she unleashed a powerful stream of candy at her opponent. Waving his hands, the blood hero released a deadly bloody stream. A powerful crushing blood stream swiftly flew towards the ship. The candy stream and the blood stream collided in a crushing confrontation. The hero of magic shouted to her Nyashka to do her best. She shouted forward. Little Nyasha began to rapidly draw in a stream of air. A moment later, she transformed into a huge cat with powerful muscular paws and sharp claws. She put her huge paws out in front of her to fend off the bloody flood. She managed to grab it. She held the deadly stream tightly with difficulty, keeping her balance. The magic hero tossed her staff upwards to boost her attack. She used the candy destruction technique to attack the blood hero. Ma Ye-rin shouted loudly to her Nyasha to let him go. Doing her mistress' bidding, she released a powerful stream of blood. Gritting her teeth in rage, the hero of magic swung around to strike. Putting all her strength into the punch, she released a torrent of crushing energy. The blood hero covered his head with his hands to fend off the fierce attack. Flying aside from the deadly attack, Hong Hwa-ran stopped his fall. Frowning, he looked at the hero of magic with fury. His eyes glittered with malice. The satisfied Nyashka happily raised her fist, satisfied that they had managed to strike a powerful blow. Frowning, the blood hero thought that if she hoped she had a chance against her, then she was deeply mistaken. It released drops of blood that transformed into deadly beasts after a moment. They were monstrous demonic creatures created by blood iron. To enhance his power, the blood hero used reincarnation. After a moment, he turned into a blood demon with a devilish smile. Unleashing her powerful claws, Nyashka rushed to attack the demonic creature. With their tongues sticking out and fanged mouths grinning, the bloody creatures rushed to attack. The bloodthirsty creatures rushed at Nyashka from all sides, clawing at her arms and legs. The transformed Hong Hwa ran threw himself into a fierce attack on Ma Ye-rin. Enraged, the girl glared at him with fury. She wasn't going to give up. She swung around and delivered a crushing blow. The blood hero bounced to the side. The magic hero, fiercely looking at her opponent, loudly shouted now. The dazed Hong Hwa-ran lost his balance and swiftly flew down. At that moment, the lava caramel beneath him unfolded into which he was falling. The furious Hong Hwa-ran was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. A moment later, he collapsed into the lava caramel beneath him. He managed to get out of there, but his whole body was covered in caramel. With a smirk, the blood hero said that she seemed to be up to something, but her ability was worthless. He felt absolutely nothing. Looking at him with a chuckle, Ma Ye-rin clarified whether or not he definitely didn't feel anything. Suddenly, Hong Hwa-ran felt that something had changed. He found it hard to move. Angry, he guessed that the hot caramel solidified almost instantly, and his body with hers. He thought she'd done it to kill him in one blow. The hero of magic shouted for him to get ready, now his skull will shatter into small pieces. She swung her staff furiously, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The shocked blood hero looked at the Ma Ye-rin looming over him with horror. Swinging as hard as she could, she delivered a powerful, deadly blow. A moment later, bloody spatters flew in all directions from the crushed blood hero. Wearing bloody clothes, Ma Ye-rin stood in front of a large, bloody puddle. Wiping the blood from her face, she thought that this was the end of the blood hero. She had already turned to leave when large drops of blood rose into the air. Noticing this, the dumbfounded Ma Ye-rin realized that something had gone wrong. At this moment, a huge bloody hand grabbed her and squeezed her with force. It was a blood iron palm. At this time, Nyashka was fighting off the bloody creatures. The hero of magic dropped her staff from her hands and it fell into a bloody puddle. At this time, Nyashka was desperately fighting off the bloodthirsty monsters surrounding her. They attacked her and tried to bite her on everything they could reach. Surrounded on all sides, the bloody monsters managed to knock Nyashka to the deck. At this time, the magic hero was firmly clutched in a bloody fist and could do nothing. Ma Ye-rin was clutched in a crushing fist and Nyasha was lying on the floor attacked by bloody creatures. The ship with the relic on board continued on its way through the waves. A grinning Honghua Ron was watching all of this with his arms crossed from above. He said there was no need to get involved in the battle personally to deal with such a petty scum. Taking the sharp dagger, he released some more blood from his palm. He created another bloody stand-in to send into battle. On second thought, he decided that even a rat could bite if cornered. Hanging over the Ma Ye-rin clutched in his fist, the blood hero was deciding what to do with her. Unable to free herself from the fist that clenched her, the girl looked at him with hatred. Lowering herself onto the deck, Honghua Ran said, thinking only that his doppelganger was able to cause her so much trouble. She's a wuss after all. No wonder she was assigned the job of double agent. After all, she's not strong enough to fight a worthy opponent. A furious Ma Ye-rin shouted that she was weak, but so what? At least she didn't betray her comrades. Getting angry, Honghua Ran said with displeasure that she still kept rambling on about some betrayal. He never betrayed anyone. He was born a demon after all. And the whole point of his being today is only to destroy the world. And also the original owner of this body, the exorcism hero, followed his ideals and beliefs to the very end. A shocked Ma Ye-rin looked at him dumbfounded. She didn't understand what he was talking about. The blood hero laughed and said she was a moron. There was no betrayal. Blood hero said that really they're just completely different personalities. The blood hero once had a chance to participate in a crushing confrontation. His opponents were a transformation hero and a return hero. A grinning Lee Seung-jun asked if he should give up already. The two of them completely outnumber him. There's no point in resisting. Smiling, he said yes, and his ability is akin to cheating. He has no chance of winning, so don't make this any harder than it has to be. Let him just give up and go over to their side. That's not something that's offered to just anyone. He's been given an exceptional opportunity because his abilities are quite useful. The blood hero thought that maybe he was doomed to defeat and unable to do anything about it, but he still had something. He pulled out a double syringe filled with blood. The syringe contained the blood of a bloodthirsty demon known as the Vampire. Once upon a time in another world, he had managed to defeat her and had drawn her blood into a syringe. He realized there was a chance she would take control of his body. But if he does manage to rein her in, his power will increase manifold, and he injected himself. Watching him, the returning hero smiled. He thought that this time things had turned out rather interestingly. After injecting the demon blood into his body, the blood hero felt that he was changing. All this time, Lee Seung-jun had been watching with a smile. The blood hero screamed furiously. The demon blood had completely taken over his body. Looking at him, the transformation hero said something was wrong. This is clearly not an attempt at self-destruction. He guessed that the blood hero was reincarnating. There was a sinister energy emanating from him. Firing shells at it, Dig Garam said if they were going to destroy it, now was the time. A moment later, there was a tremendous crushing explosion from the bursting shells. The powerful explosion made smoke billow all around. You couldn't see a thing. When the smoke cleared, they saw the smiling blood hero in front of them. Looking at him, the dumbfounded transformation hero thought about how all the damage just disappeared. Preparing her weapon to attack, she was amazed to think he had awakened. Smiling, the blood hero put his hands up and said he surrendered. He would fight no more. Now he has no reason to antagonize them anymore. He's ready to join them. The returning hero reached out his hand to stop Lee Garam, who was ready to attack. He realized that his strength and aura had completely changed. It's a completely different creature. It no longer needed to attack him. Blood hero said he's a known demon called a vampire. Thanks to them, he can return to this world. However, given that he is in the body of the hero, he can hardly be called a demon. But it's not a big deal now. He thinks he should thank them. Looking at the hero of magic, he said, did she agree that it turned out to be rather amusing and incongruous? The dumbfounded Ma Ye-rin stared at him shockedly, unable to find anything to answer him. Continuing to grin, the blood hero headed towards her staff lying on the floor. Continuing to grin, Honghua Ran said that as well as the doom that was about to overtake her. Lifting his foot, he swung it at her staff, which split into small pieces. Small shards from the trampled staff flew in different directions. Along with the death of the staff, the Ma Ye-rin clutched in the demon's fist began to dissolve. Ma Ye-rin's costume slowly dissolved. She cursed furiously as she realized that her reincarnation was about to disappear. When she was in the other world and first saw her costume, she thought it was too flashy. Nyashka told the heroine that she could only use her hero powers when reincarnated. Only by reincarnating into a hero of magic will Ma Ye-rin be able to use her abilities. Nyashka explained that the power that allows her to take on a new appearance comes from here. She pointed to the pink candy crystal on her staff. Frowning, the girl said then that Candy Crystal was a very stupid name. Getting angry, Nyashka told her not to talk like that about the kingdom's greatest treasure. Either way, Ma Ye-rin would be able to use the crystal in attacks. However, she should by no means allow the enemy to target him. Lying on the floor of the ship, Nyasha began to shrink along with Ma Ye-rin's reincarnation. She was becoming completely powerless against the bloody monsters attacking her. Sighing, Nyashka shouted to the heroine that meant she had lost after all. The blood hero with a grin on his face continued to furiously stomp the crystal, leaving only dust. Laughing loudly, he said she couldn't do shit without her stupid rock. His nemesis, the hero of exorcism, trained and fought tirelessly. And all to go beyond the limits of human capability. And let her look at herself now, she was all pompous. Sure as if she could save her whole world with one left. But Ma Yerin is just a pathetic lowlife who only relies on his weapon. Gritting her teeth in anger, the hero of magic thought to herself that this was all a taunt to piss her off. But she can't just ignore them. After all, he's actually right. Tears ran down her cheeks. Was she able to save anyone using only her own strength? There was nothing she could do when her beloved daddy died of illness. Her little sister was very small and didn't understand anything. Mom quietly wiped away her tears, and Ma Yerin sobbed at his bedside. And then when she was tracked down by the people of the restored government, Mom and her sister were taken away. She smiled and waved at them, but the cats were scratching at her heart that she couldn't protect them. She stood on the quay and watched as the ship with her family slowly departed. The man from the government consoled her and told her not to worry. He promised that they would look after them well. Nor could she handle a situation where a sword hero was fighting another hero. The hero who defended humanity fought to the last man. There were cracks in his shield. Meanwhile, Ma Yerin watched the battle from around the corner and swallowed treacherous tears. She sobbed at her helplessness. There was nothing the girl could do to help the hero. And in that situation in the underground city, she couldn't save Captain Choi Jung-wook. He sacrificed his life to save humanity and she was left out again. A powerful explosion from a deadly bomb destroyed half of the underground city. But all she could do was help the hero of the spear get out of there. She was a hero who was no threat. A hero in a child's costume with stupid powers. A hero with unknown motives and a questionable source of strength. Up until now, everyone looked down on Ma Yerin. Everyone considered her the weakest hero. But that doesn't mean she'll stay that way until she dies. It's the person who has to change first. Tears streamed down her cheeks and her teeth were clenched with rage and powerlessness. She screamed, calling out to Nyashka that she hadn't given up yet. The blood hero was dumbfounded when he heard Ma Yerin asking Nyashka to help her defeat him. At this moment, Nyashka's diminutive size was grabbed by the bloodthirsty monsters. Hearing Ma Yerin's cry, she smiled. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Leaving her paw in the bloody beast's mouth, she broke free and shouted joyfully that it was her heroine. Overwhelmed with hope, she shrieked with joy and began to increase in size. The shocked blood hero dumbfoundedly watched what was happening. He hadn't expected this. With a huge hand using the candy punch technique, Nyashka attacked Honghua Ran. From the sudden crushing blow, the blood hero flew far to the side. He covered his head with his hands to protect himself from the deadly energy. Nyashka's powerful kick threw the hero to the other end of the deck, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash. At this moment, the blood hero's strength weakened, and his blood monsters turned into bloody puddles. The powerful hand restraining Ma Yerin also loosened its grip and scattered. Freeing herself, the girl rushed to the remains of her magic staff. Tears continued to roll from her eyes as she saw her staff destroyed. Broken, it lay in a pool of blood and the magic crystal was shattered. Clenching her fist with rage, Ma Yerin said that there was no way she could put the shards back together. Looking at her hands, she decided that it looked like she had no other choice. At this moment, Honghua Ran tried to get up after a crushing fall. Crumpled after Nyashka's powerful blow, he looked at the magic hero with hatred. He couldn't figure out how she'd done it. They were good for nothing and very annoying. At this moment, through the smoke, the blood hero saw Ma Yerin approaching. He couldn't believe his eyes when he realized she'd been transformed into a hero. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't understand how she'd done it. In front of him stood a magic hero completely enveloped in magical energy. Her fists glowed with magical light from the crystal shards stuck in them. Clenching her fists, she looked at him with hatred and was ready to fight. The blood hero was shocked. He couldn't believe that she had embedded crystal shards in her fists. The girl angrily asked what he had just called her, a pathetic wretch who relied only on his weapon. Rising to his feet, Honghua Ran looked at her angrily and viciously cursed. She screamed that she would show the bloodsucker what real willpower was and rushed to the attack. The blood hero swiftly ran towards her to deliver a devastating blow. Shouting furiously, Ma Yerin swung her fist with magic crystals prepared to attack. A blood demon with a face twisted with anger was moving towards her. Two powerful energies collided in a crushing confrontation. The demon thought that when the crystal source of her powers broke, the advantage should have gone completely to his side. But seeing the powerful energy of Ma Yerin, who was attacking with a face twisted with rage, he thought he was wrong. Willpower is nothing more than nonsense invented by complete weakling. Frowning with a skewed face of anger, he watched the hero of magic. With a forceful push-off, Honghua Ran flew into the air above Ma Yerin's head. He decided that he needed to increase the distance between them first, since all the power of the crystal was in her hands. With a filthy curse, he shouted to the girl that she couldn't get him here. He wondered what she would do now. Willpower is an illusion and a desperate attempt to bridge the chasm between them and the strong. Looking up at him from below, she said she would bring the blood hero down to earth. At that moment, Nyashka threw a powerful punch. Suddenly stretching out, Nyasha's arm tightly wrapped around Honghua Ran's leg. Grabbing onto her, Ma Yerin yanked with force to bring the hero down. Not expecting such a turn, he collapsed to the deck at the girl's feet with a clatter. With a loud shout, the blood hero fiercely swore. He was furious. He shouted that she was incredibly annoying to him. Why the hell is Ma Yerin resisting? Infuriated, he asked the girl how she even managed to do that. Looking at the blood hero's face twisted with anger, she replied that he would never understand. Letting out all her strength, Ma Yerin fiercely frowned as she rushed forward to attack. She yelled that Honghua Ran wouldn't understand it because he has nothing to protect and defend. Using the sweet storm technique, she released a crushing stream of energy towards him. A huge bright flash from the crushing explosion illuminated everything around. Lowering herself onto the deck, Ma Yerin headed towards the blood hero to assess his condition. She thought that it seemed to be because the power of the crystal was now flowing directly through her. The girl realized that her body was too weak for this. it wouldn't last long. Looking at Honghua Ran lying on the floor, she really hoped that her attack would be enough to defeat him. At this moment, a vial with a drop of blood for recovery appeared in the blood hero's hand. He said that if he hadn't spent too much energy in Egypt, he would have defeated her with a wave of his hand. Clutching a vial of blood drop in his hand, the blood hero said that it pissed him off beyond belief. A hero of magic is like an annoying mosquito that swirls around and won't let you sleep. Or a paper cut while turning the pages of a book. That's when he opened the bottle. He said it was like the sickening feeling of biting into the neck of your prey and realizing his blood was tainted. Taking the capsule out of the vial, Honghua Ran said that she should be proud of herself. He kept this vial to defeat all the other heroes, including the sword hero. This vial contains the blood of 1,000,000 people. In the next instant, Ma Ye-rin saw a powerful bloodstream. The shocked blood hero stared, dumbfounded, not realizing what the hell this was. Transforming the blood demon screamed that she had brought the trouble on herself. So now the hero of magic will have to reap the rewards of his actions. Huge bloody orbs with sharp spikes appeared everywhere in the air. A moment later, thousands of deadly spikes were released and flew downwards. With a huge crushing stream, the spikes swiftly swept down on Ma Ye-rin. The dazed magic hero watched in horror as the iron blood spikes approached her. The blood demon's eyes flashed. He grinned as he watched. The deadly bloody spikes spinning flew downward in a powerful crushing stream. Gritting her teeth in rage, Ma Ye-rin realized that she had to act or she would die. There was no time to worry about her condition. If she doesn't manage to block his attack, they'll all be finished. The end will come not only for her, but for all those who fought to protect the relic. She created a protective shield and unleashed a powerful stream of candy at her opponent. Two crushing energies converged in a deadly confrontation. Gritting her teeth in rage, Ma Ye-rin really hoped that she could hold on, at least for a little longer. Realizing that her strength was running out, the girl thought with horror that this was her limit. An excited Ma Ye-rin shouted to Nyasha, inquiring if she was all right. A bloody stream of crushing spikes was rapidly destroying the candy stream magic hero. The girl felt she had no more strength. She couldn't hold on any longer. She thought with horror that this must be the end. There was nothing more she could do. A crushing stream of deadly spikes shattered the candy stream and swiftly approached. The exhausted magic hero barely stood on her feet, unable to resist any longer. Closing her eyes, Ma Ye-rin began to slowly fall straight onto the deck of the ship. Suddenly, someone reached out to catch the falling girl. It was the hero of the comeback. He said with a smile that she couldn't die yet. The hero of magic still has a role to play. It's not over for her yet. Barely opening her eyes, Ma Ye-rin wondered why he had done this. Laughing, he replied that she must be a little shocked. He would explain everything later. First, they need to dodge these things that were rapidly approaching. Clasping the girl tightly to him, the hero of the return looked at what was happening with a chuckle. He dodged the blood hero's deadly bloody spikes with ease. Looking at Honghua Ran with a grin, the returning hero thought about the fact that he already knew all of the vampire's attacks. Picking up Ma Ye-rin in his arms, Lee Seung-jun maneuvered between the deadly spikes. Avoiding the crushing attacks, he moved between the bloody spikes, pinning the girl to him. The returning hero swiftly moved across the deck of the ship, carrying Ma Ye-rin with him. Seeing him move, the blood hero asked the returning hero why he did it, where he's been hiding all this time, and why he's only showing up now. And why is the returning hero even protecting this pathetic girl? He can't understand Lee Seung-jun at all, what he's up to. Smirking, the returning hero replied that he planned to turn him into a real demon. Unlike the parody of him that the blood hero is at the moment. But to his regret, the sword hero had already evolved into a demon himself. Blood hero was dumbfounded that Kim Min-soo had become a real demon. Return hero said that means he doesn't need blood hero anymore. At this moment, Lee Seung-jun pulled out a crushing sword and grinned. It was a sword of primordiality plus 99. He said with a chuckle that he'd have to get rid of the vampire demon. The enraged vampire was dumbfounded that he was no longer needed. He shouted furiously at the nonsense he was saying. The returning hero is still alive just because he was useful to him. Now Lee Seung-jun will pay for his ignorance. He will destroy him. After a moment, he released a crushing stream of bloody energy towards the heroes of Return and Magic. Huge bloody skulls with empty eye sockets swiftly flew towards them. Clutching the deadly sword tightly, Lee Seung-jun grinned. Did he really mean it? Does he really think that he's been through almost every fork in time is going to let him win? Had the demon vampire's brain completely shut down from the overabundance of blood? A moment later, a deadly weapon flew into the blood demon, nailing it to the relic. With a crushing sword in hand, the returning hero made his way towards the crushed vampire. He said he was holding back so he wouldn't sink the ship. It only took him 98 rebirths to defeat him. His attacks are predictable. The original owner of his body had destroyed it many more times than that. Easily went over 100. The shocked blood hero looked at him dumbfounded and asked why he was doing this. Didn't he want to see the whole world go up in flames? Isn't that why he brought the evil heroes together? Hearing his words, the returning hero laughed loudly that he was completely wrong. He just stood by and watched them destroy the whole world. It was all because he needed to create a real demon out of someone. He only put them together because he didn't want to let anyone die prematurely. After all, if the other heroes had worked together, he would have died before the demon was even born. He needed time, and that's why he was collecting them all over Korea. The returning hero could not allow the other heroes to unite against him. The wounded blood hero inquired, now having achieved his goal, what he was going to do next. Is Lee Seung-jun's ambition to take over the world? Hearing Honghua Ran's assumption, the returning hero laughed loudly. How could he think he wants to take over the world? He's got a demon in him right now. But he'll tell him since the blood hero is about to go to the other side anyway. His main goal is to save his world. The hero of the comeback swung to strike. At that moment, the vampire raised his hand and told him not to hurry. If he destroyed it, the owner of the body would die too. Sighing, Lee Seung-jun said that if the exorcism hero can hear him, then let him know. He's really sorry about the way things turned out, but it's the only way he has left. He was an incredible hero, but now he has no choice but to destroy him. Swinging around, he struck a deadly blow, destroying Honghua Ran. The returning hero stood over the body of the crushed blood hero and looked at him sadly. At this moment, an enraged magic hero was approaching him. She was furious. He turned around and grinned, saying that she must have heard everything. He supposed he didn't need to explain anything. The infuriated Ma Yarin furiously interjected, "No need to explain. Yes, he's a bloody bastard. She thinks he's just a fucking psychopath who wants to destroy her world." Sighing, the returning hero replied that when it was over, she would understand him. Throwing down his sword, he said he had no desire to fight her. Better to go to the hero of the rebellion. They need to deliver the relic. At this time, the hero's steel hands was in outer space. Looking up, he saw what he needed to get home. It was a strategic space station that flew overhead. Jumping up, the hero's steel arms made a hole in the ship and climbed in. Capturing the spaceship, he forced the astronaut to send it home. With tears in her eyes, the girl said it was done. Now he could return to Earth. She begged him to let her live. The steel-armed hero frowned at her. He shouted furiously that villains can only live as long as they are useful. He doesn't negotiate with terrorists. Getting even angrier, young Yui Ho struck a deadly blow. Smiling evilly, he said he was a hero of justice and would always find a way forward. At this time, robots appeared in the skies over the northeastern waters of Indonesia. They carried in their arms the hero of the transformation who had moved into Marie Stevenson's body. Armed military personnel were already waiting for them on the shore to prevent the attack. They stared tensely into the air, unsure of what to expect from the robots that had arrived. After a few minutes, the robots reached the ground and descended with the girl. The military pointed weapons at the robots to find out who they were and what they were doing here. The captain warned that this is a military base of the restored government of the Republic of Korea. Let them identify themselves and their affiliation. The robot replied that it was Marie Stevenson of the United States of America, the scientist that defeated this generation's transformation hero. She has come to lend them support and end the tyranny of the sword hero. Putting her hand on the robot's shoulder, the girl looked at him and stopped. She said it was wrong. The person he's talking about isn't her at all. The robot asked why she disagreed. If people found out she was their enemy, they won't trust her. People will be scared when they find out she's actually a transformational hero. They might even take her prisoner and decide to destroy her to get rid of a potential threat. If that happens, then Mrs. Stevenson's sacrifice will be wasted. Then there would be no more hope of defeating the sword hero. Lowering her eyes, Lee Garam replied that redemption cannot begin with a lie. She will tell them the whole truth, and a man does not destroy another man so easily. She believes that's what the past hero of Marie's transformation would have said. The girl has asked to be brought down to Earth. She wants to face her sins properly. The robots lowered the girl to the ground, and she went to the armed men. The members of the restored government frowned at her and held her at gunpoint. Approaching the people, the girl honestly told them that her name was Lee Ga-ram. Now she is in a different body, but not long ago she was the hero of the transformation that destroyed and leveled Korea. The captain screamed that it couldn't be. How could a child be the monster that leveled cities? With a sigh, Lee Ga-ram replied that it was true. She had gotten a human body during the battle with the past transformation hero. As a public servant, he should know that no matter what his current appearance is, all the heroes were originally just normal kids, and when they became heroes, they gained powers. Frowning, the captain looked at the girl with hatred. He was furious. Gritting his teeth in anger, he decided he couldn't look at her in peace. With pistols in hand, the captain headed towards Lee Ga-ram to destroy her. Approaching the girl, the enraged captain pointed his gun at her and shouted. The robots watching decided they couldn't let it be destroyed, but with a movement of her hand, Lee Ga-ram stopped them. She understood the feelings of these people. The captain yelled out what the psychopath was doing here. Did she get tired of slaughtering people? Or she came here to take away their last shred of hope. The girl replied that she came for the rebellion hero. She wants to ask him to defeat Kim Min-soo. He's absolutely right that she's very tired of all the deaths. Holding the gun in one hand, the captain with the other hand carefully took out the phone. Showing her, the captain said that this phone has the contacts of 380 people on it. His family, friends, bosses, colleagues, mentors, neighbors, and even the owners of the restaurants where he was a regular. Let him try to guess how many of them he could contact after the atrocities she'd committed. 3. Of the 380, there were only 3 left. One of his superiors and 2 co-workers. His family, comrades, and his life. They're monster heroes who took them all away from him. So why should he let Lee Ga-ram live? Does she deserve it? The captain has told his men that she may intend to destroy the hero of the rebellion. Have them mobilize her and make sure she's unarmed. Also have them call the hero of the rebellion, but tell him to come in full force. The girl continued to stand. She was not going to resist. Lee Ga-ram realized that gaining trust was not easy. On his way out, the captain told her not to screw up. After this was over, he would destroy her himself. Lowering her eyes, Lee Ga-ram replied that she was fine with it. She may not know what she has done, but she realizes how much pain and suffering she has caused. Once the sword hero is finished, they can do whatever they want with her. Fearing her people tied up Lee Ga-ram and sent her to a prison cell. The girl sat humbly in her cell. She realized that people hated her. At that moment, the heroes of the rebellion and the hero of the magic horn came to her. Looking at her, Park Jong-soo asked, was she really a transformation hero? The girl said that's it. And he is, if she's right, the hero of the spear. She sees that he's managed to solve the arm problem. He looked at her hatefully with gritted teeth of anger and clenched fists. At that moment, the magic horn hero stopped his fist and told him not to let hatred and anger take over until he decided to destroy her. Right now, the sword hero must be indiscriminately destroying people. Turning to Lee Ga-ram, Park Jong-soo told her to say whatever she wanted. He's not going to mess with a maniac any longer than necessary. Sighing, Lee Ga-ram asked the heroes if they knew what was going on right now. The magic horn hero replied that if the reports are to be believed, the sword hero has headed north, and the heroes of the faith, steel arms, and transformation are destroyed by other heroes. But it looks like there may be some inaccuracies since it turns out she's alive. And there's also information that the hero of perfection and the hero of transformation destroyed each other. The hero of the spear said not to answer questions. She could be a spy. The girl said that if she was, she could find out everything from afar. She wouldn't have to go straight to them. Park Jong-sun doesn't need to worry. Right now, Lee Garam is just an ordinary person without any powers. Lee Garam told them that Kim Min-soo is no longer a sword hero. He's turned into a demon, and the heroes of the last generation that could have stopped him were destroyed. The shocked Park Jong-soo dumbfoundedly questioned that the bastard who pretended to be a hero had become a demon. The hero of the magic horn said it wasn't that weird. I mean that the hero's duty is to protect the world, and he was destroying it. No wonder the sword hero eventually turned demon. And it looks like the hero of the comeback has been manipulating him all along to get him reincarnated. He said something like that once. The girl remembered how they had once fought together with Lee Sung-jun. Holding him in her arms, she said she wanted to ask him something. Lee Sung-jun grinned, surprised that she addressed him by his first name. He was touched. What is she interested in? He does all of this to vent his anger at the world and show all the overwhelming firepower beyond what is conceivable. Surprised, Lee Garam asked, what about him? Why is he with them? Lee Sung-jun replied to watch them. But the return hero doesn't want to just watch the world burn to the ground. His goal is to see who they eventually become. The girl replied that she didn't know what she meant. She had never understood his train of thought. One day, when it's all over, Lee Garam will realize him and what he's trying to accomplish. The dumbfounded Park Jong-soo shouted furiously that the bastard was going to turn them all into demons. But why? Suddenly, the hero of the rebellion heard someone behind him call his name. The government man came running in and told us that the ship carrying the relic had arrived. Turning around, the magic horn hero inquired what was wrong. At that moment, the ship with the relic on board was standing off the shore. The whole deck was covered with blood. On board stood a hero of magic and a smiling returning hero who greeted them. He held a gun near his head and told them not to even think about approaching or trying to disarm him. Clenching his fists with rage, Park Jong-soo looked at the sneering Lee Sung-jun with hatred. The hero of the return said he was here to talk, and if they attack, he'll just go back and sink the ship with the relic. Looking at him fiercely, Park Jong-soo thought that he was one of the heroes that had invaded the shelter. Glaring furiously at the returning hero, he clenched his fists in anger and moved towards the ship. The hero of the magic horn screamed what he was doing. She was telling him what he could do. No matter how Park Jong-soo attacks, there's no way he'll be able to defeat the returning hero. Even if he could inflict a deadly wound on him, he would just rewind time and dodge the next time. With his teeth clenched in anger and his fists clenched, Park Jong-soo stood there not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, Lee Garam told the heroes that she would go and talk to the returning hero. She understands the comeback hero much better than anyone. They used to be on the same side, after all. The magic horn hero released Lee Garam to negotiate with Lee Sung-jun. The still-bound girl walked up to the ship to talk to him. Looking at her face, Lee Sung-jun asked who she was. It didn't look like she was an ordinary person. The girl replied that she was Lee Garam, the former transformation hero. Her body was destroyed along with the transformation hero of the last generation, and her current body is an artificial body created by her. Surprised by this turn, the comeback hero asked if she could prove it. The girl said the date was June 17th. That was the day she and he first met. She held in her hands the bodies of her parents who died in the fire. At that moment, the hero of the comeback came up to her and told her she'd made quite a mess. He was wearing a fireproof suit and a mask. He asked if she was feeling better now. Without turning around, Lee Garam released a crushing projectile towards the hero. A moment later, the deadly projectile was next to the returning hero. Tilting his head to the side, Lee Sung-jun dodged the powerful projectile. The shell flew past and flew into the nearest building. There was a huge explosion. Grinning, he said he didn't want to antagonize her. Let him introduce himself. His name is Lee Seon-jun. He's a hero like her. He also lost everything he had when he came back. Looking at her, the hero of the comeback said that she really is Lee Garam. So after getting a new body, she decided to side with the government. The girl replied that that's exactly what it is. She doesn't want to destroy people anymore. He may think it's ridiculous, but after all her atrocities, she decided to help people in any way she can. They teamed up and she will help stop Kim Min-soo. The girl lowered her eyes. She wanted to redeem herself to humanity in some way. Looking directly at Lee Sung-jun, Lee Garam revealed that she would do whatever she could to help destroy the sword hero. The returning hero grinned and said, what a coincidence. He's here for the same reason. The enraged Park Jong-soo frantically thought about what those fucking maniacs were babbling about. They want to pay for their sins when they've done so much evil. They want to help the victims of the battle. What about those who were victimized by them? He rushed towards the heroes. The dazed hero of the magic horn tried to stop him. But the hero of the rebellion grabbed her arm, not letting her interfere and stop him. He tossed the girl aside and fiercely clenched his fists and rushed towards Lee Garam. Falling to the ground, the magic horn hero grabbed her injured arm and screamed. At that moment, Park Jong-soo approached Lee Garam and grabbed her by the throat. He shouted in rage that she was mocking him. She was really going to team up with them. If she wants what's best for him and the rest of the victims, then let her go to the other side of the world right here and now. As soon as he sees her breathless body, he will immediately gather the strength to fight the sword hero. Suddenly, his hand transformed into a tree branch, and Lee Garam fell out of his grasp. The girl who had fallen out of the sword hero's hands fell to the ground with a clatter. The infuriated Park Jong-soo turned around and furiously shouted whose side she was even on. Lying on the ground, the magic horn hero used her power to stop the spear hero. At this moment, the magic hero promptly rushed down from the ship. Clenching her fists, she jumped from the ship to the ground and rushed towards Park Jong-soo. Swiftly running up to him, she violently stabbed him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. From the surprise, the dazed hero of the rebellion lost his balance and flew aside. A furious Ma Yarin shouted that he thought she was happy with everything. How is he going to fight him? His very existence is cheating. She has no idea why he's suddenly decided to help them. If he's their enemy, they'll never win. Park Jong-soo got angry and yelled that she's the same way. They're all just sitting on the sidelines doing nothing. His hand dug furiously into the ground, leaving deep marks. He shouted what they all wanted from him. Do they really think he's going to stand by and accept these hypocrites? The spear hero shouted why they were so weak. The girls looked at him sadly. Tears ran down Park Jong-soo's cheeks. He shouted furiously why they let his family die. The returning hero had been silently watching the events unfold all this time. Looking at Park Jong-soo, he thought for a moment. At this moment, the hero lying on the ground was furiously shouting why he was so weak. Gritting his teeth in impotent anger, he shouted that he didn't see the point of it all. Let them just give him back his normal life and his family? The returning hero reflected on how many people's lives he had ruined. He promptly jumped from the deck of the ship to the ground and headed toward them. As he landed, dust kicked up all around him. The returning hero stood shaking off his suit. The hero looked sadly at the lying Park Jong-soo, but he had no choice. He told the hero of the rebellion that enough with the tears. Let him rise. He knew that it was the only way to save the world, and that something would have to be sacrificed. Deep in his heart, he begged for forgiveness. The returning hero told Park Jong-soo that he is now the only one who can defeat the demon-turned-sword hero. But he won't be able to stop him as a rebel hero or a spear hero. In order to defeat the demons, Park Jong-soo needs to become a hero of heroes. When Lee Seong-jun held out his hand to him, he promised to make him stronger. And if he refused, he would destroy him. He said it started a long time ago. At that time, he had 0 returns. He said that Kim Min-soo and him were battle buddies that fought against future heroes. They fought transformational and faith-destroying heroes, trying to stop the Sea Dragon hero who was destroying ships, confronted the Golem hero who took over the island and made the people slaves, fighting the hero of perfection trying to stop his atrocities, fought a hero of magic who used his skills against humans. The hero Steel Hands was also their fierce opponent, vicious and brutal. Together with Kim Min-soo, they fought side by side to protect people's lives. Wiping his face, Lee Seong-jun told the sword hero that their opponents were pretty tough. Kim Min-soo smirked and replied that if he had time to complain, he better let him try to keep up with him. He's a little slow. The returning hero smiled and said that Kim Min-soo had better keep quiet. He hadn't even seen his real ability. They were all battle buddies at that point. They were heroes. The shield hero has informed them that reinforcements have arrived. They will protect everyone together. Their team of heroes fought together against evil heroes protecting ordinary people. This was his 111th comeback. She fought Young Sung-woo, who had captured Jeju Island and rebelled. The Golem hero shouted furiously whether they Soo understood the feelings of someone who had lost everything. Let her just leave him alone and stop messing around on his island. A moment later, Huge Eyes directed deadly beams at the hero. The spear hero let loose a crushing spear in his direction and rushed to escape the rays. A powerful deadly spear flew towards the huge golems hanging in the sky. The spear hero shouted to Kim Min-soo that he would deal with the golems. Let's go! At this moment, the sword hero was on a military airplane controlled by humans. Jumping off the airplane, he swung a huge sword to stop the hero golem. With a furious look at him, he said that since it was so hard, let him rest at last. The deadly battle of the heroes that lasted a whole year has finally come to an end. The people of the government photographed them for history. They asked the heroes to stand closer together. The girl promised An Ji-won to destroy him if he adopted that stupid pose. This photo could go in the textbooks. Have them take the photo seriously. It can even become a family heirloom. Preparing the camera, the man gave a countdown for the heroes to get ready. But the transformation hero couldn't resist his crowning pose. The other heroes chuckled quietly. They couldn't protect everyone, of course. There were heavy casualties among the people. A memorial altar to the victims of the Battle of Heroes was created where the fallen were memorialized. The returning hero, along with the sword hero, cooperated with the Korean government. Coming to the memorial altar, they made an effort to support the relatives of the deceased. Having returned over 100 times, the returning hero has saved as many people as he can. As he approached the memorial, he placed a candle in front of the portraits of the dead and mentally asked for forgiveness. Tears ran down Lee Seong-jun's cheeks. He said that he had never been able to find a solution that would save everyone. When the heroes' battle was over, the heroes tried to adjust to a peaceful life. Seeing the huge statue, he asked Kim Min-soo if he really asked to put it up. The girl said she couldn't believe someone would ask that. It's so embarrassing. The transformation hero, looking admiringly at the statue, said he wouldn't mind. Maybe he should ask his sister. The exorcism hero said there was no way he would have agreed to such a thing, even if it had been offered to him. Embarrassed, Kim Min-soo asked what was wrong. It's beautiful. It also makes you feel like the battle is over. The hero of the spear said she joined later, so she doesn't think she's going to get one. All the heroes reacted differently to the huge statue of sword hero Kim Min-soo. The heroes did not lose their resolve and focused their energies on keeping the peace and rebuilding the battle-ravaged country. Stronger than normal humans, they helped carry heavy material. In the restoration and construction of new buildings, their skills were in great demand. One day, a man fell off a huge bridge and tumbled into a river. In time, a magic hero who was nearby managed to catch him and save him. But even so, after about a decade or so, people have slowly started to forget them. No one paid much attention to them anymore. They walked quietly through the streets. Gradually, the characters were able to return to normal life as ordinary people. Heroes of the sword and shield were married. Other heroes attended the celebration. They loudly applauded the newly created family. The exorcism hero said he didn't understand why they would limit themselves by doing such a thing. The girl replied that short of marriage, their future child would be the strongest in the world. The returning hero also had a lot of sympathy for the spear heroine. Sitting at a wedding of battle buddies, they sat holding hands. Leaning over to Lin Seong-jun, she quietly whispered when they were already getting married too. Heroes fell in love, started families. They had long-awaited children. Gazing at the little girl, the heroes of Return and Spear admiringly asked in whom she was so beautiful. The baby's mom grudgingly replied that clearly not in the father who wasn't even present when she gave birth. The exorcism hero carefully said that of course she went into it. She certainly did. They often met and spent holidays together or just shared sorrows. The hero of the transformation complained that he wants to get married too. But his sister always says that girls don't suit him and it doesn't matter who he brings. Smiling, Lee Seong-jun reassured him that someday she would understand him and he would get married too. Sighing sorrowfully, An Ji-won complained that no one understands him. Even Lee Sung-joon got married last year. He's the only one left single among the characters. The hero of the comeback smiled and promised to introduce him to a nice girl, but he must stop drinking or his sister will give him a beating. He replied that in those days everything was simple. All he had to do was to save people and not think about anything. Yes, sometimes they would bury themselves in the past and complain about their quiet lives. And then their children grew up and they all played heroes, saving people together. As they became even older, their children were graduating from university, and their parents were very proud of them. The heroes became veterans who were congratulated every year on their victory. They slowly grew old. Being already at an advanced age, the hero of the comeback spent his last days in the hospital. He was nearing the end of his life. The medics kept him alive as best they could. Most importantly, his beloved wife and daughter were by his side at that moment. The returning hero said that even without being able to go back in time, he has no regrets. With tears in her eyes, his wife supported him and told him he was right. They lived a happy life. She feels the same way as her much-loved husband. They have nothing to regret. The hero of the comeback closed his eyes, looking at the one he loved, and that's how it was supposed to end. Suddenly, a dazed Lee Sung-joon realized that he was outside. He looked at the people walking down the street and couldn't figure out what was going on. Taking the phone out of his pocket, he saw the date February 11th, 2021. This was his 112th comeback. Lee Sung-joon shouted furiously. He was shocked when he saw his reflection in the window. A young boy stood in front of him. The shocked returning hero was dumbfounded at the thought of being back again. He should have realized something was wrong from the start. He said the world they live in is very similar to video games from his world. The girl from the other world asked in surprise what video games were. Lee Sung-joon tried to explain. He asked if she had an inventory status window or if only the main character had incredible abilities. He told me that in his world, something like this comes out by the hundreds. He's very familiar with this kind of thing. The S-Rank's unique skill, Infinite Return, popped up on the screen. It was written that when the user is killed, the user goes back in time to the moment of the events that caused the death. He was interested in the skill that would send him back if he died. Lee Sung-joon thought he could quickly return home with it. The girl said he could come back and fight the demon quickly, kills two birds with one stone. But he must remember that Sung-joon will not return even with this ability if he is destroyed by a demon. He must defeat him on the first try. Now that she had given him all the blessings and hurtings she could, he must go and save her world. She asked dear hero very much to do so. And now, looking with horror at his young reflection in the window, the hero of the return realized that he was back. Lee Sung-joon suspected that the cause might have been a medical error that he didn't know about, or there was the possibility of a chronic illness he didn't realize existed, and he was diligently living his second life. He decided it was just a mistake, but since he was back, he had to do the right thing. He had no choice. If he starts preparing now for the Battle of the Heroes that starts in 3 months, that for the characters combining greens and time will be able to find the best ending where all three will be alive. Then he could prevent the deaths of his comrades, which remained his eternal sorrow. When the hero of the return returned back for the 214th time, he fiercely swore. Looking at his young body, he thought that the cause of his death was not chronic illness. He spent the last hours before his death in his home in case there was a medical error. He saved the boys from being killed. Now he has nothing to regret. What the hell is this? At that moment, the thought crossed his mind that he had missed something while receiving the skill. Opening the dialog box, Lee Sung-joon clicked on a unique skill. He began to reread, assuming that this ability also goes back in time at the onset of death from old age. He read that if the type of death is unknown to the system, the user is returned to the beginning of the time branch. The returning hero was horrified to realize that any doom was undone. He shouted furiously that if he had known, he would never have accepted this curse. The people on the street eyed the enraged Lee Sung-joon suspiciously. One guy dialed the police phone number and reported the troublemaker. A police officer arrived and asked if the guy was okay. He warned Lee Seon-jun not to make so much noise outside. The hero was furious and completely desperate. He did not know what to do. At that moment, he noticed a gun hanging from the policeman's belt and decided that he would destroy himself and go back to the moment he got this ability. The hero of the comeback promptly ran up to the policeman and pulled out a gun. He fired the first shot into the air to stop those who would want to stop him. As he prepared to self-destruct, he apologized to passersby and said he didn't mean to scare them. It was the 220th return. The hero of the return looked around dazedly. He realized doomfully that he couldn't go back to the other world. The earliest point of return is right here. This is exactly the moment when the returning hero returned to his world. With his head down, Lee Sung-joon thought in despair that he was trapped in a time loop. Lee Sung-joon found out that he can come back even if his body was split into molecules by an atomic explosion. On the 395th return, he spared the transformation hero and secretly began to create a body that would guarantee eternal life. He was really hoping to get out of this time loop. It would have been enough to sacrifice himself to get those trapped with him out of the trap. But it was a complete failure. Nothing was going to come of it. He was considered dead as soon as over 50% of his body was transformed into a robot. Sobbing in despair, the returning hero realized that even that didn't work. He returned to the moment before the transformation. It had been 780 returns. Now he didn't need 10 returns to stop the Battle of the Heroes. Despite the fact that everyone considered him a savior, he felt no pride. It was nothing new. The passing is so obvious. He felt he was slowly going insane and was saving the world on automatic like a machine. The other heroes disappointedly told him he was done faster than they could start. A little more and the damage would have been much greater. That's just amazing. Every time he saw the faces of the characters again and again, his guilt grew. He stood in the rain with bitter tears running down his cheeks. He couldn't live like this anymore. Seeing his tears, the heroes rushed to Lee Sung-joon to comfort him. They didn't know. These good fools risking their lives in this pointless performance. He pulled out his gun and apologizing to his friends decided to start over. There had already been 1,000 returns. Lee Sung-joon tried to endure the time of returns alone, but after being completely mentally exhausted, he spontaneously talked to the other characters about his situation. His hero friends were horrified when they heard his whole story. Seeing Lee Sung-joon's sad face, they decided they would definitely help them. His friends suggested he work something out together and free him from the time loop. Smiling Kim Min-soo said that such a crowd of heroes would definitely be able to handle it. Each of them tried with all their heart to find a solution to this problem. All of his hero friends supported him and began to offer a variety of solutions. But nothing suggested worked and everything started all over again. At that moment, Lee Seong-joon lost the remnants of hope. When the returns were 1,716, he experienced the demise of alcoholism. Returning to the original point, his heart stopped from the prohibitive level of stress. He's been dying of cardiac arrest since his 2,100th return. Tried dying in space. On the 5,612th return, he again attempted self-destruction. On the 7,666th return, was chained into a block of ice by the hero Ivan Pushkin. On the 9,279th return, was locked in a sarcophagus by a hero of faith. On the 10,000th return, the hero of the return felt that time was tending toward infinity. He could no longer bear it. The returning hero thought about his ability to hold the future of some 8 billion people hostage. Some might say that the options for the future are like the infinitely growing roots of a tree, and that the future he's looking for now is just one possibility. With a smirk, Lee Sung-joon said that he was like Doctor Strange or something. So instead of dreaming of another future, one should be satisfied with the present and settle down. And only after a while did the hero of the comeback realize it wasn't fiction. It's reality. And it's radically different from the way novels describe those who can go back in time. No, it's not like that at all. As soon as he goes back to the beginning, all other options for a different future are being assembled and destroyed. That endless possibility of return that seemed appealing to him. It's holding him prisoner right now, and there's no way for him to get out of the time loop. Even if it were me from another reality, he wouldn't have been able to find a way to resolve this ability to return. Going back to the beginning again and again, Lee Sung-joon sobbed bitterly at the impossibility of changing anything. In reality, he was constantly going back to the beginning of all variations of this infinitely branching future back to point zero. In a frenzy after another return, he yelled out what she wanted him to do. He realized he could no longer return to another world where he could give up his ability. Falling straight to the ground with no regard for those around him, he furiously shouted what else he should do. When 13,148 returns had passed, he ceased to fight on the side of the fighters for justice. The returning hero hoped that if he joined the evil side, there would be someone who could destroy him, whether it's Kim Min-soo or someone else. He survived the destruction of the sword hero, but came back again and tried to find a new path. The next time, Lee Sung-joon tried to die at the hands of a spear hero. The exorcism hero also destroyed it, but nothing worked. It came back again and again. A returning hero fighting a hero of magic, and she allowed him to be defeated. All the heroes on the government side beat him up and used their skills on him. Even Kim Min-soo couldn't stop him from coming back. Now, even the passage of time had become a blur for Lee Sung-joon. Listening to the news of Kim Min-soo's another victory, he thought about the fact that a sword hero could not be defeated. Maybe only a sword demon could. When he was so desperate that he could not squeeze out a tear, he remembered the words of the goddess that he could be destroyed by a demon. It suddenly dawned on him that all he needed to break this torment was a demon. Lee Sung-joon had an idea in his mind. Only a hero can destroy a demon, and only a demon can destroy a hero. What if the rule applied to all worlds? Wouldn't it be possible that a demon of a different type that wasn't a return demon could destroy him? There was no time to hesitate. So far, his return meter only showed a 5-digit number. He had to create a demon before he went completely insane. Realizing this thought, the hero of the return began to develop his theory smoothly. First, it was necessary to create the conditions for the demon to appear. Its destruction and karma, and a strong enough hero to hold it all together. Then Lee Sung-joon thought it was necessary to use rampaging heroes for this purpose. He decided that he would become their right-hand man and keep them alive as long as possible. And then when they can turn into a demon, the hero of return will die at their hands. But there was one major flaw in his plan at the time that he didn't think of. When the heroes started wrecking everything around them to gain destruction and karma, the returning hero shouted furiously to stop the transformation hero. That's when they always showed up. The heroes are his former allies, his former associates who hated Lee Seong-ju at that moment. It was the sword hero and the shield hero who fought to the last man. And even the one he loved so much in this reality hated him. Seeing Lee Sung-joon's heroes once again, he shouted furiously why those stupid bastards were bothering him again. At some point, the returning hero realized that it was impossible to create a demon and escape the hero's attention. And then he had to destroy his former comrades if necessary. He had to learn all the weaknesses of the heroes so he could defeat them. Fighting the transformation hero Lee Sung-joon found out that his vulnerability is cooling systems. If he didn't thin their ranks, evil heroes would die before they could even get on the path to becoming a demon. He even had to destroy his own wife with his own hands. Wounded, looking him straight in the eye, she wondered why he was doing this to her. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the comeback hero. He replied that it was all for her own good. When the returns reached 119,930, he nurtured the closest he could get to becoming a demon hero. When he tried to stop Kim Min-soo from destroying him, he didn't listen. He replied to the returning hero that this hero must answer for his sins and for his comrades. After pushing Lee Sung-joon away, Kim Min-soo headed towards the hero saying that he should pay up. The hero of the sword said he's just a little bit away from becoming a demon, so he needs to be destroyed. Clinging to the sword hero's leg, he begged him to spare this hero. But Kim Min-soo didn't pay any attention to him and continued walking towards his goal. Despite Lee Sung-joon's tears, he cut off his head with a huge sword. In utter despair, the returning hero screamed furiously upon seeing the hero he had nurtured die. And it didn't matter what exactly he was doing to create the demon, Kim Min-soo wasn't letting it come true. So he decided to destroy Kim Min-soo first. But even after many comebacks, even after calculating all the options, the difference between Kim Min-soo and Lee Sung-jun was too great. No matter how much the return hero tried, he couldn't defeat the sword hero. And if he can't defeat it, he comes and destroys the demon he created. After the numerous deaths at the hands of Kim Min-soo, he pondered somewhere inside his fuzzy mind. If he can't defeat a sword hero, shouldn't he create a demon out of it? These thoughts seemed monstrous to him, and he didn't know if such a thing could even be forgiven. But Lee Seon-jun realized that he had no choice. This stream of returns must be stopped. What perverted man was not past history or lust for power? It was endless time. He was the one behind the wheel of that car, but he had no other choice. After deciding to turn Kim Min-soo into a demon, Lee Sung-jun began to develop a plan. Though such thoughts were unforgivable, he felt peaceful. Finally, after so many returns, the sword hero had hope. He was timing Kim Min-soo's return. There were about 3.5 months left. For the first time in a long time, Lee Sung-jun felt like he would succeed. Each day, he added details to the plan to make sure he didn't miss anything important. He really hoped that this time he would definitely be able to die. He had a good feeling about it. Now that he had a concrete goal, all trivial thoughts were gone. Opening his phone, he read the news that a righteous man had saved the lives of 40 people. The returning hero realized he had screwed up and didn't make it in time, but it didn't bother him anymore. Now he was thinking that everything was fine. He just needed a fresh start. Hundreds of thousands of attempts and failures felt like nothing since he had a goal. The comeback hero had to destroy Kim Min-soo's parents to sink into sadness. Looking at the dead sword hero's mom, he said he was sorry, but it was necessary. They understand. He was completely calm and quite sure they would understand him. He also had to deal with Kim Min-soo's friends. He shouldn't have any hope left. He went around to his friends' parents and told them about Kim Min-soo so that they would forbid them from socializing with him. The returning character tells them that Kim Min-soo recently ran away from home and is getting into a lot of trouble. He also bribed the sword hero's teacher. After putting the envelope in the folder, he told the teacher that he dropped it. Holding out the folder, Lee Sung-jun said with a smile that these are teacher's papers, isn't it? For full effect, the comeback hero spread various rumors about Kim Min-soo. When he went to the police, he reported that he was attacked by some freaks who looked like a family of fugitives. They had just beaten him up and robbed him of his wallet, depriving him of all his funds. He made it so the world wouldn't give him an ounce of sympathy now. The returning hero destroyed all his future comrades so that no one would support him, made sure competent people would never reach their positions. Thus, the people capable of stopping his colossal plan were eliminated. No human being was to interfere with the realization of the plan. He had to try his best to avoid a future where Kim Min-soo would repent, and no way to have a future where the sword hero commits suicide. The returning hero systematically eliminated the heroes one by one carrying out the plan. And so after 370,000 returns, he managed to turn Kim Min-soo into a demon. He created a weapon that in theory, according to his plan, could destroy him. Now all he has left is to die at his hands, and then the passage of time can go on again. That's why Lee Seon-jun offered a choice. Either make Park Jong-soo strong, or destroy him. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the hero of the rebellion. He didn't know what to do next. The returning hero looked at Park Jong-soo testily, waiting for his answer. Looking at the relic ship, he thought about the fact that he had gathered all the materials he needed. He decided that he would create a hero who could destroy a demon named Kim Min-soo. Now all he had to do was figure out how to arrange it. The hero of magic asked what Lee Sung-jun was going to do. He's been going on and on about how he's going to save the world. Now he's going to train a guy with a spear. Sighing, the returning hero promised to tell all when this was over. Furiously swearing, Ma Yurin shouted that she didn't say that she wouldn't cooperate. But he didn't think about giving them some explanation to motivate them. Smiling, Lee Sung-jun replied, since they need motivation, he agreed. Taking a small object from his pocket, he said it was the detonator for the self-destruct device of the ship, carrying the relics. The shocked magic hero stared dumbfoundedly at the returning hero. The magic horn hero was also shocked at what she heard. All their efforts might have been in vain. With a smirk, Lee Sung-jun said that if the rebellion hero refused to cooperate and train, he would blow him up. At that moment, the magic horn hero walked over to Park Jong-soon and put her hand on his shoulder. They kneeled, and she whispered to him that she knew they were being tricked. But if Lee Seon-jun wants to, he can not only sink the ship, but destroy them all. They cannot allow this to happen and rob all of humanity of hope. Tears glistened in her eyes. She added that it didn't matter what the return hero's intentions were now. But as long as the hero of the rebellion gets stronger, you have to wait. Looking pleadingly into his eyes, the girl reminded him that he himself had said that they were too weak. That's why she asked the spear hero to use her powers. Once in battle, the shield hero placed a hand on her shoulder and told her to be sure to keep her ability. There's bound to come a time when you need it more than you do now. And now the moment has come for her to use her ability. Park Jong-soo said that she was right. He will only vent his anger on Kim Min-soo. With a grin, Lee Sung-jun wondered if the spear hero had finally made up his mind. Clutching the detonator firmly, he said it was time for the first test. He must destroy him 100 times with his bare hands without repelling his attacks. Smiling, the hero of the comeback said it was time to begin. But he didn't have time to say anything. Park Jong-soo's powerful fist was already flying towards him, delivering a devastating blow. The enraged spear hero shouted for him to start counting. It was the first time. Laying out the cards with pictures of heroes in front of him, Lee Sung-jun chose who to train. The reason why he chose Park Jong-soo is quite simple, all because he wasn't fully formed as a character. He could have been worked on. The heart and mind of the hero of the rebellion was broken by irreparable losses. No normal motives or goals either. Even he became a hero only recently. But despite all this, the spear hero has powers superior to all heroes except the sword hero himself. Among all the surviving heroes, he had the most potential. The spear hero swiftly rushed towards Lee Sung-jun, intending to crush him. Lee Sung-joon thought about the fact that this spear hero pattern was something he had seen before. He needs to take a step to the side and swing his sword in an upward direction. Stepping aside, Lee Sung-joon put his sword in the path of the attacking Park Jong-soo. But the spear hero managed to dodge the return hero's deadly blow. After a moment of gritting his teeth in rage, Park Jong-soo threw a powerful punch. The sword flew out of the returning hero's hands as he was knocked down by the blow with a thud and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the enraged Park Jong-soo struck another deadly blow, destroying the returning hero. Returning to his original position, Lee Sung-joon thought that he had not misjudged the hero. He had already crossed the 3-digit limit. This guy's very strong even without a spear. Could take his head off with his bare hands. Time and time again going back, Lee Sung-joon suggested Park Jong-soo to take the first test. He thought about the fact that a couple hundred more attempts and they would be able to reduce the number of his weakness in front of Kim Min-soo. The comeback hero finished the first test only after the number of attempts became 4 digits. He said that Park Jong-soo may seem like there was only one attempt, but let him take his word for it. There were over 1,100 attempts. And he structured and explained to Park Jong-soo all the weaknesses in his fighting style. He explained that the spear hero's movements are precise and he is skilled in one-on-one combat. He lacks flexibility and there's not much else to fix. The return hero promised that he would lay out all the details in a separate document and give it back later. Watching Park Jong-soo, Lee Sung-joon thought about what if Kim Min-soo didn't have a sword. He'd have a good chance of destroying the sword hero before he became a demon. The dumbfounded Park Jong-soo listened to Lee Sung-jin with bewilderment. He doubted his words. Smiling, the returning hero said that nevertheless his opponent to fight is not human. In other words, in a one-on-one fight with him, there's a limit to how far he can go. The spear hero specified that the technique was used by Kim Min-soo. How could he inflict such damage without moving at all? Spreading his hands, Lee Sung-joon replied that he himself didn't know how it worked or activated. After all, after Kim Min-soo became a demon, he didn't have the chance to fight him. Angry, Park Jong-soo asked if he was bluffing when he said he would make him strong enough to fight Kim Min-soo. The returning hero replied that he wasn't bluffing. When his training was over, he was going to meet the sword hero. The hero of magic looked at him dumbfounded. She wasn't sure she could trust him. The girl heroes watched thoughtfully. They didn't know if they could figure out his plan. Lee Sung-joon said he was going to die by Kim Min-soo's hand, but not before he loses at least one of his hands. And he'll be broadcasting the battle, he'll just have to watch the fight. He must unravel the secret behind his ability. It's very simple. A surprised Park Jong-soo asked how the returning hero was going to die if he was immortal. He replied that it was one of the conditions for the return ability. Hearing his words, the girls were shocked that his ability didn't work against demons. At that moment, Lee Sung-joon said that they were now moving on to the next test. He asked Lee Garam if she had any large-scale weapons she could use or create something similar. She replied that she had an advanced artificial intelligence left behind by the transformation hero of the last generation and several different weapons. The returning hero said he would share Kim Min-soo's fight footage with her. She should create something that mimics his fighting style for spear hero training, but it should not introduce any safeguards. They need to restore the conditions of a real battle. If Park Jong-soo dies, he'll just destroy himself and go back in time. Unexpectedly, Lee Sung-joon said that now that everyone had their tasks, he was going to rest before starting a new test. In seclusion, Lee Sung-joon continued to conduct his research. He took meticulous notes as he worked out a plan to destroy himself. At this moment, Lee Sung-joon heard someone stealing silently toward him from behind. Turning around, the returning hero was surprised to see the green hero in front of him. Moving closer, the hero of the greens asked if he had everything ready for the second test. Looking him straight in the eye, the girl clarified that they were comrades. Laughing, Lee Sung-joon replied that she was always smart just like Lee Garam. He added with a sigh that he had forgotten about it after so many returns. Lowering his head, the returning hero confirmed that they were indeed comrades. She said about his ability. He chose to die out of guilt because he can't control it. The returning hero sat with his head down and looked down. It was hard for him to talk about it. The girl went on to say that he was stuck in a time loop and turned Kim Min-soo into a demon to finally end it. The hero of green wondered about Kim Min-soo since he was also their comrade. Frowning, Lee Sung-joon thought about not having her look at him, so she wouldn't dare sympathize with him. The girl looked at him pityingly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Otherwise, his heart will just break into billions of little pieces. To restrain himself, he squeezed his leg with force and told her not to come any closer. The timeline in which they were comrades has long since ceased to exist. She's the green hero and he's the villain. That's how they're supposed to be remembered. Park Jong-soo should be the hero who destroyed the mad sword hero who became a demon, and the returning hero who planned the whole thing. With a sigh, the green hero lowered her head and said that it was too cruel. At this moment, Lee Sung-joon remembered the moment when he fought the magic hero. Swinging his sword, he was already ready to deliver a deadly blow. But at that moment, the hero of the greens came running toward them and yelled for him to stop. Rounding her eyes in horror, she screamed that destroying him would be too cruel. Lee Sung-joon's tears flowed. He thought that she was still too kind. She doesn't even know how many times they died because of it. Wiping away his tears, he said he had nothing to counter her kindness. Standing up, the returning hero said he accepts her sympathy. But in return, Lee Sung-joon would ask her to do something for him. If she really feels sorry for him, here's the notebook. When he dies, have him give it to a girl named Yeon Seo-min. At this time, the men of the restored government were clearing away the rubble in the underground city. Using excavators, they carefully dug into the ground, hoping to find something of value. Suddenly, a dazed soldier shouted into his radio that they had found a survivor. Under the rubble, they found Kim So-mi lying on the ground with a bottle in her hands. At this time, in the other world where the spear hero returned from, the enchantress was thinking about Park Jong-soo. She thought about the fact that it had been about 2 weeks since the 10 copies had been moved to the hero's world. He should have already achieved the vengeance he kept talking about while he was here. Suddenly, the sorceress thought that if that wasn't the case, she was afraid of her own thoughts. A picture of Kim Min-soo destroying Park Jong-soo flashed through her mind. Slapping herself on the cheek, she forbade herself to even think about such a thing. It was impossible. He is someone who is not satisfied with even reaching the pinnacle of excellence in their world, and the one who created the new peak of power. The hero of the spear couldn't just die. At that moment, an agitated knight in armor rushed over to her. He informed the summoner that all the spears sent to the hero's world had returned. The shocked girl rushed to run to the hall where all the spears were kept. She was frightened to think that the worst could have happened and their hero died. In the spear room, all the spears were in their proper places. At that moment, the summoner smiled and said with tears in her eyes that the hero was alive. At that moment, the knight told her there was more to it. Have her look at the spears. The returned spears had addresses engraved on them by Park Jong-soo. On one of the spears was an inscription that the hero of the spear had not yet realized his vengeance. On another spear, he wrote that he needed new and stronger spears. A further message said that now it wasn't just revenge like when he had saved their world. Now his world is in danger and he desperately needs their help. The summoner stared dumbfounded at the inscribed spears. She thought about his request. At this point, the knight asked her what they should do now. The decision was hers. She replied that the hero had been summoned to their world not of his own volition, but he still protected them. It's the same here. If he asks them for help, they should willingly return the favor. Have them pull all the stored materials. If they want magic stones, they'll raid even a dragon's nest. Let them mobilize all the blacksmiths and invite all the artisans of the country. If he tells them that the hero has asked for help, they will answer the call with all their hearts. At this time, the training taking place on the deserted island was going well. The spear hero fought the crushing machine created by Lee Ga-ram. The returning hero, along with Lee Ga-ram, followed what was happening on the computer screen. The girls managed to build an imitation of Kim Min-soo in no time, and Lee Sung-joon watched and analyzed the training process. Looking at the powerful machine, the returning hero wondered if this was the machine that was copying Kim Min-soo's abilities. She said she didn't. She couldn't recreate the demon's powers even with the technology of the transformation world. The past hero's work is no good either. This is just what she was able to create in the shortest amount of time using the available technology. She focused on recreating Kim Min-soo's attacks. Sung-joon said he was huge, can't she shrink him down to the size of a sword hero? She angrily replied that she wasn't packing a Walkman. It's impossible, it's the best form she can create right now. He said if that's the case, they should start. They're running out of time. As they prepared for the second test, they turned on the crushing machine and began the countdown. The deadly machine released crushing beams and moved towards Park Jong-soo. With his spear in front of him, the hero of the rebellion was deciding how he would deal with her. Frowning, he looked at her and thought this robot was too fast. Jumping up, Park Jong-soo tried to get over the barrier created by the robot, but he didn't succeed. While crossing the barrier, he caught the top and lost his leg. The wounded hero of the rebellion collapsed to the ground with a clatter, dropping his spear. When Lee Sung-joon saw that, he sighed and said that it was a failure. We have to try again. He pulled out a gun and said it was faster. All he has to do is go back and tell Park Jong-soo how he failed. Each time after failing, the returning hero would come back and tell how he lost in other timelines. Drawing diagrams on the ground, he explained to Park Jong-soo what his main mistake was, and discussed with the rest of the characters how it could have been avoided. Showing a video of Kim Min-soo, Lee Ga-ram tried to pick out his weaknesses. The hero of the Greens participating in the battle discussions was also trying to help. When you know about your future mistakes relying on them, you can come up with the best option. Smiling, Lee Sung-joon offered to increase the number of blades. He's good with it. Lee Ga-ram complied with his demands and amplified the robot's power. Even if Park Jong-soo loses, Lee Sung-joon can always go back in time and turn the loss into nothing. When she saw that Park Jong-soo was injured, she yelled that she shouldn't have overpowered him. The comeback hero reassured her that everything was fine. He'll just go back. No matter how many attempts and failures are required, it will still be nothing compared to 370,000 returns. The returning hero watched as once again Park Jong-soo managed to defeat the robot. Smiling, he thought about the fact that from such training he would quickly become a force to be reckoned with. But he's exceeded his expectations. Maybe it's because he hasn't been back that long, or maybe it's because he has a clear goal. But he's a quick learner. Lee Ga-ram asked what he's going to do now. She has no more material for training. The returning hero replied thoughtfully that this was a problem. The difference between practicing against a machine and fighting against a human is great. It would be easier if they had at least one suitable opponent. Before meeting Kim Min-soo, it would be a good idea to practice your fighting technique on someone else. At this time in the United States, in San Francisco, people were walking quietly down the street. Suddenly, one of the women lifted her head up and looked dazedly into the sky. High in the sky, a huge object covered in flames was flying at a tremendous speed. It was a space capsule on which the steel-armed hero descended. A moment later, a massive crushing explosion rang out as the capsule crashed into the building. Frightened people screamed in panic and scattered in different directions. At that moment, young Yui-ho appeared from a huge crack in the wall of the building. He landed on the ground with a clatter and rocks flew in all directions from his powerful impact. People recognized him as a South Korean terrorist. One guy said he saw him on the news. The enraged, steel-armed hero glared at the surrounding people with clenched teeth with fury. The dumbfounded woman, trembling with fear, said, "Wasn't he declared dead?" Frowning, young Yui-ho said with a chuckle that they were all sinners here. It's time to pay the price. Justice begins. Hearing this, people panicked and rushed in different directions trying to get away. At this time, Lee Sung-joon was watching the news on his phone. Smiling, he thought about the fact that Young Yui-ho had landed at the same time as last time. He might be suitable as a sparring opponent. Looking at Park Jong-soo, he shouted, "Let the rebellion hero pack his bags." It's time for his first match. Let Park Jong-soo show what he's learned. Against the steel-armed hero came the armed forces of the United States. Surrounding him with powerful tanks, they displayed their weapons and fired shells at him. A huge stream of deadly projectiles was rapidly approaching the hero's steel arms. Watching the scene, Jong Oi-ho thought that this was the last desperate attempt. Powerful crushing flames enveloped the hero's body with steel arms. At that moment, an airplane was flying in the sky above him and was about to drop bombs on him. Aiming the target, the pilot dropped deadly projectiles on the steel-armed hero. Watching the battle unfold, the military didn't know what to do. The general thought of their enemy being more than human with incredible strength and survivability. Now that all the residents have been evacuated, all they have to do is bombard it with artillery shells until it burns down. The military dropped deadly shells on the hero, turning everything around into ruins and ashes. A completely unharmed Jung Yui-ho grinned and shouted that they couldn't hurt him. He is under the divine protection of justice. The general gritted his teeth in rage and thought that destroying Jung Oi-ho was impossible. The transformation hero and the others, they at least took damage from their attacks. But this fucking steel-armed hero won't give in to them. They don't know what to do. He feels like they're toy soldiers in a battle against a little boy. The military watched the battle. Military equipment attacked the hero again and again. The soldier said it was the 37th full-scale attack and he once again escaped damage completely. The second supported that they have already used white phosphorus gas bombs, vacuum bombs, supersonic missiles. Is there anything else they have not tried? At that moment, a soldier reported to the general that they had received a call from the restored Korean government. The general yelled for him to stay out of the way. They have better things to do. They're holding up the defense of the United States. Who cares about the call of a failed state? The soldier replied that a returning hero and a newly emerged rebel hero were on the line. The baffled general picked up the phone. He didn't expect Lee Seon-jun to call him. A voice came out of the tube that said he knew he was the general of a powerful nation, but it was quite rude. The comeback hero said they called their collapsed state and they wanted to help. At this moment, Lee Sung-jun along with Park Jong-soo were already flying on a helicopter to the battle site. The dumbfounded soldiers were puzzled. They thought the returning hero was the enemy. Why is he with them? It's a trap or he's a spy. The general pondered over Lee Sung-jun's words as Jong Yui-ho joyfully displayed strength. The confident returning hero waited quietly while they mulled over his proposal. The general clarified if he understood correctly that it was about helping to destroy the hero's steel hands. With a smirk, he said what they must have realized by now. They wouldn't be able to destroy it with their own weapons. It's easy to underestimate him considering all the stupid spandex and goofy behavior. But the steel-armed hero specializes in single encounters. Jung Yui-ho always comes out of these battles a complete winner. If they agree to accept their offer, they're on their way to Japan. Have them prepare an airplane for them at a military base. The United States military agreed to accept the help of Korean heroes. The general said he didn't know the reason why he changed sides, but he was sure it took another monster to destroy the monster. With a smile, Lee Sung-jun replied that he was glad that they agreed. Their decision had just saved humanity. Rebel Hero said he understands now what he meant by the first match. The returning hero wants him to defeat the hero of steel arms. He said that's right. Speaking of survivability, he's as tough as Kim Min-soo, if not tougher. In a past test with the robot, they practiced speed and evasion. Now it's time to practice to break the unbreakable diamond. Park Jong-sun clarified Sung-jun wants him to only use the spear this time. There are no plans to teach him how to use the relics. The returning hero replied that to become stronger, he must first fully realize all of his abilities. And to use someone else's weapon, he must first be worthy of it. Just as a chosen hero is summoned to another world, Park Jong-soo must be summoned by that world, as well as the relic itself. This weapon must choose it for itself. At this time in the United States, pogroms and destruction continued in San Francisco. Clenching his fists, Hero Steel Hands grinningly asked if they had run out of weapons. Or maybe all the cowardly humans got scared and ran away. At this point, the general announced that there was 1 minute left until the hero landed. The military decided to illuminate the battlefield with powerful flares. At this moment, the steel-armed hero turned his attention to the appearance of the light missiles. At that moment, a military helicopter arrived with Lee Sung-jun and Park Jong-soo on board. Frowning, Jong Yui-ho watched the helicopter approach without realizing who it was. A moment later, a long rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter. Pa Chong-soo descended on it with a frown, clutching his spear in his hands. Frowning, the steel-armed hero shouted that he recognized that guy with the spear from the shelter. Fiercely clenching his fists, the rebellion hero headed towards Jong Oi-ho. Hero Steel Hands grinned, reminding him that last time he couldn't save a single person. What does the hero of the spear think of his chances this time? Does he hope to win? With his head down, Park Jong-soo replied that he had never succeeded, because he's bad at saving. With a sharp turn of his spear, he shouted that he was pretty good at destroying things. That's why young Oi-ho won't leave here alive today, but will go straight to the underworld. Spreading out, the hero of the rebellion rushed swiftly to attack the enemy. The grinning hero steeled his arms and rushed towards him, anticipating victory. At this time, the returning hero was watching the heroes running at each other. With a smile while watching them, Lee Sung-jun said that it was time for the third test. Sincere laughter, brightly colored suit, fists as strong as iron. The steel-armed hero was completely confident. There was nothing ordinary people could do to resist his terrifyingly powerful strength. With a chuckle as he approached the military tank, he shouted knock knock loudly. The soldier inside was terrified, realizing that there was no escape for him. A moment later, a huge, powerful fist pierced through the armor and appeared in front of the shocked soldier. Young Oi-ho's sneering face appeared in the whole form. Among other things, the hero of Steel Hands had a will that could not be broken. The hero Steel Hands might have been a real hero if not for his twisted sense of justice. He was absolutely certain that sympathy would not lead anyone to a just peace. But that's why Jong Yui-ho was so powerful and invincible. And now the hero of the spear was rushing toward him to deliver a deadly blow. The steel-armed hero looked at the approaching opponent with a smile. He moved toward his enemy, completely confident of his invulnerability. Looking at him, the hero of the rebellion was dumbfounded that he wasn't even dodging. When Park Jong-soo came close, he tried to wound his opponent with his spear, but it slipped off the hero's body with steel hands without causing him any harm. He laughed and shouted that he couldn't pierce the cobblestone with a toothpick. At that moment, he swung his powerful fist about to strike. To avoid the deadly blow, Park Jong-soo dodged to the side. A powerful wave went from the crushing power of the hero's steel arms. Seeing this, the hero of the rebellion guessed that his strength came from the prevailing mass. At that moment, he barely managed to dodge the enemy's leg flying at him. At that moment, Park Jong-soo suggested that he needed to cut off his air. He lunged at the hero with steel arms and thrust his spear, trying to deprive him of oxygen. The rebellion hero tightly wrapped his legs around his body and used all his strength. With a smirk, Yong Yui-ho asked if he seriously hoped to deprive him of air. He laughed and said that a child can't crush a rock with a hug. All the while, the helicopter continued to hover above the fighting heroes. The returning hero watched the fierce battle of opponents with a chuckle. He thought bringing the hero of the rebellion here was the right thing to do. He makes bad decisions all the time, but it also provides an opportunity to improve his problem-solving skills. He mentally asked the hero of the rebellion what he was going to do next. At that moment, Park Jong-soo thought that it might not have worked, but now he was in the dark zone. He should definitely make the most of this chance and put a stone arm around his neck. After a moment, raising his spear hand, he shouted furiously a change of weapon. Frowning, the hero's steeled arms tried to free himself from the pesky hero. A moment later, Phil Gain's short spear was in his hands. He struck the hero with steel arms and he managed to wound him in the shoulder. While striking, Park Jong-soo wondered if the spear would even do any damage at all. Suddenly, Park Jong-soo noticed that Jong Yui-ho started to bend. He couldn't understand what was happening. A moment later, the steel-armed hero jumped high into the air. The spear hero continued to hang on his back, and Jong Yui-ho flipped in midair and began to fall on his back. Grinning, he promised to squash that pesky worm. The interlocked heroes were rapidly falling. Park Jong-soo felt an incredible pressure. To avoid being crushed to the ground by this clump, he shouted a change of weapons. A moment later, they collapsed to the ground with a crash. A bright flash illuminated everything around them. Rising up, Yong Yui-ho was ready to see a scone out of the rebellion hero, but the man was unharmed. He was lying tightly clasping the protective spear. The reflection of the day's shield allowed Park Jong-soo to confront the steel-armed hero. At this moment, he aimed a crushing blow of deadly energy at his opponent. The hero of the rebellion once again made a change of weapons to deliver another crushing blow. A moment later, deadly spears appeared in his hands, ready to attack. Using the sacred resonance technique and the unity of emptiness, he dealt a crushing blow. A huge stream of crushing energy rained down on the hero's steel arms. The incredible power threw the dumbfounded Yong Yui-ho far aside. A destructive wave swept through the streets of the city, tearing everything in its path. All the while, the military watched the confrontation between the two heroes. The general thought about what incredible combat power this is. Would it be able to wipe the bastard out? In order to resist the deadly stream, Chong Yui-ho crossed his arms in front of him. He managed to stop his precipitous fall and bounced to the side. After a moment, the hero of steel arms rushed back to the hero of the rebellion. Fiercely clenching his fists, Jong Yui-ho confronted Park Jong-soo's deadly spears. Two of the strongest heroes come together in a crushing confrontation, trying to destroy each other. The enraged hero's steely arms delivered furious blows to his opponent. Defending himself, Park Jong-soo put out crushing spears in front of him. He used the ice spear to attack the hero with steel hands. From their powerful confrontation, debris from collapsed buildings was flying in all directions. The enraged heroes fought to the last man. No one was ready to give in. Attacking Park Jong-soo switched weapons, striking with various spears. Changing weapons once again, the rebellion hero attempted to confront Yong Yui-ho with a fire spear. At this time in the other world, the caller was watching the return of the spears. She thought about all the spears coming back from the other world with chipped points. So the hero's current opponent is probably a head taller than any he's met so far. The summoner told the knight to have them place the new spear in the first slot. The knight clarified if he understood correctly that she was referring to this particular spear. At this time, the fierce battle between the two heroes continued in San Francisco. After conducting another weapon change, Park Jong-soo received Hyukto's iron spear. Since ancient times, mankind has created more and more advanced weapons, from fists to clubs. Wooden clubs were soon replaced by more powerful metal swords. After swords came deadly spears, allowing to strike the enemy at a distance. And there is no finer-edged weapon than the deadly pike. And that's the kind of powerful, perfect weapon Park Jong-soo received for battle. Hyukto is a spear designed for powerful direct attacks. The command to activate it is dash. Focusing on the target, the hero of the rebellion prepared for a crushing attack. He shouted loudly, Hyukto jerked, and a powerful unicorn appeared in front of him. Park Jong-sun's huge peak erupted, releasing a powerful, crushing force. The frowning, dazed hero steeled his hands and watched the scene. The returning hero was also watching Park Jong-soo with a smile. He liked this scenario. The rebellion hero saddled the unicorn with burning eyes and clutched his pike tightly. With a smirk, Lee Sung-joon thought that this was practically cheating already. As a piercer, he already had a huge killing radius. And a weapon like this adds to his mobility. Looks like the people of the spear world aren't so stupid considering they were able to create such a weapon. This new weapon closes the problem in speed and increases Park Jong-soo's strength. But besides that, all the power concentrated in his body can be concentrated on the tip of the pike. Smiling, the hero of the return said to let the hero of the rebellion show him his destructive power to the fullest. Riding a dark unicorn, the hero of the rebellion rushed to attack the enemy. He put a powerful destructive weapon in front of him to strike. Clutching the pike tightly, he thought about the fact that it seemed to fit his fighting style well. But he had never even seen such a weapon, much less used one. The spear hero wasn't sure if he could overpower Jong Yui-ho with that spade. But then he realized that if he made a mistake, the returning hero would turn back time and advise him not to use this weapon. Which means that Lee Sung-joon wants him to fight with that spade no matter what. Thus, he suggests that this weapon could be effective against Kim Min-soo. Laughing, Young Oi-ho said that first the spear hero comes to him with toy-like spears, and now he's playing horseplay. He's just a third-rate villain. All I have to do is get a lollipop like that pink-haired girl. Tell him to stop making a fool of himself. Enraged, the steel-armed hero swiftly rushed to attack. Gritting his teeth in rage, Park Jong-soo shouted that he would face him this time. Spurring the unicorn, the hero of the rebellion furiously ordered it to trot. Snapping out of his seat, the unicorn rushed to meet his opponent. Gritting his teeth in rage, Park Jong-soo prepared to fight fiercely. Watching this, the steel-armed hero prepared to repel the deadly attack. The two powerful opponents rushed towards each other to deliver a devastating blow. Shouting furiously, Young Yui-ho put out a huge fist to strike. At this moment, displaying his pike in front of him, the hero of the rebellion prepared to attack. Two powerful energies converged in a crushing confrontation. From the powerful confrontation of the two energies, everything in the way collapsed. The powerful destructive wave sent the helicopter hovering above them spinning. He was tossed from side to side. The pilot could hardly keep it in place. The returning hero inside the helicopter was also shaken. He watched with interest the crushing confrontation between the heroes. He wondered which of them would be the first to slacken and lose. The comeback hero wondered if he would be able to get through and let the enemy break him. At this time, the spear world was closely watching to see if the new spear would return. Knight asked if the caller really thought it was the right decision to place a new spear in the slot. After all, the hero will be using the new weapon for the first time in a real battle. Smiling, the caller replied to him that everything would be fine. If the hero puts enough power into the first strike, then Hayatko will take care of the rest. The tip of the deadly pike collided with the powerful fist of the hero's steely arms. Two powerful forces came together in a confrontation. Hayatko's spear did not break like the spears before it. The dumbfounded Jong Yui-ho fiercely clenched his teeth and realized that the tip of the pike was moving. A black unicorn with burning eyes was rapidly approaching the hero. The power of the crushing peak was enough to shatter the steel fists. Spinning ever harder, the point of the pike slammed into the crushing fist. The enraged Yang Wei-ho realized that if he let this pike continue to spin faster and faster, it would pierce him like a drill. After a moment, he unclenched his fist and swung his palm sharply. In the next second, he grabbed the pike by the tip and clutched it tightly in his fist. Firmly clutching the pike in his fist, the steel-handed hero prepared to strike with his second fist. Grinning, he shouted furiously that now his toy wouldn't be able to spin. Suddenly shocked, Yang Yui-ho noticed that his hand was twisting along with the spade. At this moment, Park Jong-soo riding a unicorn came close. Accelerating as much as possible, the hero of the rebellion struck a crushing blow. Losing his balance, the steel-armed hero flipped in midair and flew off to the side. A moment later, Park Jong-soo delivered a powerful crushing blow to the shocked Young Oi-ho. Putting all his strength into Hyatko's pike, he crushed the hero's steel arms over and over again. From the incredible crushing power, the stone gave in and shattered. With a deadly blow, Park Jong-soo turned around to get out of here. A crushed Yang Yui-ho sat on the ground with his eyes downcast and his brows furrowed. At that moment, he saw a girl appear in front of him and look at him. Looking at the hero's steel hands, the girl asked him if this was the end. Kneeling before him, she said that he had promised that he would destroy them all and himself as well. Looking directly into her eyes, Yang Yui-ho said that a defender of justice always keeps his word. Everything that happened to Hero Steel Hand started about 3 years ago. A smiling Jung Yui-ho was sitting at a desk in a classroom at school, with a magazine in his hands. He enjoyed reading comic books about heroes without noticing anything around him. A satisfied Jeon Yui-ho happily said that this episode about the judge is awesome. At that moment, someone's foot struck the chair in front of him with force. The chair collapsed with a clatter right in front of him. The boy clutched the magazine fearfully. The guy standing over him was yelling furiously that Yui-ho was a nerdy pig snout. He told him not to read those comics in class. The guy shouted furiously that he was sick of Yui-ho and that smell of rotting fat. But it's even worse when he reads those comics with that disgusted look on his face. The frightened kid with a guilty look on his face replied to forgive him, but now the change. The guy angrily grabbed Yang Yui-ho's face and angrily shouted at him not to dare speak to him. Didn't he say that when Yui-ho opens his mouth, it smells like a pig? With a forceful swing, the guy shouted that it looked like he had no choice. He would teach him another lesson. Jong Yui-ho looked at the furious guy with horror. Hovering over him, the guy furiously asked if he had heard him. He said he'd teach him a lesson. Let her take her clothes off. They'll play a fun farm game. He put Yui-ho on his knees and sat on top of him. The boy sat on top of Yui-ho and laughed. Tears of resentment and humiliation flowed down Yui-ho's cheeks. The grinning guy says stop just crawling. He wants to hear him squeal. The humiliated Jong Yui-ho sobbed with resentment and anger. There was nothing he could do. Frowning, the guy sitting on his back shouted furiously for him to squeal. He liked to bully a defenseless guy who couldn't answer him. To stop the bullying, Jong Yui-ho began to grunt, hoping that the bully would finally let go of him. The rest of the classmates giggled nastily, preferring not to interfere with the situation. The humiliated young Yui-ho swallowed his tears and promised that one day he would destroy them all. He will not let all those who teased and bullied him live. Destroy even those who just sat back and laughed watching the abuse. School had become a torture for him. He no longer wanted to go there and was afraid to go. All he ever wanted was for a hero like the judge to come along and help him. And then one day on his way home from school, he saw a hero who saw him and said that he seemed to be getting a good beating. The hero said he needed a hero to show these villains what justice is. Waving off Jung Oi-ho said that he was just a figment of his imagination. Who shows up every time he goes home? There's no way to meet the hero. At this time, a girl was rapidly running behind Jung Oi-ho, trying to catch up. Out of breath, she yelled for him to wait for her. She had something to say. A surprised Jung Oi-ho turned around, not realizing who might be running after him. Finally catching up with him, the girl said he'd forgotten this and handed him the latest issue of Judge. Elena didn't even think anyone else in Korea read that comic. They didn't even do a TV adaptation. It's great that she was lucky enough to meet someone with common interests. Holding out the magazine, she said she was sorry she hadn't helped sooner, but she managed to save it. She hoped he would forgive her. The heartbroken young Oi-ho sobbed again. It had been a long time since anyone had supported him. A hero appeared in front of him. The grief-stricken girl asked him why he was crying. He fell on his knees before the dazed girl and wept bitterly. She was so quiet and inconspicuous that everyone in class called her a ghost. No one paid attention to her or considered her any kind of authority figure. But she always supported young Oi-ho. It was the first time he had a friend. Looking at her always made him smile. Now he felt he wasn't alone. At that moment, young Oi-ho was slapped by an angry classmate. He shouted angrily that he dared not smile in front of him. It was disgusting. Maybe the dirty pig wants him to make him a piggy banker again and shove coins up his nose. Only young Oi-ho knew that she wasn't just an apathetic passerby. They read the new issues of the comic together and had a cute conversation between the two of them. She had an innate kindness and shared it with everyone around her. The guy could be himself with her. He didn't have to act or pretend. The girl laughed at his jokes and they had a great time. And that kindness was what helped Ui-ho survive the cruel injustice he dealt with day in and day out. Holding out the band-aid to him, she apologized for not being able to help. She told young Ui-ho to take it and tape up his wound. He really needed her kindness. They walked home together discussing the hero's adventures along the way. But one day, the worst happened. Young Ui-ho was once again humiliated in class. The guys were taunting him as usual and beating him up just for fun. On his knees, Jeong Ui-ho endured the humiliation and swallowed tears of resentment and humiliation. The girl, unable to tolerate such a thing, clutched the pages of her textbook furiously. Finally, unable to bear to watch the abuse of her friend, she stood up and furiously yelled at the angry guy that this was getting out of hand. The dumbfounded bully frowned and turned around, not expecting anyone to stand up for Ui-ho. All the other classmates froze in surprise, waiting to see what would happen next. The bully grabbed young Ui-ho by the hair, who desperately repeated, "Don't." Grinning evilly, the bully said, "That is she really dating that pig?" It was pouring rain when the hooligans dragged young Ui-ho and his girlfriend to the construction site. The guy was completely undressed and the girl was sitting in front of them in tattered clothes. The evil bully chuckled that they were such a cute couple, so he prepared a love nest for them lovebirds. Looking at the dumbfounded Ui-ho and his girlfriend, he ordered them to get started. A frightened Jong Ui-ho shouted for them to stop immediately. If they want to beat someone up, let it be him. There's no need to touch her. The boys watched the sobbing Ui-ho with a grin. They enjoyed making fun of him. Holding a cigarette in his hand, the bully furrowed his brow and repeated furiously for them to start. At this moment, raising his eyes, Jong Ui-ho saw the justice hero among the sneering guys again. He stared at him in surprise, not realizing whether it was true or his imagination again. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Is this a hero of justice?" The guys and girls here looked at him with surprise and pity. At this moment, the girl standing nearby laughed loudly at him. The guy also laughed out loud, calling Jung Yi-ho a fucking nerd. They laughed at him and asked if he was trying to escape reality. It's very sad. Looking at the hero of justice, Jung Yi-ho sobbingly asked if he could help him just once. At that moment, a guy ran up to him and punched him in the face with force. He shouted furiously what kind of justice he was waiting for. No wonder he's alone, spending all his time reading those stupid comic books. He fiercely shouted that strength is justice and gave Yi-ho several strong blows. He screamed that injustice is when assholes like his stupid girlfriend try to rebel against those who are stronger. The beaten Jong Ui-ho looked bitterly at the girl sitting nearby. She looked at Jong Ui-ho with horror and pity, and tears flowed down her cheeks. The reason he's been so addicted to superhero comics his whole life, because in them, justice always prevailed. Good always triumphed over evil. He grew up on these comic books about heroes believing that justice in the world is more important than anything else. Taking blow after blow, Ui-ho thought about the comic books and realized that the so-called heroes had never told him what justice was. All comic book heroes did was beat up villains weaker than themselves. Ironic that the school bully who beat him up was the first to tell him the truth. Power is justice. The strong can impose their understanding of justice on others. The bully told young Ui-ho not to make him repeat himself. Cut the justice crap, let him listen. Or he does. Or he can make mincemeat out of him right here and now, and nobody's gonna help him. Finally, when Jong Yi-ho realized the true meaning of justice that he had been pursuing for so long, he was given a choice: to cause another human being incredible pain, or let her hurt herself. There was nothing else he could do. Holding him firmly by the hair, the angry bully shouted that he was picking. An exhausted Young Ui-ho replied that he was choosing the second option, but he was tired of being beaten. He clenched his fists fiercely and threw off the hand of the guy holding him. Abruptly jumping up, Chong Yi-ho rushed to run in front of the astonished girl. Sprinting as fast as he could, he jumped down from the roof of the unfinished building. Frowning, the bully gritted his teeth with rage. He didn't want any trouble from this asshole. The shocked girl with tears in her eyes stared in amazement at what was happening. Jong Ui-ho swiftly flew downwards, steadily approaching the ground. He fled to the world he dreamed of, and it destroyed him. Waking up in another world, Chong Yi-ho saw the scientists of the Iron Hand Laboratory. A year had passed since then. His abusers were still gathering in deserted places. Suddenly, a steel-armed hero appeared right in front of them and clenched his fists. Folding his arms across his chest, he grinned at the dumbfounded boys. One of the guys came up to him and asked him what he was wearing, if he was a cosplayer. The others frowned as they watched, waiting to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the bully who was hurting him clapped his hands and said he recognized Jong Yi-ho, the fat bastard from school. He screamed that it was amazing that he survived. He was sure he'd played the box. He was so worried about him. Ui-ho didn't spend all that time swinging. It's a nerd's revenge. He's sorry to say that, but the only thing that's really changed for him is this. Now Jung Ye-ho was less smelly than before. The bully laughed. Frowning, Yui-ho looked at his high school bully with hatred. The bully came up to him and yelled that he didn't like the look in his eyes. The son of a bitch doesn't dare stare at him like that. Hero Steelhands continued to frown at him without uttering a word. Enraged, the bully shouted that it seemed the piece of shit was asking for another lesson. He tried to say something else, but at that moment, Yui-ho's foot knocked him down. The shocked bully lost his balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Moments later, the shocked bullies saw him lose both legs. The wounded bully collapsed right at Jung Ye-ho's feet face down and screamed in terror. Stunned with tears in his eyes, he cried out in horror at my feet. Looking at the wounded guy lying at his feet, Hero Steelhands said, "Fun farm." The shocked bully continued to shout fearfully about his legs. Looking at the guy squealing in fear, Jung Ye-ho said that now he will sit on him. "It's time to squeal, piggy." After a moment, he sat right on top of the guy lying on the ground, destroying him. Seeing this, the other hooligans were terrified and tried to get the hell out of here. Smiling, Jung Ye-ho said the guys need to squeal, just like the pigs they are. Trying to avoid the consequences, they scattered in hopes of escaping. Smiling and furrowing his eyebrows, the steel-armed hero rushed towards them. At this moment, Jung Ye-ho was absolutely certain that strength was justice. Bloodstained, he walked through the streets of the city holding the heads of his enemies in his hands. Seeing the bloody hero's steel hands, the oncoming people would scatter in horror. A few minutes later, the police arrived, summoned by some of the eyewitnesses. With police cars blocking the road, the officers pointed their guns at him. Gritting their teeth in anger, they looked at the hero with rage and fear. Smiling, Hero Steelhands said to protect and serve. It's their job to uphold justice. From now on, he's justice. If they shoot, he will destroy them. At that moment, shots rang out from police officers who hoped to stop them. Enraged, the steel-armed hero furiously shouted that he had said not to shoot. Upon his return, Jung Ye-ho went on a rampage. While he was in the other world, the scientists strengthened his power. They implanted a 008 serum capsule into his body. The scientists said that this is the culmination of all the technology developed in this lab so far. Compared to other villains, the Demon King is on a different level. He is a plague to this world. If at that cost they get rid of him for the good of humanity, then it was worth the effort. Doubtingly, Jung Ye-ho replied that it didn't look reliable. What if it shifts in the middle of the battle or breaks? What would happen? He said he didn't have to worry about that. His body is tougher than a diamond unless it somehow gets punctured. That's not going to happen. He said thoughtfully, what if somehow this crude serum spread throughout his body? It's a blink before he becomes an absolute berserker and his body overloads. In this moment, he will have the power of all the superheroes that exist in the world. Having already moved some distance away, Park Jong-soo sensed that the energy of the steel-armed hero had changed. He thought that bastard hadn't told him that Jung Ye-ho was capable of reaching that level. At this moment, a powerful stream of crushing energy swiftly flew into him. He barely managed to dodge the deadly stream, destroying everything in its path. He was shocked and angry. Park Jong-soo gritted his teeth with rage. Despite the deadly wound, the steel-armed hero approached him with burning eyes. He wanted to use that instant with superpower and reached out to the spear hero with a huge hand. The dumbfounded Park Jong-soo was furious. He didn't expect this guy to be capable of such a thing. A moment later, Jung Ye-ho grabbed the spear hero and threw him off the unicorn. He shouted furiously that Pa Hee-soo would find it difficult to fight as an equal. He became faster than sound. Clasping the boy firmly in his arms, he moved swiftly without giving him a second thought. Despite the deadly pike clutched in his hands, Park Jong-soo couldn't do anything. With a forceful swing, Jung Ye-ho violently threw Park Jong-soo away from him. The dumbfounded spear hero, without releasing the pike from his hands, swiftly flew to the side. At this moment, the steel-armed hero clenched a deadly fist intending to strike. His eyes burned fiercely and his face was contorted with a grimace of fierce hatred. The spear hero collapsed to the ground with a clatter as Jung Ye-ho approached him. At this moment, with a forceful swing, he gave the spear hero a powerful, crushing blow. From the incredibly powerful blow, the guy flew aside, destroying everything in his path with his body. The crushing energy lit up the entire place, destroying everything around it. The steel-armed hero released the accumulated energy in him, equal in power to all superheroes. A deadly wave swept through the city, turning it into ruins. All the while, the battle was being closely watched by the returning hero. He realized that the hero's steel hands had used his trump card, one that would destroy both him and the enemy. The hero of the rebellion was unaware of this possibility. He was helpless. Though he was able to neutralize the capsule on his 8th attempt to battle it. He hadn't been able to find a way to defend himself against him in this state before. Maybe it's time to take advantage of it. He opened the briefcase that held the belt of the deceased transformation hero. He asked Lee Garam to restore it so it could be used. Taking it in her hands, she was delighted. The returning hero smiled, saying that he didn't expect less from the former transformation hero. It looks like Lee Garam has managed to completely overhaul this belt. She replied that she was able to rebuild the cooling system and did some work to the belt itself. But it's not that simple. Lee Seon-jun asked what was wrong. She replied that he wouldn't wake up. Apparently crushed by the death of its owner, it chose to disappear completely. That's why she said that just repairing it wasn't enough. Weapons created from the ego have self-awareness and will not recover without wishing it. To convince this thinking weapon, you have to create a dramatic scene for him to witness. After a bit of thought, the returning hero said he would take him to battle with the hero's steel hands. And now an enraged Jung Ye-ho attacked Park Jong-soo with burning eyes. The chemicals were already starting to eat away at his body, but he wasn't going to stop. He decided it didn't matter. He must get to the city and destroy so many villains. Suddenly, he noticed rising puffs of smoke and flying debris. He stopped and looked carefully there, trying to figure out what was going on. He saw Park Jong-soo, who was trying to resist his strength with his shield. At this moment, Lee Sung-jun raised his hand up with the belt clutched in his hand. Grinning, he told him if he could see this hero. He was familiar with him having fought the transformation hero. At this moment, Jung Ye-ho fiercely clenched his fists and swiftly approached Park Jong-soo. The rebel hero said he's never seen the other guy. the hero of the rebellion. He's the last remaining savior of the world that An Ji-won tried so hard to protect. Like An Ji-won, he's the one who fought with Kim Min-soo and survived, and right now the rebel hero is the only one who can stand up to him. In addition, he's a hero who lost everything but still didn't give up. But now this hero may die before he even gets a chance to stop Kim Min-soo. Firmly clutching the belt in his hands, the returning hero said that An Ji-won's weapon should choose. Will it continue to drown in the ennui of losing a partner and watching the world turn to dust and dirt? Or it could accept this warrior as the new owner and help him. Wakebelt replied that the reason he wanted to fight again was not because he felt sorry for this child, and not because he doesn't understand the game he's playing, and not because he cares about the fate of his world. But one thing is certain, this is the world his partner gave his life to protect. That's why it's important to him too. That's the reason he's willing to fight. Hearing those words, the returning hero smiled. Everything was going according to plan. At this moment, Park Jong-soo was trying to resist the increased strength of his opponent. Exhausted, he saw the transformed hero standing before him with arms of steel. In that instant, the sword of the hero of the spear returned with the belt flew towards the hero of the spear. Swiftly covering the distance, Lee Sung-jun's sword landed in front of Park Jong-soo. Speckled with lightning bolts of deadly energy, Chung Gi-ho was advancing on him. The dumbfounded rebellion hero stared in surprise at the transformation hero belt hanging on his sword. The enraged hero steeled his hands with fury, looking at him trying to figure out what was going on. Clenching his teeth with rage, Park Jong-soo also tried to understand what this meant. At that moment, the returning hero peeked out of the helicopter and shouted that it was a gift for him. At that moment, the belt raised its voice. He said he had bet on the hero of the rebellion. A frowning, interactive little man announced that it was time for transformation. Choosing a comeback hero was the best move and a path to a promising future. The rebellion hero walked over to the sword and took the transformation hero belt. With a smile, Lee Sung-jun said that it was Park Jong-soo's right decision. He put on An Ji-won's belt and the interactive man commanded a transformation. Hero Steelhand saw a bright flash erupt in front of him. He covered his face with his hands from the energy flying at him and gritted his teeth in rage as he watched. A moment later, he saw the transformed hero of the rebellion. The enraged Yong Gi-ho looked at him with hatred, realizing that his power had increased. With a furious shout, he released a stream of crushing energy towards his opponent. Belt didn't even try to calculate anything. What was important at that moment and what Park Jong-soo was about to experience? Belt warned that the hero is new to this business, so it won't be easy for him. They're working at full power, if he can't take it. Putting his spear in front of him, the hero of the rebellion prepared to attack. Belt told Park Jong-soo that he had no reason to choose him. At this point, the interactive little man was using the triple acceleration mode. It was a staggering speed with which he hoped to defeat Jong Yi-ho. With incredible speed, Park Jong-soo rushed towards the hero with steel arms. At this moment, Jong Yi-ho released all the power that was in his body. Two of the strongest heroes come together in a crushing confrontation, wanting to destroy each other. At this moment, Jong Yi-ho shouted furiously while looking at his opponent with hatred. Park Jong-soo put his hand out in front of him to activate his ability. The hero of the rebellion has activated a new ability, Pyrokinesis X5. It was a deadly pentagram of hellfire destroying everything in its path. A moment later, a crushing flame was swiftly released onto Chung Yi-ho's body. Park Jong-soo looked closely through the smoke and saw that the hero had arms of steel. He remained unharmed despite all the crushing power that had been unleashed upon him. He realized that Yang Oi-ho still had inhuman defenses, but his attacks had to be at least somewhat effective. If he doesn't finish him off before he regenerates again, he'll be in danger. For the new attack, Park Jong-soo made a weapon change and the pike was once again in his hands. In the same instant, he delivered a powerful crushing blow to the steel-armed hero. Spinning with incredible speed, the pike's tip inflicted wounds on the enemy. Hero Steel Hands was too scarred. The serum didn't have time to absorb the damage. The hero of the rebellion noticed that the enemy had stopped. His body was trying to recover from the damage he had taken, and it was slowing him down. To ensure survival, the hero's steel-armed vessels redirected the serum from the organs that provide movement and attack to the parts of the body responsible for recovery. This rendered the steel-armed hero incapable of self-defense. The hero of the rebellion activated the lightning ability, Chong-ho's Spear of Madness. Putting the deadly spade in front of him, he shouted furiously, "It's over, stupid head." With a hateful look at his opponent, Park Jong-soo threw himself into a crushing attack. Putting all his strength into the deadly blow, the hero of the rebellion attacked the enemy. The steel-armed hero's body was busy recovering, and he was unable to repel the attack. A moment later, the deadly pike point was in front of Yang Yui-ho's face. The sad girl sat in front of the hero's crushed head with steel hands. Looking at her, he apologized for not being able to keep his word. The girl looked at him with sadness and pity. She said there was more to come. Pointing at Park Jong-soo, she said that one promise he could still keep. The headless hero with steel arms stood up and clenched his fists fiercely. The hero of the rebellion was shocked. He had not expected him to be so resilient. All that moved him now was the promise he made to his only friend. Clutching his pike firmly in his hands, Park Jong-soo prepared for another attack. At that moment, the hero's steely arms reached out to his chest. Clutching his heart tightly in his hand, he said he still believed that strength is justice. So now justice is the hero of Park Jong-soo's rebellion. The steel-armed hero held out his heart clutched in his powerful hand to his opponent. Jung Oi-ho was never fully understood by anyone until the very end. Frowning, Park Jong-soo looked at the steel-armed hero without realizing what was going on. The interactive little man on the rebel hero's belt shouted that, of course it was them. The hero of Steel Hands ended up worse than that lonely comic book fan from the past. It was a fitting end for Jung Oi-ho. However, to his credit, he didn't run away until the very end. During this time, Central Russia was being attacked and destroyed. Kim Min-soo, who had turned into a demon, marched across the country, destroying everything in his path. The demon crossed the continent. Step by step, the acrid smell of smoke lingered wherever he went. In its wake, it left ruins and mountains of lifeless bodies of annihilated people. The destroyed military equipment was in flames. Wounded soldiers lay around. The demon Kim Min-soo left behind blood, sparing neither soldiers nor civilians. Above the sword hero's head flew a warplane about to strike. The pilot of the warplane reported back to headquarters that he had managed to capture the target. A sword hero with a red cloak behind his back marched through the streets, wreaking havoc and destruction. He looked at the world with sad eyes, certain that the world must be destroyed. At this time, Moscow's Ministry of Defense was monitoring the demon's movements. The general thought it wasn't a battle, but his anger was too obvious to call it a natural disaster. He shouted to the lieutenant to request confirmation from the Kremlin. Let them confirm that they really want to bomb the bastard with the entire Russian arsenal of nuclear weapons. Contacting the Kremlin, the lieutenant said the president had ordered action. He ordered the destruction of the sword hero, even at the risk of eastern and central Russia becoming uninhabited. After hearing the lieutenant's report, the general decided to act. He said the decision's been made, there's no time to waste. They should convey the president's decision to all nuclear facilities and the country's bombers before the bastard takes another step. At this time, Kim Min-soo continued to march across the country, destroying everything in his path. Suddenly, he saw powerful bombs flying straight at him. He watched indifferently as the deadly shells approached. At this moment, Demon Kim Min-soo covered his eyes for a moment. After a second, he swung them open. His eyes glowed with demonic fire. The gaze of his demonic eyes was fixed upward on the approaching enemies. At this moment, a multitude of warplanes were circling over his head. A moment later, the airlocks opened and bombs flew in his direction. This was the 37th campaign against the demon Kim Min-soo. Raising his head up, the sword hero watched the scene carefully. At this time, the general was watching the battle through a computer monitor. He thought about the fact that over 2,000 nuclear warheads had been launched, including officially decommissioned ones. As he showed his cruelty in front of the whole world, so humanity is now embittered against him. At this time, a huge amount of crushing projectiles were fired at the demon. The deadly bombs were rapidly approaching Kim Min-soo, who was standing on the ground. Putting his hand out in front of him, he said their anger wasn't strong enough. He drew a streak of magical symbols in the air, splitting the sky. After a moment, the magical symbols turned into huge pentagrams. Waving his hand in different directions, Kim Min-soo continued to draw magic streaks. Rapidly approaching deadly shells were ready to explode. At this moment, magical pentagrams flew to meet the crushing projectiles. A moment later, there was a tremendous explosion that destroyed the shells. Continuing to move his hands, Kim Min-soo watched the powerful explosions in the sky. At this time, the military was monitoring radar indicating the number of shells. After a few minutes, radar showed that there were no bombs left in the sky. The dazed girl shouted that all 800 missiles had been destroyed. She yelled to the commander that this demon had destroyed 800 of their missiles with one blast. Furiously clenching his fists, the general pounded the table and shouted that this was not the end. He figured they still had warheads on the bombers. Demon Kim Min-soo continued to wave his hand in different directions. The warheads dropped from the bombers were destroyed by it in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, he released a powerful stream of crushing energy. A crushing wave swiftly flew toward the planes. Upon contact with the bombers, the crushing energy shattered them into small pieces. In a few minutes, all the military equipment circling over Kim Min-soo was destroyed. Demon Kim Min-soo stood in the vortex of the blast wave. The sky was a single glow. At this point, the general was told there was satellite confirmation. All the missiles launched were destroyed. None of them managed to reach the target. Deep in thought, the general replied that they were not just attacking from above. It was time to show that bastard why they were trying so hard to get his attention to the sky. At this moment, military trucks full of shells were advancing towards the demon. The general has ordered the activation of the warheads located underground. Let them show that son of a bitch what the real underworld is like. At that moment, Kim Min-soo watched the powerful glow from the destroyed airplanes. At that moment, his attention was caught by a movement that came from the ground beneath his feet. Powerful cracks split the ground beneath him, and beams of bright light appeared from there. A moment later, the ground was shaken by a tremendous explosion of incredible power. The lieutenant reported to the general that the detonation of the underground warheads was successful. The military watched through the screen as deadly explosions shook the ground. Taking off his cap, the general said it was too early to celebrate. Let them check the satellites and confirm that there were no signs of life. As expected, that's enough firepower to completely change the landscape. There's no way he could have survived. The satellite could see a huge firestorm shaking the planet. But who is a demon? It's a creature that only a hero can destroy. It cannot be destroyed by man-made weapons. Kim Min-soo stood unharmed in the midst of the blasted earth. When they saw the demon on the screen, the military men clutched their heads. They were shocked at its survival rate. Frowning, the soldier turned to the general, asking what he should report to the Kremlin. Losing hope, the general pulled a gun out of his pocket and said that obviously humanity would disappear. Further resistance was futile. A moment later, a loud gunshot rang out. Droplets of blood splattered the computer screen where Kim Min-soo could be seen. At the same time, a meeting was taking place at Buckingham Palace in the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has arrived to see His Majesty. Stepping out to see him, the Queen greeted Prime Minister Bill Graham. She said that judging by the fact that they had traveled all the way to Buckingham Palace, he had a request to make to the crown. Lowering his eyes, Bill Graham reported that the Russian president is seeking asylum and is now on his way to Eastern Europe, the complete disintegration of the Russian nation. Meanwhile, Kim Min-soo is on the move in Europe. The European Union is terrified. The Queen asked, what about the United States? Will they fight on the side of Europe? He replied that they promised to support any military operation that would slow him down. However, they concluded that Europe would not be able to stop Kim Min-soo and recommended that the EU evacuate the people. It turns out that the states believe that only the hero of the uprising can stop Kim Min-soo. The queen said that while they wait for him to build up his strength to confront the demon, Europe will burn to the ground. The prime minister responded in this regard. The European Union is asking the United Kingdom to release the hero of the faith, which was sealed by a crystal hero in the 20th century, Belgisa. Reaching for the key, Her Majesty ordered that Eastern European leaders be granted asylum in the United Kingdom and have them release Belgis there. She handed the key to Bill Graham. With all her heart, she hopes that this decision does not dishonor her father's legacy and the hero of the crystal. During World Battle II, Nazi Germany enlisted two special fighters who struck terror into the hearts of all their enemies. One of them was Siegfried, the hero of the sword. He swung his huge sword and smashed everything in his path. With a single gift, he destroyed opponents and instilled terror and fear of him in the survivors. The second fighter was Jonas, the golem hero. He joined the Nazi army and helped Germany. His huge golems were destroying the enemy's men and military equipment. At that moment, Stalin summoned the Russian ice hero Ivan Pushkin to his side. He held up pictures of enemy heroes Siegfried and Jonas. However, these two fighters could only turn the tide of the battle. But the one who was really worth fearing was Belgis, the hero of faith, nurtured by the evil Nazi Germany. If the heroes of Transformation Ice and Crystal hadn't agreed to work together, as well as all allied troops, it is likely that Belgis would have turned the battle into something even more horrific and destructive. Many more people would have died, and the outcome of the battle could not have been predicted. But in working together, Belgis was able to be sealed and neutralized. After the hardest crushing battle, Ivan Pushkin was exhausted and wounded. The hero of the transformation lost one of her arms during the fierce fighting. The crystal hero was also mortally wounded. He was holding on with all his might. Freeing herself from the armor, Mary Stevenson rushed to his aid. She shouted to Sir Pendragon that she would get the medics to help him. With difficulty rising, he answered Miss Stevenson that they must hurry to the palace. The transformation hero asked him not to talk and not to lose his last strength. He cried out that he could never heal this wound, his last will as her comrade in arms. Tears ran down Mary Stevenson's cheeks. She promised that she would do everything. Taking the crystal hero in her remaining intact hand, she hurried to the palace. The transformation hero carefully delivered him directly to the palace where he was already waiting. With frightened eyes filled with tears, the future queen stood on the lawn in front of the palace. Miss Marie gently lowered the hero to the grass and he called out to the princess. Seeing that he was wounded, the princess rushed towards Sir Pendragon. He told her not to touch him because he was soiled. Pendragon asked what was wrong with his highness. The girl replied that he had excused himself to discuss officially ending the battle. Holding out his hand, Pendragon handed her the key to free the hero of the faith. She wondered why he was trusting it to her. He could have hidden it somewhere. The hero of the crystal explained that once Germany laid down its arms, the balance of power in the world would shift in favor of the states that led the combined forces. This is essential to Europe's recovery. If they want to cooperate in discussing post-war arrangements, she will need bargaining power. She could use that key if something like this happens, especially if suddenly in the future a great calamity falls on the British Empire. The key will be strategically useful. She must hide and preserve it. At this moment, losing the last of his strength, the crystal hero coughed heavily. The princess looked at Sir Pendragon excitedly and asked if there was anything she could do to help him. The crystal hero took her palms in his and asked her to fulfill his last will. She is bound to become a wise and just ruler. At that time, many people were crowded together on the border between Belarus and Russia, wanting to go far away. At that moment, a military helicopter flew over their heads. The people below looked up at it. On board were military personnel led by the captain, who sat frowning. The military man turned to the captain to ask if they were doing the right thing. Is it really okay for them to unleash such a monster on these people? With a frown, the captain replied that there would be human casualties. It's inevitable. But if they let Kim Min-soo invade Europe unhindered, they will all die. If they want to cure a malignant tumor, they have to irradiate it. At this time, people were standing with suitcases in their hands, waiting to board the train. Suddenly, an incomprehensible crystal with a person inside appeared in front of them. People were dumbfounded and shouted, "What the hell is this? Where did this come from?" Someone shouted fearfully that this strange object had fallen straight from the heavens. After a few minutes, the crystal began to crack and soon split apart, releasing Belgis. Relieved, the hero of faith took a deep breath and smiled, glad for the fresh air. With their mouths open in surprise, the dumbfounded people watched what was happening. He said the breeze on his cheeks was irresistible. It had been half a century since he'd last felt it. Grinning evilly, the hero of faith was pleased to see that there was a crowd in front of him. He shouted joyfully that it was time for battle. The battle must begin, people. A 20th century hero of faith, Hans Joseph Belgis, the faith form that created fascism. He was released into the wild to stop the demon Kim Min-soo. At this time, moving through Europe, the sword hero noticed a flash of powerful energy. He wondered if it was another hero and decided to get closer. At this time, Belgis had already turned the people standing on the platform into his subordinates. Turning his head to the side, he too noticed a powerful flash of energy. Grinning evilly, the hero of faith guessed this is what the humans had awakened him for. Walking up to one of his followers, he took him by the head and said, "Transformation." He began to twist the body of the soldier with the burning eyes into a thin spiral. After a moment, the hero of faith twisted the man, turning him into binoculars. The men with Nazi armbands standing in SS uniforms cheered. Using the binoculars he had created, Belgis tried to get a look at whoever was approaching. He noticed the bulky medieval armor and the heavy, crushing aura. It looks like he came from the same world as Siegfried, the world of swords. If he were a simple sword hero, forcing him to obey would be easy. But the problem is, apparently for reasons he doesn't understand, he became a demon. That's why they had no choice but to release him. Lowering the binoculars, the hero of faith said recovery, and the reverse process began. The man gradually returned from the binoculars to his original state. The crowd of his minions again cheered and applauded Belgis. All this was watched from the cabinet by the queen and government representatives. Taking off her hat, Her Majesty inquired how many civilians had been donated to the hero of the faith. She was told it was 150 Russian refugees moving into Eastern Europe, and 120,000 citizens from the two nearest Eastern European countries. These people are under the influence of Belge's hero of faith at this moment. Sighing, the queen said that the number was much larger than she expected, but it was too late for regrets. She can only hope that Belgis disappears with Kim Min-soo. The idea of European leaders was simple: Kim Min-soo trying to end everything with a global massacre, and the hero of faith Belgis trying to rule the world through battle. They are two mindless predators unable to coexist with each other. One of them longed for apocalypse and the other for world domination. Thus, meeting each other, they will begin a bloody battle. Their clash should lead to the destruction of Kim Min-soo by Belgis, and the death of the hero of faith himself in the process. But even if he fails, that Belgis should at least slow down or weaken Kim Min-soo's demon. It was the last chance for the Europeans to realize that even nuclear weapons can't stop Kim Min-soo. Glaring furiously with his eyes and grinning gloatingly, Belgis thought that these fools would think so. But they underestimate him terribly. He'll start by making the sword hero his servant, and then together they will begin World War III, the most destructive of all. Coming up with a plan of his own, the hero of faith headed towards the approaching sword hero. Joyfully opening his arms, Belgis shouted that he was glad to welcome a 21st century sword hero. He introduced himself as the 20th century hero of faith, Hans Joseph Belgis. Making sad eyes, he said he understood his pain and wanted to talk to him. He must surely hate the whole world thinking he's a monster. Isn't that why the sword hero took the hardest path of the demon? Standing in front of the hero of faith, Kim Min-soo listened intently to his speech. Grinning, Belgis thought about the fact that the sword hero had stopped, so he'd gotten him. Belgis's first ability: no matter what lies he spews, he can convert anyone affected by his words. A hero of the faith, said he was, confused that the world doesn't want to accept their superior beings. A sad, imperfect, degraded place. He will begin the great work of restoring this suffering world. Putting his hand up, the hero of faith asked if the hero of the sword would join him. Looking him straight in the eyes, Belgis thought he should become his faithful servant. Suddenly, the dumbfounded hero of faith felt a pain on his tongue and coughed in surprise. Without saying a word, Kim Min-soo extended his arm in front of him and struck him a blow. The shocked hero of faith stared dumbfoundedly at the impassive Kim Min-soo. He realized it was his mistake. That bastard had already lost all his humanity. Not all madness can create an equal. He tried to turn a creature totally deaf to speech. Extending his arm, Kim Min-soo once again delivered a crushing blow to Belgis. A moment later, the body of the hero of faith shattered into thousands of small particles. Belgis's second ability: as long as there are people who believe in him, people are converted. He can use their bodies to resurrect himself, again and again. Using this ability of his, the hero of faith was reborn in the body of one of his minions. He said he didn't want to be taken advantage of by those who wanted to use him for their own good. But he will not give up the world that is rightfully his to the monster that brings the apocalypse. Besides, the very fact that they released him to destroy him means that if he destroys him, there's no one left to stand in his way. Whether the believers agreed with him, he shouted ahead to them. This is their first battle. He furiously shouted tanks on the ground, and people began to turn into tanks. Warplanes in the sky, and people began to transform into warplanes. All his believers must become useful to him. The army of soldiers began to be transformed. Belgis's third ability: believers in him can be transformed into tools of battle if the hero of faith so desires. Within minutes, Belgis was surrounded by tanks on the ground and airplanes in the sky. Grinning and rubbing his hands together, he shouted, "Let there be a storm," and prepared for battle. Military tanks created from the faithful opened fire on the sword hero. The crushing projectiles created from humans swiftly flew at Kim Min-soo. Raising his hand upwards, the demon Ming-soo drew magical symbols in the air. At the same moment, a magical net appeared above him, sheltering him from the projectile. Once on this grid, the projectiles were lightning fast and destroyed without reaching the demon. With a grin watching what was happening, Belgis shouted a recovery. In the same instant, the flying projectiles began to turn back into people. Many of the soldiers died when they hit the net, but some managed to overcome it. Taking advantage of his ability, Belgis moved into the body of the sneaking soldier. Grabbing the first person he saw, the hero of faith used the transformation again. A moment later, in his hands was a deadly sword created from a human. Observing what was happening, Kim Min-soo once again held out his hand, writing magical symbols. The hero of faith, with sword in hand, managed to sneak behind Kim Min-soo's back. Belgis was smiling contentedly, but a glowing line suddenly appeared on his neck. A moment later, the hero of faith lost his head while continuing to clutch the sword in his hands, but he still managed to hurt Kim Min-soo by inflicting a small scratch on his face. Satisfied with himself, Belgis shouted that the demon was not so invincible. He didn't even use any special powers. He only sacrificed a couple of tens of thousands of believers. And he's already managed to get his hands on the demon's face. Looks like he'll be crowned today. He would be crowned as the new, deadly, invincible demon. Belgis smiled. Behind him was an army of believers transformed into a huge pyramid. The hero of faith climbed up their bowed backs like steps. In front of him stood powerful crushing tanks created from humans. And the airplanes he created flew in the sky. He took his wand and controlled them like a conductor. The reason Belgis was the strongest hero of the 20th century, in that he could start a battle by his own power alone using the faithful. He didn't need weapons of trained soldiers or astronomical amounts of money. Covering his eyes, Belgis self-consciously conducted his deadly army. For the time being, he continued to spread his madness and recruited a fair number of new followers. An army of soldiers armed with guns and swords were rapidly approaching Kim Min-soo. They were accompanied by warplanes and tanks opening fire on the demon. Deadly bullets and projectiles flew at the sword hero, bouncing off his armor. While fighting back, Kim Min-soo drew magical symbols in the air to destroy the weapon. The deadly energy from the demon's magical symbols was destroying the soldiers. Under the effects of Kim Min-soo's magic net, they shattered into small pieces. Warplanes crashed before they could reach their targets and dropped their bombs. The tanks, too, fell apart into small pieces as if assembled from a mosaic. Frowning, Belgis watched carefully and wrinkled his nose in displeasure. Angry, he thought about the fact that he just needed to keep up the number of followers. But they die faster than he can recruit new believers. Demon Kim Min-soo was covered head to toe in the blood spatters of the destroyed humans. He kept going, destroying everything and everyone in his path. Gritting his teeth in rage, Belgis thought it more important that the world population was finite. If he turned the whole world into believers, that would be enough to destroy the demon. For the first time in his existence, the hero of faith felt a primal fear. A man who thought he was the top of the food chain. A predator superior to the rest. The man fomenting battles at will, spreading fear and bigotry everywhere, has lost faith. As he ran away in terror, he shouted to stop him. Don't just stand there. The followers of the hero of faith looked at the approaching Kim Min-soo. The unperturbed demon was approaching them while blood rained down over him. At that moment, the believers as well as their leader were struck with terror and panic. They swiftly rushed to run after their leader. The soldiers, scattering in terror of the demon, overtook the hero of faith. He shouted furiously that they were useless brats. He ordered them to stop him. At that moment, the soldier running in front of him accidentally tripped Belgis. The hero of faith collapsed to the ground with a clatter, and his followers ran on. Raising his head, he swore furiously at his army, calling them idiots. Even a demon born from a sword hero, a madness grown from the delirium of man, which spewed disgusting ideas about superior races and biological superiority. It was not at all enough to overcome the fear of being killed by the great equalizer. The frightened Belgis looked up at Kim Min-soo and said that it just couldn't be. He demands a rematch. For some reason, none of his powers had any effect. Something had clearly gone wrong. He shouted to the demon that he couldn't be happy with it himself. He likes a fight, and he's the only hero who can fight him on equal footing. He tried to say something else, making an argument, but his body fell apart. Demon Kim Min-soo stood in front of the pile of shards of the destroyed hero. The bloody sword hero was about to go on creating death and destruction. Suddenly, a foreign movement caught his attention, and he turned around. He heard a voice that said the hero of faith wasn't strong enough to fight the demon. Behind him stood the hero of the return with sword in hand, intending to strip him of his arm. Grinning, he said that Belgis had done a good job of hiding his intentions. Swinging his deadly sword, he struck a devastating blow, stripping the demon of its arm. A few hours ago, Park Jong-soo was practicing with a new weapon. He was being watched closely by Lee Ga-ram and the hero of the Greens. They believed in him. The returning hero stood here beside the various weapons and assessed their strength. He said it was a good enough start. The training went well. Looking at Lee Sung-joon doubtfully, the rebellion hero asked if he was sure. The return hero replied that if he was interested in whether he was sure, let him see for himself. The rebellion hero looked in the direction where Lee Sung-joon was pointing. Instead of huge mountains, a huge sinkhole of glowing rocks gaped. The returning hero said that Park Jong-soo just destroyed the island. They'll have to redraw the maps. And even if he doesn't feel ready, they don't have time anymore. The last chance to take away Kim Min-soo's hand will come in about 3 hours. He showed the hero of the rebellion a countdown timer that showed 3 hours and 42 minutes. Holding out the suitcase, Lee Ga-ram said that this was what he had asked her to build. The returning hero said she fixed the relics, prepared a plan, and even made a weapon for him. It was obviously not easy considering how little time they had. He thanked Ga-ram. Let them build up before the last battle. He would not interfere. The hero of the Greens wondered if he wasn't scared. He is literally walking towards his doom. With a smirk, Lee Sung-joon replied so she wouldn't worry about him. After all, he's a terrorist who destroyed an entire country and thousands of people. And they're all heroes who rose up to stop him and destroy him. Yet doom is the end he's been looking for all along. Taking his suitcase, Lee Sung-joon headed towards the helicopter that was waiting for him. Suddenly, the returning hero turned around and said to make Park Jong-soo remember one thing. The hero of the rebellion simply must become the greatest of all heroes. Heading towards the helicopter, Lee Sung-joon waved goodbye to them without turning around. And now the comeback hero was next to Kim Min-soo and stripped him of his hand. Sword of Initiation is the first bonus item obtained by the hero of Resurrection. Although it is an entry-level weapon and its performance is not that impressive. He has a special attribute. It reduces all defenses by 1%, and every time Lee Sung-joon improves it, that percentage increases. The returning hero died over 10,000 times while trying to improve it in the forge. Finally, the system congratulated him for receiving a plus 99 Sword of Initiation. Whether it's the magical protection of a demon or the blessing of a goddess, this sword neutralizes 99% of their full power. The comeback hero said he performed this attack thousands of times to find the perfect moment and angle of impact, but it seems he was naive to think that damaging a demon would be easy. Suddenly, strong ropes were thrown over Kim Min-soo's arm, restraining his movements. There was a special magic spell on them that prevented them from being removed. The dazed sword hero turned around to realize what was going on. Behind him stood a level 87 demon lord, the boss of the 37th floor. Putting the ropes around Kim Min-soo's arm, he controlled him like a puppet. With a smile, Lee Sung-joon said that the sword hero must be surprised. Dungeon bosses in his world leave dungeon cubes at a certain time interval. Usually they use them to improve weapons, but there's a bug. If the improvement was a failure, the cube has a tiny chance. Summon the boss of this dungeon, that's about right. He smashed the cube and the horsemen appeared. It was the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, level 201, the bosses of the 62nd floor. Looking at the split cube of the returning hero said the most interesting thing about this boss. Automatically targets the strongest player nearby. The deadly sword was already close to Kim Min-soo's head, ready to crush him. But at that moment, the sword hero grabbed him with his free hand, preventing him from striking. He unleashed his crushing energy, destroying everything he touched. A moment later, the horseman of the apocalypse, along with his sword, shattered into small pieces. Watching this, Lee Sung-joon said, well, of course he is Kim Min-soo after all. Saying it wasn't that interesting, he took the two cubes in his hands and destroyed them. A moment later, a hardened axe of level plus 99 was in his right hand. A 99 plus level ice-crushing ice hope shot appeared in the left one. Lee Sung-joon grinned and said that since this was their last battle, they should have a lot of fun, just like the good old days. A moment later, the hero of the return with the three horsemen of the apocalypse rushed to the attack. At that moment, Kim Min-soo managed to free himself from the captivity of the dungeon boss. The apocalypse rider, pointing his bow at Kim Min-soo, released crushing arrows. Defending himself, the sword hero jumped back to dodge the deadly arrows. Another rider of the apocalypse attempted to deliver a deadly blow to Kim Min-soo. The returning hero watched the actions of the horsemen of the apocalypse closely. He dodged diligently to avoid being hit by the crushing blows. After escaping the deadly attack of the rider, Kim Min-soo landed on the ground. At this time, Lee Sung-joon, who was armed with a deadly weapon, rushed towards him. But Kim Min-soo had time to notice the rapidly approaching gear. The hero of faith attempted to land deadly blows with both hands at once. The sword hero grabbed Lee Sung-joon's weapon with his free hand without letting him strike. At the same time, Kim Min-soo drew a magic line with his free finger. At this moment, a powerful stream of crushing energy flew into the returning hero. The horsemen of the apocalypse also received a powerful crushing blow of deadly energy. Taking advantage of the cubes, Lee Sung-joon once again pulled out a crushing weapon. Clasping it in two hands at once, the returning hero swung as hard as he could. Screaming furiously and putting all his might into it, he delivered a crushing blow. A moment later, a powerful stream of deadly energy flew at Kim Min-soo. Losing his balance, the sword hero flew off to the side. His face was contorted with hatred. Armed with two swords, Lee Sung-joon watched what was happening to the demon. The reason why Lee Sung-joon and Kim Min-soo might seem equal. Pulling out new and new weapons from the cubes, he furiously rushed to the attack. Swinging around, he violently threw a deadly spear towards Kim Min-soo. The reason was the strategy created through countless resurrections. Attacking Lee Sung-joon thought about overloading him some more and being able to take his arm. He needs to make Park Jong-soo's job as easy as possible. Since the beginning of this battle, the returning hero had already died 10,000 times. One might wonder how this is even possible, since he shouldn't be resurrected if he's destroyed by a demon. That's right, and in fact, every time Lee Seon-jun had to die at the hands of a demon, undoing that doom by provoking it himself to come back. He used a bomb strapped to his chest. This bomb was created for him by Ga-ram, and it was activated by the slightest external impact. So he destroyed himself over and over again to find that very moment. Watching the battle, Lee Ga-ram thought that in theory, Lee Sung-joon could stand up to Kim Min-soo. He is able to strip him of his arm and even deal more damage. As they discussed their plans, the returning hero promised to take his hand and maybe more. He said the three of them should keep a close eye on what happens next. Ga-ram thought that Lee Sung-joon was walking a very fine line between life and death, whether a person can even withstand that kind of pressure and moral fatigue. Surrounded by dungeon monsters, the returning hero fiercely attacked the demon. He thought about the fact that the end he had been waiting for all his life was literally in front of his eyes. Shouldn't he get some rest? Lee Sung-joon's resolve began to crumble before such a sweet call of doom. The hero turns into a demon. All this time, Lee Ga-ram and Park Jong-soo were watching. The returning hero trained the hero who will stop the demon after its demise. For the sake of this hero and his own demise, Lee Sung-joon tried to weaken the demon. The sword hero and the returning hero fought fiercely. Kim Min-soo gave a devastating blow. Lee Sung-joon's crushing sword was broken in half by the furious attack. He dreamed of dying to break the endless cycle of 380,000 resurrections. This was but as soon as Kim Min-soo broke his sword and approached, the bomb on his chest exploded. The countdown has begun and the returning hero is back again. Once again, the enraged demon Kim Min-soo rushed in for a crushing attack. But now clutching the deadly weapon, Lee Sung-joon thought for the first time. A thought popped into his head about what he was doing now. The returning hero hesitated. He thought about how many times he had died to understand this pattern of attacks. About 100 times. To barely dodge the attacks of the monster he created. And to strike just one blow, he must survive hundreds of deaths. Now standing right in front of him is the one who will finally give him rest. The one who breaks the chain of regrets he's carried himself through the years. So why is he resisting? Doesn't it end when he finally dies? As soon as the returning hero realized that doom was near, the bomb on his chest went off. The blast was destroying his life without letting the crushing demon destroy him. At that moment, time reversed and he came back again and again. Those who are left behind will understand. They won't feel the same despair he feels. He went back again and again, perfecting his attack and avoiding Kim Min-soo's strikes. Clasping his sword in his hands, he launched a crushing attack on the demon with a fierce shout. But at that moment, the sword hero broke his sword and a bomb exploded on Lee Sung-joon's chest. After a few minutes, he went back again to try again. The enraged Lee Sung-joon stabbed his crushing sword into the ground in desperation. Watching this, Park Jong-soo didn't understand why he had stopped. Everything was going well. Looking sadly at the returning hero, Lee Ga-ram replied that this was the limit. He has reached his limit. To them, it looks like a battle between two almost equal opponents. But in reality, he had been killed thousands or even tens of thousands of times in the last 2.5 minutes of the battle. Being trapped in such a short period of time, floundering between life and death is more than enough to destroy the mind of anyone regardless of their willpower. That's why he stopped fighting Kim Min-soo. He thought about the fact that his brain would just shut down because of the stress. All he wants to do is rest. After thinking about it, the returning hero decided he would leave it up to them and pulled out a bomb. He saw himself asking if Lee Sung-joon was sure. He won't regret it. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the hero's return. There were dark circles under his eyes from fatigue. He screamed furiously to himself that he couldn't go on like this. He was going to the other side anyway. And when he dies, it will finally be over. Hasn't he done enough? Why does he have to care about what happens to the world next? Looking with mad eyes, he cried out in despair that it just didn't make sense. He answered himself that this time he would die for real and never return. That's why he's asking. Lee Sung-joon is really ready to drop everything this time too. The dumbfounded hero of the comeback wondered who he was leaving behind, and he answered that he was right. Lee Sung-joon had always abandoned them in all their lives. And in that moment, the hero of the comeback realized he was right. He had always given up a life where he and his comrades saved the world. A life in which he married Jeon So-min, and they created a beautiful family. A life in which the returning hero managed to convince all the villains to start fresh. Lee Seon-joon has lived many lives. They were happy or unhappy. He willingly buried countless lives, and it all happened under the guise of a better future for all. From the moment he got that opportunity in the other world, it was like he was in a computer game where he could reboot at any moment. He was like a little kid learning how to crack an arcade machine. In that moment, the goddess gave him the ability to play endlessly, over and over again. He decided to stop her by telling her he'd had enough. He doesn't want to mock the sanctity of life anymore. At that moment, the returning hero firmly decided that this would be his last life. It's like he got the last coin for the machine and he doesn't have any more. Looking at that coin, the kid thought about ending it all with no regrets. Throwing the bomb off his chest, Lee Sung-joon was determined that he would end it all. Realizing that this would be his last life and he would never return, the returning hero smiled. He decided that he would not regret anything, but would simply end this endless life. Using the magic cube, he ordered the entire inventory to be opened. The smiling returning hero stood inside the cube, feeling completely calm. Opposite him stood Kim Min-soo, ready for a crushing attack. Seeing a bright flash, the demon headed that way, intending to strike. Putting his arm out in front of him, he was ready for a crushing battle. There was nothing human left in Kim Min-soo. His eyes burned with demonic fire. Like a walking threat, he was rapidly approaching Lee Sung-joon. The returning hero wears the purified armor of the demon Tartarus. It cannot be upgraded as it is bound to the soul. Why is the returning hero so weak due to the fact that his body can be so easily destroyed? Is it because he doesn't have the same fancy techniques as other heroes? The returning hero looks weak precisely because he doesn't need to be strong. A resurrection where each death becomes fuel for the next life. It's a special ability that turns doom into a great gift. Fighting the dungeon monster, he said that this 37th floor is quite difficult. He had to die about 50 times to crush the monster. Swinging with all his might, he stripped the head of the dungeon monster. The hero of the comeback chose to be weak to make the most of this ability. Feeling that he was exhausted, Lee Sung-joon could have voluntarily died to start over. But now someone who has always sacrificed his present for the future decided for the first time in numerous lifetimes not to run away from the real thing. The return hero said that without the ability to return, he's just a nobody. In addition, this armor weapon and all the items he wore, never used, as long as he began to rely on the ability to resurrect. Lee Sung-joon thought about how he had never been able to defeat Kim Min-soo no matter how many times he resurrected. But in front of him, the demon Kim Min-soo is a being much stronger than the hero Kim Min-soo. And that was his last trump card. Frowning, the hero of the return prepared for battle. Drawing his sword, he shouted furiously that this time he would only live in Malapresent. Looking at Lee Sung-joon, the demon thought that the air around him had changed. What it is? Has he ever worn armor like this before? Had his eyes ever been so alive before? Something's changed. The armor-clad Lee Sung-joon prepared to repel the deadly attack. Demon Kim Min-soo shouted that none of this matters. He just wants to destroy him. At this moment, a crushing stick swiftly flew towards him. The demon drew magical symbols in the air to repel the attack of the crushing weapon. At this moment, bright beams of energy were released from the stick, and it began to transform. The chance of successfully upgrading a 99th level weapon is 0.2%. It's infinitesimally small. At this moment, in front of Kim Min-soo's eyes, the stick began to expand. The enhancement failed. The object turned into blue ash. Kim Min-soo watched carefully. The returning hero decided that he would distract the demon to shorten the distance between them. While Kim Min-soo was watching the sword, Lee Sung-joon got as close as he could and swung his sword. This distraction worked, and the returning hero managed to get closer to the demon. He put all his remaining strength into a crushing blow. It was his last chance. He managed to deliver a deadly blow, injuring the demon. Kim Min-soo was furious. He swung his other hand and a crushing stream of energy flew at the returning hero. At that moment, the system reported that the doppelganger that the return hero created with the Arcadivi potion was destroyed. In a moment, Lee Sung-joon's armor shattered into small pieces. The dumbfounded Kim Min-soo looked at Lee Sung-joon with hatred. The demon's shoulder was wounded by the returning hero's crushing sword. Looking at this, he gritted his teeth and fiercely cursed, calling Sung-joon a petty rat. Smiling, the returning hero shouted that this was not all. 2 magic cubes were clutched in his hands. He threw them towards Kim Min-soo's injured arm next to the crushing sword. After a moment, both magic cubes began to transform. The system reported that the enhancement failed. The item turned to blue ash. At the same instant, a powerful crushing explosion erupted at Kim Min-soo's hand. The armor flew off the demon's shoulder. He stared at the gaping wound with rage. The smiling Lee Sung-joon felt an unprecedented lightness and clarity of mind. Gritting his teeth in rage, he rushed to attack Kim Min-soo, hoping to complete his mission. Now that he knew there wouldn't be another time he could focus on the here and now, he came face to face with the underworld. All his senses were heightened. It seemed to him that time moved no faster than a snail, but he felt alive. The demon drew a magic line to deliver another devastating blow. At this moment, the returning hero attacked by throwing a deadly weapon towards the demon. Clasping the dagger in his hand, he thought about the fact that there were many options of what he could do. And all he has to do now is choose the best path possible. With a loud scream, the returning hero fiercely attacked the demon, about to strip it of its arm. At this moment, he was thinking about why he had allowed himself to get so deeply entangled in this ability, when I could always live in such a clear and bright mind, to feel alive. At that moment, the demon Kim Min-soo managed to deliver a crushing blow, depriving the hero of the return of his legs. Gritting his teeth in pain, Lee Sung-joon was not going to give up and retreat. Holding onto the stuck dagger, he continued to hang onto the demon's body. The comeback hero realized that this was the end and was going to do the last thing he could. Frowning, he shouted to Kim Min-soo that since he had taken his legs, he would take his arm. With one hand, he held onto the dagger, and with the other, he struck a powerful blow. It was enough to take away Kim Min-soo's demon arm. The wounded Lee Sung-joon collapsed to the ground with a rumble. He had accomplished his mission. Kim Min-soo's arm collapsed, flew aside, and collapsed on the ground. The demon's eyes glowed with hatred. He glared fiercely at the returning hero. Before finally dying, the hero of the comeback decided to return to the life where he was happy. He returned to the time when the golem hero Jang Sung-woo was sobbing on his shoulder, visited the sea dragon hero Shin Soo-ah. They fished together sitting on the dragon's back, helping Mary Stevenson rebuild the transformation hero Lee Ga-ram. He looked sadly at his friends who might have had a different life. Together with the steel-armed hero Jung Yui-ho, they decided to test their strength. While Lee Sung-joon was warming up, Yui-ho swung with all his might and struck. From his crushing blow, the automaton was destroyed. The returning hero laughed at the dumbfounded Yui-ho. Together with another character, Lee Sung-joon visited the cemetery and worshipped the graves. He said goodbye to his friend knowing he would never see him again. Together with Shin So-mi, they visited the Demian Arcadis orphanage. The children joyfully opened their arms and ran to them and received their gifts. The homecoming hero looked fondly at the kids and stroked their heads. Lee Sung-joon met up with his close hero friends at a cafe. They were having fun. They made toasts, chatted, and laughed. Later, together with Kim Min-soo, Lee Sung-joon visited the sauna, having a friendly conversation. They were good friends who always had something to talk and laugh about. The return hero also met the transformation hero An Ji-won. He wanted to remember all his friends alive, kind, and cheerful. After asking Shin So-mi out on a date, they visited a movie theater and watched a movie together. Along with them were a magic hero and an exorcism hero. Lee Sung-joon was enjoying this kind of pastime. He admired the swooning So-mi and wanted to remember her like this forever. The returning hero enjoyed chasing around the night city with another of his hero friends. With another friend, they climbed the steep steps up the mountain. After reaching the top, Lee Sung-joon admired the setting sun with delight. Then they drank hot tea from a thermos and talked about everything in the world. The next day, Lee Sung-joon's plan was to visit an amusement park. Shin So-mi bought him funny pink harriers and laughed merrily. Together with his friends, he rode the roller coaster ride. And in the evening, there was a magnificent fireworks display that could be seen from the Ferris wheel. The returning hero sat in a booth with Shin So-mi and admired the fireworks. At this moment, Lee Sung-joon was enjoying life, wanting to preserve the fondest memories. A smiling Shin So-mi said that today was a lot of fun. And how is Sung-joon? The returning hero looked thoughtfully and tenderly at the girl, wanting to memorize her face. She was embarrassed under his gaze and a slight blush flared on her cheeks. At this moment, Lee Sung-joon suddenly leaned toward her and kissed her. Shin So-mi flashed a glare and said she should have been warned about this. It's not like they're in any hurry. The returning hero lowered his eyes. They were the last minutes they'd spent together. With a heavy sigh, Lee Sung-joon said that he shouldn't have done that. But he really wanted to see So-mi one last time. The surprised girl inquired what he meant by the last time. Opening the stall door, the returning hero told her he had to come back to the underworld he created. Shin So-mi was shocked to see him open the door. A moment later, in front of the dumbfounded girl, the hero of the comeback jumped down. He did everything he could to die, and after living hundreds of thousands of lives, he forgot what regret is. For regret is an emotion that can only be experienced by those who have tried to live life to the fullest. But now falling off the Ferris wheel, the hero of the comeback was sorry. Tears ran down his cheeks. And now he was back on the battlefield with Kim Min-soo and wounded lying on the ground. His once good friend and now demon-created sword hero looked at him with hatred. The arm detached from the demon's body was lying on the ground nearby. The injured Lee Sung-joon cried out in pain after receiving another powerful blow. Kim Min-soo said that, judging from the pitiful expression on Lee Sung-joon's face, the returning hero would finally die at the hands of a demon. He held out his hand to him. He kicked away the sword of the returning hero who was lying nearby, and it spun in the air. After a moment, the sword flew over Lee Sung-joon and stuck not far from his head. The demon ordered that the hero of the return destroy himself with this sword, and came back at a time when all his comrades died, defending him from the hero of ice. He must prevent their deaths. All his comrades must stay alive. If the comeback hero does this, he won't have to go that far. Frowning, Kim Min-soo looked at Lee Sung-joon with fury, waiting for an answer. But the returning hero, with a faint smile on his face, replied that he refused. And thanks to Kim Min-soo, he'll go there and meet everyone he loves. The enraged sword hero shouted that he would then destroy him ever so slowly, and as painful as possible. He reached out and delivered a powerful blow that took his fingers away. The comeback hero thought the bastard was cruel to the very end. At this rate, it's going to take forever. But he thinks he can still say a few parting words to him. He has something to say to Kim Min-soo. I'm sorry, but it's too corny. A simple apology won't cover all of his feelings. What he feels is more complicated than that. To say thank you for destroying him. But that's too selfish. That's the kind of thing you thank someone for. Say something about the past, like how they were friends. But after all his resurrections, it turned into something that never really happened. It doesn't make sense. The hero of the return is dead. His body was left only small fragments scattered on the ground. At this point, his decisions have resulted in the deaths of 1,400,000 people. Though he will be remembered as a villain, the fate of humanity is finally no longer in the loop, and there will be no more resurrection heroes drawn into battles for the world of nothingness. He would say no thanks. He did terrible things that affected everyone. Now there's only one hero left who can fight Kim Min-soo. The sword hero stood at the spot where the returning hero had just been. He stood pensively and felt an incredible weight on his heart. A comeback hero is not like the others who despaired, pleaded, and went into a rage. He died with a satisfied expression on his face as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Kim Min-soo still couldn't figure out what that bastard wanted. He said he wouldn't come back. That means he wanted Kim Min-soo to become a demon. But for what? Did the return hero really want to see the end of the world? But then why did Lee Seon-jun take his hand away? Why would he do that? The enraged Kim Min-soo furiously punched at the remnants of the returning hero. He shouted in rage at how long Lee Seon-jun had been meddling in his life. He furiously threw more and more punches, furiously yelling how long the comeback hero had changed his life. A short time later, a massive explosion rang out, destroying what was left of the returning hero. Kim Min-soo said he shouldn't have gotten the death he wanted. We should have kept him alive and somehow used him as a weapon. Oh, well, good. Now it doesn't matter what the return hero's goal was. He obviously didn't want the world to end, so he made attempts to destroy it. As Kim Min-soo ran away, he promised to turn everything into ruins. In an even more brutal way, like what he did to his life. After the battle with Lee Seon-jun, Kim Min-soo continued his path of destruction at an even faster pace. To save people, Europe has launched a massive evacuation operation for the continent. In the huge crowd of people rushing to escape, a little girl stood crying bitterly. A soldier came over to her and took her in his arms to comfort her and wipe away her tears. He told her there was no time to cry. She had to survive to see her parents. The queen was also boarding an airplane to leave her country. Turning around, Her Majesty asked her subordinates how the evacuation was going. Taking out the records, the subordinate opened the statistics and read to the queen. He said they are mostly evacuating people to the United States and Canada. But since they don't have enough ships and planes to hold everyone, they also use ground transportation and take them to Africa and South Asia. Frowning, the queen said she wasn't asking where they were being taken. She asked how many people had already evacuated. He replied that at this point, it was almost 40% of the population. Given the speed of the sword hero's approach, they would likely have to leave 30% of Europe's population behind. She asked if they could slow him down by sending an army force. He replied that a certain number of soldiers had already been sent to assist in the evacuation. With the reserve forces, they may have enough soldiers to start the battle, but if they spend their troops to buy themselves time, they won't have the strength for the future. And if the forces of Europe will not remain, the United Kingdom and the European Union will become the weakest in the political arena and will end up like Russia. The Queen told Prime Minister Graham that she could not intervene because it was his job to make decisions about the army. But between a country abandoning its citizens for an army and a country risking the strength of a nation to save people to the very end. As Prime Minister Graham thinks about which country the world will respect more, as he approached the airplane ramp, Her Majesty told him not to do anything he'd regret. That's all she's asking for. The plane took off into the air. The subordinates watched the Queen fly away. A short time later, there was a meeting of the military about the situation. A government member reported that they are facing the problem of accommodating refugees, but over the next 3 months, they'll get over it. And while the European Union and the UN have suffered defeat after defeat, the military is giving them more time to prepare than they expected. He asked if they were ready to report on their troops' preparations for a full-scale attack. The general reported the Army, Navy, and Air Force are on alert. All of them are waiting for final agreement on the strategy and the date of the speech. They also informed 110,000 soldiers and their families of the pay and rewards that would be due them if they died on the battlefield. The soldiers realize they're putting their lives on the line. He's never seen such determination. The Prime Minister said to send the troops a letter of thanks on his behalf for their sacrifice, and let them add that in any event, America will take care of their families. He said they're ready. Have them provide a progress report on the preparations of the hero of the rebellion and his team. An Ji-won, the leader of the restored Korean government, arrived for the meeting. She reported that the preparations are over. Their forces are arming for the final battle. Smiling, she added that Mr. President would not be disappointed. At this time, Lee Garam was helping Park Jong-soo make final preparations for the battle. It strengthened the rebellion hero's armor as much as it could. The girl told Park Jong-soo that the operation was over. Let him try to move around a bit. The hero of the rebellion tried using the powerful metal arm. Smiling, he told Lee Garam that she wasn't a complete charlatan after all. Thanks to its modernization, the hero of the rebellion now had 2 extra hands. She replied that Park Jong-soo is not fully transformed. There are no tools in this world to transfer a human brain into a machine. The human brain is designed to control one set of arms and legs. And if he goes beyond that and tries to control the prosthetics she's attached to his central nervous system, then it may fail and become irreparably damaged. It threatens brain damage and death. He replied that she knew how pointless those doubts were right now. If they don't succeed in stopping Kim Min-soo with all available means, they will die. Finally prepared, Park Jong-soo went upstairs from the lab. The hero of green and the hero of magic were already waiting for him there. The girls asked him what had kept him so long. The hero of the rebellion called them all here for one last training session. The green hero looked at his prosthetic limbs and said it looked like the surgery was a success. After practice, she will examine his wounds. Along with the heroes and soldiers, the Hulk Marie Stevenson was prepared to fight Kim Min-soo. In front of Park Jong-soo stood the magic hero Green Hero and thousands of armed soldiers ready for battle. Looking at everyone present, Park Jong-soo said that it doesn't matter who wins in the end. This will all be over.